Ladies and gentlemen, weighing in at 200 and maybe that's too many pounds. It's the one, the only, David Wilcock, and he is rocking the velvet jacket just for you, the smoking jacket. That's right. It almost needs a little bit of angry daddy, because you know what, boy? I have had it up to here with all of your shenanigans. I have had it! We're going to break you in slowly to angry daddy, because some people's pleasure threshold gets a little bit pushed by that. Ernie Perez is the first donor. David, hello from Houston. I wasn't going to miss a live broadcast this week. You are, sir, the best part of the week. Always grateful for the information you provide. Love and light, my friend. Wow, snazzy. I said blue shirt. Does blue jacket count? Says Gina, the one and only 22. Yes. Rockstar today. Thank you, guys. All right. This is the same shirt that I wore when I was at the party with Steven Tyler, but I rocked a whole new blazer that I got back in LA. Haven't seen it before. I got something stuck in my eye. Wouldn't it figure, right when I go on the air, I got this thing in my eye, man. Dude, you guys are donating so fast. Wow, you're cute. Somebody says, Roseanne Jacks, thank you, David, for all you do. I always look forward to Sunday evenings. Beverly Adams, a longtime supporter. Scott Opper, a longtime supporter. David Wilcock for president. No, we'll do vice president, not president. Okay, but yeah, if he gets deactivated for some reason, I'll take the vice role, absolutely. But I'm not going to try to replace our bro, our hero, our friend, Richard Whitney. $250. God bless you, David, for all you do. Your honesty and the truth you convey is inspiring. And then David is looking like a CEO. I don't know if you could rock the velvet blazer as a CEO. Somebody said, very nice haircut. I've got my crazy little lamp here that some lady last time didn't want me to have that, I guess. It was like $70. I guess that was too much money. Looking good, yeah. We've got the hair. We've got the clothes. We've got the sass. We've got the spice. We've got the attitude to bring it home for you, for dear old daddy, because God damn it, I have had it. You kids just keep running around. You're running all over the house. You're making a big mess, and you don't respect my stuff. How am I supposed to respect you boys if you're running around making all this racket? Oh, God darn, I just burned myself. Roger Zabarik, $20. Thank you for giving us so much. Thank you, Roger. Angry Daddy has great respect for you, sir, because you come in with massive, massive donations that I can use to buy more stogies. That's so good. Oh, just taste that, boys. When you get older, you boys will be able to enjoy this, just like dear old Daddy. But right for now, if I catch you playing around with Daddy's stuff, so help me God, I have had it. Yeah. Daddy is in the house. I am in the house. It is a great day to be alive. It is a great day to be here. We are kicking butt. We are in the final battle. Hello. Everything I've been telling you guys, everything I've been saying, it's all coming true right in the present. I've got sexy hair. I've got sexy clothes. This is off the chain. Judy Booth, I have been blessed and I want to share. White shirt, I win. Yes, if you guessed white shirt, I guess you are the winner today. This is a really nice velvet blazer. It's got a black lapel. It's got the blue color that I so admire. And it is just sizzly hot, man. I said, you know what? I was going back through in the course of this crazy lawsuit battle, the subpoena battle that just never goes away. They keep asking us for more and more stuff. It's probably never going to stop until we actually countersue them, which we might do. We're looking at it. But it's incredible harassment. It's ongoing. They always make sure to let me know what the pronouns are in the email. It's a New York law firm. Anyway, I didn't know if I was actually going to say that out loud. Did I just say that out loud? Oh. Anyway, yes, they have pronouns in their email. I want to make sure that I don't commit that gravest of offenses of not being able to figure out that a female's name is a female or a man's name is a man. And we've had both. Anyway, it's been wild. And I've had a really rough week because, anyway, we'll get into all that stuff. But anyway, the big picture thing is that we were expecting instant gratification. So there's some people out there who were like, oh my God, where is the list? You know what I'm talking about. Why hasn't it happened yet? What the hell is happening? What's going on here? Look, you guys, This is not like something where you just drag home the big prize on the first round. Just like in a legal battle, you go multiple rounds and you don't go for a knockout, you go for a TKO. And so the TKO is coming, but again, we've all been humbled and we've had to realize, like, this might not go as fast as I wanted. This might not be going the way that I wanted. And then there's other people who aren't even aware what the hell is going on, and they're terrified by everything they're seeing, and we have to acknowledge them as well. They are in pain. They are suffering. My father is one of those people, so the angry daddy character is more ironic than ever before. But again, this is the graphic that we had for today's show with me with, curlier and slightly longer hair. I'm even cleaner than that now. Went from long hair to this. Last week, we had to do the show on Saturday, so if you missed me, we already got almost 3,000 people watching in the first 6 minutes. So, yeah, we missed a lot of you guys last week. We missed about 2,000 viewers on the average. We normally hover around 6,000 to 7,000. We had 4,000. But I had to do it on Saturday because, once again, what I lovingly call the hell winds just so happened to hit after a whole week of clearness and clarity. The hell winds struck exactly on Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, as we showed last week. So it was as if our enemies had their hands on the buttons and they said, let's not allow David to do a show. Mark Flad just donated, David, you are the man. I'd rather tip this to you than to buy a subscription to blankety blank. Well, thank you very much. I've not been a part of that other thing for a long time. And, let's not say any more. David, you look great. Keep smiling. Charles Lane, I found an amazing 15-minute video that proves mathematically what you've been teaching. How do I send it to you? You can send it on Twitter. It's David_Wilcock. Just posted on my latest thing. Right Tower, David, will you be my boyfriend? That isn't a whole lot to go on. But, I'm certainly willing to consider respectable offers at this point. I think I've done a lot of healing. I've gotten through the childhood trauma. I've gotten through the grief of, various aspects of what I've gone through in my life. 4 winters in a row. 4 winters in a row that I've spent up here on the mountain in diabolical cold, in hell winds, with no money, totally alone. And you know what? You learn to get over your stuff. And yes, in some ways, I used PTSD medication to do that, but I'm now off of it completely. I'm happily sober, and life is good, you guys. However, I had a resurgence of bad problems and difficulty this past week, starting on Tuesday. It was my one day off, and I ended up getting food poisoning. We'll talk about that. But, I ended up vomiting, so I had a very bad Tuesday, and then I couldn't sleep on Wednesday, Thursday, and it just turned into a big mess. So believe it or not, last night, and part of it is just, this subpoena thing is dragging on and on. They keep asking us for more stuff. We haven't decided to try to take it to court yet because, again, that's going to cost $20,000, which I do have. But before we get there, let's just prove that this conspiracy theory that I'm guilty of destroying their company is wrong. Let's give them what they're asking for because they think they're going to find something. So essentially, I've been guilty of being not guilty. They're mad that they're looking through these 12,000 pages that we already gave them, and they're not finding incriminating data that they were hoping to find. So instead of just accepting that I'm not guilty, they think that I must be committing fraud because they can't find the crime. So they're asking for more and more and more. And so we have a package that should have been out to them in the middle of the week, but my lawyer's having terrible negative greetings, so we're going to get it to him hopefully on Monday. I hope he will be able to call me by then, but his mother is in the ER. He's had one crazy negative greeting after another. After we give them these next 3 things, they're probably going to ask for even more. I don't know when this is ever going to stop. It is a total nightmare, and it feels like absolute harassment, and I am very confident that when we take this in front of the judge will feel the same. And we may have to do that. I may have no other choice. So this has a lot to do with why I've been sick this past week, because they have now threatened me that if we don't give them more information, they will use what's called motion practice, and what that means is that if I don't give them what they want, and they're going to do what's called a motion to compel, that I will be arrested. I'm literally facing arrest if I don't continue to give all of my secure private communications over in every single capacity that they're asking for. It's absolutely insane. To be honest, I've never been through anything like this. It's been a horrific week. High winds yesterday here in Arizona, says Digital Soldier, and I wanted to get to this because there's a lot of donations coming in. Clear Choice Reality, thanks David for helping us connect the dots and stay positive. Sherry King, Richard King loves you. Thank you, Richard. Leanne Boudreau, thank you, David. Thank you, David, for the dedication from she, her, Leanne. Beverly Adams, we're being attacked from many directions. This is the first time. This is the time to be our strongest and be there for each other. Onward to the victory. Yes. Oh, wildfires in South Carolina. I'm really sorry. Digital Soldier, that's how lawyers suck you dry. Honestly, my lawyer has been he's been very considerate. I don't get overbilled, but it is $500 an hour. So if he answers an email, it's $125. If I talk to him on the phone for 15 minutes or less, it's another $125. That's why I had to take out a business loan. They now want to give me twice as much money on a line of credit, but it's 3.25% a month, which means after 2 months, it's 6.5. After 10 months, if I didn't pay it back, it would be 32.50. And they've been pressuring me like crazy. They just really, really want me to take this line of credit. I don't get any penalties if I don't use it, but again, 3.25% a month. Stavatti deals are very, very close to happening. I'm going to be doing videos for our company this week. We're probably going to close on something maybe as early as the end of the week, and then we've got really big stuff that's coming in right afterwards. We're anticipating term sheets now. We got 4 people, as I said, competing over our $2 billion business plan, which is all non-military, by the way. We've got the, let's see, we've got the SM-920 and the SM-940 airliners. The SM-940 would be great for Air Force One. You guys asked me last week, and I didn't even have a chance to put pictures of it in here, but you guys asked me last week, does the SM-940 or 920 fly faster than other airplanes? The answer is yes. We can cruise at Mach 0.95 with fuel efficiently, which is faster than any other airliner. So, to put it in the simplest terms I can, it used to take me 5 hours to fly from Denver to LA. Now with this plane, it would only take 4 hours, roughly, 4.11 hours. That's exciting and amazing. We had another donation come in, Gina, the one and only, and she says, "You're awesome, David, stay strong." Thank you very much, Gina. So yeah, I feel really good for the most part. I mean, I'm on the verge of getting this company financed, which means that much of the underlying anxiety that I have would not be happening anymore. So, you know, this is what we're doing. We're creating peaceful technology. We've got the SM-920, 940 airliners. We've got the SM-150, which is a you know, Cessna type of aircraft, and it can also be unpiloted. We've got the SM-100, which is the firefighting aircraft. And then we have an acquisition of an aircraft manufacturer. I don't want to say who they are, because our lovely demon troll will go after them and then try to say that we're a fraud company like he does all the time online. And he continues to get himself in more and more trouble. He continues to create more and more criminality, but he hasn't been able to steal my money anymore. I got all new credit cards because of what happened, and I'm being very careful. I'm only using PayPal and that kind of stuff. Ginny Blankenfeld, happy almost birthday, Dave. This is a big one. It comes up red, $100. My wife, Amy, and I are so grateful to you, grateful for you, and hope you buy yourself a nice gift and have an amazing birthday week. So much love to you from us in sunny California. Thank you, Ginny, very, very much. So I'm really excited. Stevie says there's a lot of trolls. Well, yes, we've actually beefed up our security team even more. We've got more staff, and they are now fully going to be committed to staying for the whole entire 5 hours, because we are being attacked like never before. It is coming from every side. The so-called lawfare, the amount of godlike power that these people think they have because they've done a subpoena. Now they're threatening to arrest me if I don't comply. So we're giving them 3 more pieces of discovery. We've been working all week on that. It's really insane, you guys. Whoa, David, says Palace Athena, you're looking super dashing, though you are in a mist. I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, I'm seeing the team. They're having to delete trolls constantly. So we're having just a massive amount of trolling going on right now. But that will slow down because, again, we got a huge team. Kenneth Bates donated $200. Thank you, Kenneth. David, thank you for everything you've done and are doing. For me lately, everything feels like a deliberate provocation. My ethos, be kind when I can, be firm when needed, and be thorough when necessary. Peace. Mary Ray says, praying that God blesses you with favor to remove all hindrances and obstacles, to close these projects and help you realize your final needs. Carla Newman, my birthday is March 8th. I am a Pisces. Phil Kasubra says, whoa, $200. Janet Klein says, it doesn't take 5 hours from Denver to LAX, 3 at the most. I don't know when you've been flying, but it depends on which way you're going. If you fly against the trade winds, it takes 5 hours. If you fly in favor of the trade winds, it's never been less for me than like 3.5, maybe 4 at the most. So maybe you've got a faster airplane you were on. I don't know. But the point is, this is the bottom line. If the flight would normally take you 5 hours on, let's say, a Boeing 747 or an Airbus A320, on our airliner, the 920, it's only going to take you 4 hours, 4.11. So it's a massive, massive speed increase. So we've literally hit all of the metrics. It costs less to fly, 33% less to fly. It's 8 cents per passenger per mile instead of 12 cents. It has more fuel efficiency. It has a longer range because it holds more fuel in the wings, and it flies faster. So, plus it also holds cargo containers at LD-345. So everything is better. We're awaiting a term sheet from one of our investors that wants to do the $2 billion business plan. And again, none of this stuff is military, you guys. The one that's really caught on, the one that everybody wants to do now, is the non-military plan. It's really interesting how this has turned out. I do believe we're still going to develop our other military stuff. I mean, this would revolutionize the U.S. Air Force because it's the fastest plane ever made. It's next generation air defense, goes Mach 4. We probably are going to start developing in other countries, and then we're going to have it in the U.S. too. So I'm not really worried about the future. The question is, who's going to cross the line first? And we have some investors who are ready to step up and perform this coming week. So it looks very, very good, and my dreams seem to be telling me that we're getting very, very close to the edge here. Yeah, the team is continuing to attack trolls like crazy. We've definitely got a whole intelligence community-sponsored massive attack against this show. So if you read the comments, just be aware that we are being very, very attacked. Happy birthday. How did you get food poisoning? Says Anita Constant. It probably was from eating an old piece of turkey breast. I grew up in a family that was extremely poor, and you don't throw away food. And I opened up this turkey breast, and it smelled kind of funny, but I said, well, it's only the juices that smell bad. The turkey breast is okay. I want to finish this up. And then the next thing you know, I threw up 7 times later in the day. So that's a pretty convincing explanation. Anyway, wow, you guys, we're already at almost 4,100 people. We're only 7 minutes in. 17 minutes in. So, dude, I woke up 7 times last night, and I think part of it is I'm so nervous and excited about this. Plus, once the escalation of this subpoena has turned into, we are going to arrest you if you don't completely give us everything that we ever ask you in our wildest dreams. That's what it's turned into. We are going to arrest you if you don't participate and comply. And now, at the same time, my attorney is getting massively hit with negative greeting. His mother is in the ER. She may not even make it. So we still haven't answered that. And at least he got to them on Friday night and said his mother's in the ER. So they have heard that. But I want to get this stuff done. I don't want to delay anything. So this is really, really bothering me. So I've had tremendous anxiety. And last night it hit its peak because all of these other distractions, all these other terrible things that have been happening led to me waiting until the last minute to do these slides. I didn't even really start building most of this show until yesterday, and I simply ran out of time. And once it gets past a certain hour, my eyes barely even work anymore. I can't actually see the slides, but I stayed up until 10 o'clock at night working on the slides, and I usually never go past about 8:30. That's usually my cutoff. So I stayed up an hour and a half longer than usual, and it ruined my entire night of sleep, if you could call it that. I woke up 7 times during the night. I never slept more than 45 to 90 minutes at once. And yet, in the process, I had some amazing dreams. Every time I woke up, I had a new dream. I wrote it down. Sometimes I literally only slept for 40 minutes, and I'd wake up with another dream. I'd have to pee again. And it's like, what the hell is going on? And then I finally figured out, okay, probiotics again were the big lesson. Now, why do I say that? Well, as I said, I got food poisoning, vomited on Tuesday. I had a fever. I was dizzy. And then I did not take any more probiotics for the last 3 days. So apparently, when I vomited, I lost all of my intestinal gut flora. All the probiotics in my gut were vomited out. And then I started without having anything because everything was clear. And then I didn't replenish that stuff with anything new. Plus, I was worried that I might have gotten food poisoning again yesterday. So I took a charcoal pill, which is guaranteed to kill off all the microbes in your gut. I didn't even think about that. So, you know, I hadn't taken any probiotics for 3 days. And then this morning, when I finally took a 20 billion probiotic pill, within 40 minutes, I had this massive bowel movement. I don't want to get too specific because some of you guys are a little too sensitive for that. But yeah, it was biblical. It was like, I don't want to get into it, but it filled everything. So it was like, wow, man, how did I have all that stuff inside of me? Well, that's like holding on to things, you know, that's holding on to old attachments and pain. And this has been an incredibly painful week. I have never been threatened with arrest by anyone if I don't surrender intensely personal communications, and then they just keep escalating and escalating and escalating. It's really, really crazy. And I'm doing all this in the middle of trying to also fight this war for you guys and the Alliance. They say it's very important we get these slides out every week, so I don't feel like I can ever take a week off. And I want to make that point very clear. I mean, I do have a great persona. I like to laugh. I like to have fun. But every time I do this show, I am taking an enormously serious risk. The stuff that I talk about could easily get me whacked, and there's never been a more dangerous time to be talking about the stuff that I'm talking about due to the nature of the enemy, due to the nature of the threat of what's actually happening in the world today. I have never had a more dangerous time, and I can't help but feel that the timing of these threats of arrest and the subpoena, which is basically like being in a lawsuit, it's all the same stuff. I mean, in a lawsuit, basically, the only two things I don't have to do is I don't have to get a deposition and I don't have to go to court. But honestly, those two things all happen in one day each. Most of the rest of your entire lawsuit experience is exactly the same thing that I'm going through now. The suing party forces you to give them information. It's called a subpoena. You have to do it or they'll arrest you. So it's all basically the same. And every time we give them something, they come back and they want more. So it's extremely upsetting. I'm sure they're aware that it is. But at least I've got the money to defend myself and my constitutional rights because I was already indemnified, already signed a settlement agreement. This is all illegal. They should not be asking me for this. And all I have to do is show the judge our original agreement, and it should be over. Plus, there's a lot of other things we're going to add in there as well that will make them very, very unhappy. So if they push me, we're going to make it public, and then you'll know exactly what happened. The motion to quash that we file will tell the entire story, because at that point, they voided all rights to confidentiality. So again, the risk is already on me now. Every time I take this show, I'm under a serious risk. However, the excitement factor, how much we are winning, makes it so worth it, you guys. We're now at 4,500 people already watching. We're only 23 minutes in. This is the type of incredible performance. That's better turnout than we had last Saturday. Because again, it just so happens that the wins, the hell wins as I call them, were Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So the only sane way I could do this was Saturday. I had to covertly do it so that I didn't let them know that I was going to do it until 20 hours before, and they weren't able to shift the wind fast enough. But it absolutely looks like it was weather control. It absolutely looks like it was targeted because, again, this has been happening every single weekend. But I got to say, life is good, you guys. I mean, that's why I'm dressed up in my nice threads. Woo! B. Johnny. I love me a white hat. I'm new to super chatting. Thank you very much, B. I'm dressed up. I feel good. We are out of the cold winter. Now we're in warm winter, or what you might call spring. It's high 40 degrees outside. It's sunny all the time. There's no wind anymore. It's not cold anymore. This is the same weather that I would go to Canada to enjoy. I consider it resort weather. So all of a sudden, living here has become fun. Again, I'm not interested in leaving now. I don't need to move anywhere. If the Alliance wants me to move somewhere, if I end up serving this administration, maybe I'll end up living in D.C., or maybe I'll end up living in Alexandria, Virginia. I don't know. We're going to find out. But I do believe now that it would be a very benevolent thing for me to help the Alliance once we get the full scope of disclosure. UFOs, demons, Satan, all this kind of stuff. Beverly Adams, FAFO, please, both macro and micro. So yes, the excitement factor makes everything I'm doing completely worth it to be here with you today. Take all the risks that I take, because you know what, guys? It is so on like Donkey Kong. Once the next, we're in phase 1 right now, but once the next phases of you-know-what drop, we are in game over. Why do I say this? Because the lawyer of 47 has already said that there must be arrests, and they must happen immediately. So we're going to set this up a little bit because, again, I had an epiphany on the phone on Tuesday with dear old daddy, my angry daddy, who cannot handle what is going on. He has pejorative terms for 47. He doesn't call him by anything like the president or any other name. He uses pejorative language. He's very upset about what's going on, and he, for the third or fourth time now since the inauguration or even before, he calls me up and he says, the first thing he says as soon as I pick up the phone is, "Tell me why I shouldn't be absolutely scared out of my mind." It's a lot more profane than that, but we're simplifying it for broadcast. So that's how it starts. And again, he is a television watcher. He watches all of his news is ingested from magazines, newspapers, and television. And he is still not ready to accept the degree to which all of this is misinformation and the degree to which this election was determined by people who are not participating in that anymore. We literally have top-rated shows on these networks that are only getting 40,000 people watching. It's almost extinct, and they're having terrible problems because of it, because advertisers are not going to sell any products. I mean, I'm a much better bet right now than cable news because we're getting a higher number of views, actually, or even some of the network news. So, and you can't explain that to my father either. He just doesn't understand. Like, Dad, we're actually beating them. If you look at what happens at 24-hour tally, we're right up in that same neighborhood that some of these networks are actually getting. And even only, that's their whole cumulative views for the day. In terms of one show, the number of people who go back and watch this show is over 100,000, whereas many of these shows that are their primetime shows are only getting 40 to 60,000. So we're actually beating them. This is actually, thank you for doing that. Thank you guys for being here. We're almost up to 5,000 viewers live now, 4749. So this is incredible, and I'm really happy to be here. My father is freaking out, and he doesn't believe the television news, but he also believes it enough that he's predominantly in line with what they want him to think. And so I said, well, Dad, were you aware of the fact that if you're looking at SS, this thing that you get when you're retired and then they pay you, are you aware that there's 400 million people drawing? Are you aware that a huge number of them are way over the age of 100? And that there's only 336 million people in America. So it would be like if every single person in our entire country is on benefits, and then you add 66 million more. Well, I wasn't aware of that. Okay, well, that's because you can't watch television. It's an addiction, it's dangerous, and it will kill you, actually. It is a lethal addiction. So we got two more that came in. We got Beverly Adams. We are all the black sheep of our families. Amen to that. We got your back. I am no one. Hey, David, thanks for doing this every weekend. Yes, it's very difficult, especially when you're under a threat of arrest if you don't surrender personal communications. Your words of wisdom mixed with facts from history and the Alliance are something I look forward to weekly. Do you think T and Vance bullied Z a little bit? Absolutely not. The degree of interruption that he was doing is completely ungentlemanly and uncalled for. I was trained in psychology in college. We'll get to that in a minute. Brian Birkenschimpf said, have you heard of Eric Weinstein's geometric unity theory combining strong and weak forces? I have not. That sounds really amazing. Thank you. Edna Karinsky, we appreciate your work. M.T. Herrick. No. Here's the thing. When you are trained in psychology like I was, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, master's equivalent, because I did an internship on a suicide hotline. You are taught that in order to have two hostile parties conduct a successful negotiation, you have to force them that only one person talks at a time. You have to brutally interrupt both of them. You have to maybe even shout over them. This is what the therapist is supposed to do. If you get MFCC certification, that's Marriage, Family, Child Counselor. My little wheel is spinning. I hope you guys can see me. I hate it when I see that. It looks like it stopped, but if you guys can still hear me and see me, please let me know. We can see you, yes. So maybe I said certain keywords. You're good, it's fine. Okay, that's good. So I will ignore that and just keep on going. But yeah, I got to be very, very careful about what I say and how I say it, obviously. Okay, it finally kicked back on. You are good, you are good. Just tuning in. I love your lapels, sizzle, sizzle. Okay, so we're back on the air. That was just, it's doing it again a little bit. I think it's because a lot of people are signing on. We're now up to exactly 4,936 viewers. So we're at 5,000. Anyway, one person talks at a time. The most inconsiderate thing you can possibly do in a divorce negotiation or in a legal discussion, if you're going through a deposition, if you're in front of a judge in court, you cannot interrupt the other person. So if I was in JD's position, the vice president's position, I would have demanded that he stop interrupting. One person needs to talk at a time. And it's very rude and very inconsiderate if you interrupt. So that's what was happening as our representatives were trying to talk to him. He literally was trying to interrupt them almost on a word-by-word basis. And I would have called him out for that. I would have not allowed him to continue to do that if I was in that chair. Total Todd says, David, you are on the light side. Wolf Mother says he was totally out of line and high as heck. I would say that's probably true. The commercials mess it up. Okay, well, that could be. Nana Sani says, are you doing a deposition on this blank case? No, I am not a defendant on the case. They cannot add me on the case because I already signed an indemnity agreement that, I mean, the Constitution, Fifth Amendment says you can't go through double jeopardy. You can't be sued for something twice. So essentially, everything that's happening to me is illegal, and we know that, and the judge will side with us, and it doesn't matter what kind of technicalities they think they found. We can get those dismissed, and we have lots and lots of other stuff we can bring to the table. Karen Ackerman, to David's dad, we love you. We wish you would listen to your son. Turn off the tell lie vision. Your son tells the truth. 6,000 people agree and are not wrong. Peace and love to you, Mr. Wilcock. I don't think he's ever going to watch this show either. He's just not online at all. He can't even really figure it out. So anyway, there's lots of good stuff happening here, and we're happy to be a part of this. So thank you guys for being here today. I'm okay. I mean, I think this is going to be fine. My dreams are telling me it's going to be fine. But anyway, I'm on the phone with my father, and I was already worried sick about all the things that I'm suffering through. I had this bad fever, which I said seemed to be from food poisoning. And then I'm talking to my father, and I realize, I mean, every single time we talk, I tell him the same thing. Dad, soon enough, and probably very soon, you're going to find out that the people you love and admire are actually very evil, very sick. They're doing incredibly insane crimes. They're going to be arrested, and they're going to be brought to trial in front of the whole world. And you're going to find out that everything that was going on was a lie, a manipulation, and that it incorporated all of this big stuff that comes to you in various screens and various forms of media. He goes into a kind of a dissociative trauma response when I say this. He cannot handle it. His mind literally starts breaking down. And so I realized in the course of this whole conversation with him that we need to be sensitive, and the Alliance, all of us need to be sensitive to the fact that the so-called newbie, when they learn this, the stuff that's about to happen, when we get the next round of this discovery, how interesting that, you know, the Attorney General is pushing for discovery and demanding the release of material, and I'm holographically going through exactly the same thing, except that I want to give it to them because I know I'm not guilty, whereas in this case, the opposing party does not want to give it to them because they are guilty. And you've probably followed this story, and I can't get too specific or else my window is going to freeze up again. I think that's what that was about. So anyway, my father is absolutely terrified, and I feel like I'm killing him every time I try to tell him what's going on. And I got very specific. Satanic, ritual abuse, sacrifices, bloodletting, abuse of, you know, various individuals, including those who are the most vulnerable. And as soon as you start going there and tell him this is what the people that you think you love are going to turn out to be, man, it's like you're killing him. I mean, it really is a torturous experience, and he can't handle it, and we have to change the subject. So there are going to be people who are going to have a really, really hard time, and we need to be there for them. Folks like you and I, the black sheep of the family, we're going to need to be there for these people and tell them that everything's okay, and they're not going to be killed, and it's not the end of the world, And this leader is not, the next German so-called, whatever. Got to be very careful again. So within minutes after I got off the phone and had truly internalized how terrible my father was feeling, my fever was bad, I had dizziness, the food poisoning was full on. After we got off the phone, I actually threw up in the sink 7 times in a row. I'd hardly eaten anything that day, so it was all just kind of like lemon juice and bile, but it was actually a lot easier than I thought. This was the first time I'd thrown up since I was a freshman in college. And it wasn't that difficult. Actually, and I felt better after I did it. Actually, most of the bad stuff wore off pretty fast, and that showed me that there was a poison involved in this. However, going through that bad fever also brought up memories of my parallel lifetime. When I was a kid, on the average of once every 3 months, I would wake up in the middle of the night as if I was extremely drugged, and I probably had been drugged. That's part of it, is there's probably various drugs involved in this. It appears, as I've said before, that I was brought into a UFO abduction. Now we've been openly disclosed UFOs are real. We've been openly disclosed that gray extraterrestrials are real. That came right out of the Tom DeLonge, Luis Elizondo camp. And we also find out that UFOs can bend time. They can flip across the sky and pop from one place to another. So guess what? When they pick you up, you go outside of time, you could have a prolonged experience, and then when they bring you back, you don't remember anything. So it appears that I was fortunate or unfortunate enough to be part of a highly classified program. My dad's father, Papa we call him, graduated from high school at 15. He entered Harvard University at 15 years old. He graduated summa cum laude, which is the highest score you can get. And he ended up working for Disney World building their animatronics, which means he's involved in the tunnels. He was gone half the time from home when my father was a kid. And I had, as I say in Ascension Mysteries, I had an experience of meeting all of the top, most powerful people at Disney World in a round room in 1984. So it appears that they were messing around with aliens, that they were messing around with something that we still don't know about, and that I was brought into a weird program. I would wake up in the middle of the night, periodically a few times a year, like I was under hypnosis. I would get dressed, I would take a shower. Well, first I'd take a shower, then I'd get dressed, pack my book bag like I was going to go to school, never notice what time it was on the clock, even though it's staring right in my face. I'd eat my Cheerios for breakfast. I'd walk out the door, open up the door, and everything is dark, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And now I wonder if I was actually spliced back in at that point. I had dreams of people picking me up in UFOs. I had dreams of people picking me up at the outside of the driveway in cars, and I believe those dreams were true. So after these dreams happened, I would wake up with an astonishingly bad fever. I'd have profound hallucinations. Everything would look like black and white tiles it was made out of. The tiles sometimes would fall off of the wall. I had very powerful hallucinations sometimes, including one case where I saw my father as a lizard man reptilian when he ran into the room and I was screaming. Now, usually what would happen is my mother would come in and comfort me. She'd put a towel on my head, a cold towel, and would calm me down. Then when I got to college, I threw up from alcohol, and my entire suite was laughing at me as I was not only vomiting into the toilet, but soiling myself at the same time. And I pledged that I would never throw up again, and I never did. I guess it was a PTSD thing. So I didn't throw up again until Tuesday. Somehow I've had this I had martial arts training in high school, so I had mind over matter, and I could force myself to send it out the back end. I'm trying to be very discreet here, but I forced myself to not ever throw up. So once I actually did throw up, I realized, it's a lot less bad than when you're a kid. And as long as you do it into a sink with a disposal or a toilet, you can get rid of the smell really fast. You get rid of the taste really fast with water. It's actually not that bad. I don't know why I was so afraid of this. It felt very natural and healing. But it also very, very strongly brought up these parallel life memories. It appears in these parallel life memories that I was profoundly abused, that this abuse was sexual in nature as well as ritual in nature. So I've been through all this stuff that I'm out there speaking out about, and that's probably something that sets me apart from most of the other people exposing this. I was brought into this group. I was suffering through black magic, ritual abuse, bloodletting ceremonies, all this kind of stuff I personally endured. Plus, it appears that I was actually being killed and resurrected as well, because we find out that one of the technologies they have off of the ships allows you to even be beheaded, and you put the head next to the body and you zap the person with this beam, and the head will grow back onto the body, and then you come back to life and you reincarnate into your body, and that can create an alternative personality. Vincent Mellon, fan since 06. Well, actually, we will say no to that, so thank you anyway. We already know what's going on here. We are being trolled unimaginably seriously right now, and that was obviously another example of this. Stephen and his little band of friends are very, very, very active right now. So anyway, thank you anyway, and thank you for the money, even though we know who you are. It's nice to get a little bit money back from the guy who's been stealing my money. So anyway, yes, this is very personal for me. I want to see these people free because I had no control over this. I never made a choice. I never said, I want to do this. I was dragged into it. I was abducted, either by car or by UFO, which again, we're going to learn in the future. This stuff is very real. I was put through horrendous torture, including executions, to create alternative personalities and all this kind of stuff. But then they would bring me back into my body, and when I would get spliced back in, I'd have a very intense fever, which might, again, have been from the result of them drugging me. And I had all these dreams, and then when I would take psychedelic drugs, I would start drawing things that almost always indicated ritual abuse. And it turns out, my own therapist has said that ritual abuse survivors will remember a lot more if they take LSD or something like that, which I do not recommend that you do. But if you were to do that, if you have done that, and you have violent, horrific things starting to come into your mind, it's possible that that could be what it is. You need a lot of evidence. I have an enormous amount of evidence. My therapist, by the way, is completely convinced that this happened to me. She has 40 years experience with domestic violence in the Los Angeles area. She says, absolutely, David, something happened to you, and there's some mind block that was put in place, which I've healed. I mean, they couldn't use me in that way now. They couldn't use that technology on me now, the mind-altering technology, because of this stuff that I've been through ever since. I've had deliverance. I found Jesus Christ as my Savior, the Christ consciousness, the galactic logos. I call that the higher self. That's what I've been calling it. And I have made contact with it. And that began in 1996, and so the Michael Prophecies runs from 96 to 2000. It's an amazing resource. We got 7 books, and we've been going through a time loop. So having this bad fever brought up my parallel life memories like never before, and it really consolidated the fact that, yes, this is actually real. I actually went through this stuff. And, you know, I want justice. At one point I said I want revenge. That was just because I was very upset when I was first learning about it. Almost all of the people in this are innocent. You can't control if they bring you into this. You're usually born into it. And the stuff that you're forced to do, you might not even remember because of the hypnosis. So many of these people don't even know that they're involved in this, as we've said in many other shows. So anyway, ever since I had these horrible memories come up and it really like grounded in, wow, you know, this is real, that this really happened to me. My sleep has been disrupted all throughout the week. And it culminated last night. Again, I woke up 7 times during the night, never slept for more than 40 to 90 minutes at a time, and I have another dream. All of this experience has helped me process what my father is going through. And, you know, he has no memory of anything happening like what I'm saying to him, but it probably did. And, you know, I don't want him to have to go through that either. But, you know, that might be part of why he's so averse to the truth. All Our One Earth just donated. We have $50 there. Thank you very much. God bless the Earth Alliance. Your heroism will never be forgotten. Namaste. Thank you very much. I mean, yeah, it's a very strange thing to have been out there speaking out against this, risking my life for so long, and then to find out, oh, you actually went through this crap yourself. You actually went through this abuse. That's why it's so personal. And so it's a personal vendetta to see that people stop suffering like the way I was tortured. Because believe me, you do not want to go through this stuff. And anybody who thinks they enjoy this, I think that's just that they've trauma bonded with their abuser and they're not looking at reality. There is nothing good about this at all. It is nothing that anybody wants to have happen to them. So, anyway, my father is experiencing what all television news watchers are now going through, which is a faceless sense of absolute terror about the truth. They are completely in terror. because everything is being spun as the rise of H 2.0 and his evil sidekick Quasimodo. And so we're making fun of that. This is a meme. It says, not Texas, but taxes. Taxes Chainsaw Massacre. And that is about the level that people like my father are now seeing this as. It's not even really funny. It's actually a sad truth. We had 2 more donations. Life Force Rejuvenation, thank you. And Terry Penquite says, thank you for all that you do, David. I've been following you since 2012, sending positive energy, celebrating your first super chat. So yes, this is really awesome, and I'm glad to be here. My life has gotten very interesting because there is an alliance that is working against this evil. The evil is very real, but so is the good. And unfortunately, there are far more people who have awakened to the evil part than who have awakened to the good part. The hatred of wealthy individuals is being maximally pushed. Just simply the idea that you have money is supposed to be something that makes people hate you. And you hear people saying, oh my God, Elon just wants more money than he already has. And the whole reason he's the real president. He's the shadow president. And he wants to steal all your money and steal all your personal information. That's just what happens if you're not paying attention to actual news. If you don't realize that they're finding this enormous amount of fraud, then you don't really know what's going on. And so my father is, unfortunately highly misinformed, and there's millions and millions of people in his position. And again, I'm getting this spinning wheel, and thankfully that one didn't last very long. Okay, good. Anyway, it's a very, very intense time, you guys, because there are 2 completely distinct and separate realities that people could end up living in. There's the reality that you're hearing from me, which is a very, very extreme fringe version of what most people would call the truth. But it's still true. I mean, it's taken me many, many years to learn all this and put all these things together. But these 2 distinct realities are also akin to an ascension timeline versus a non-ascension timeline. Now, what is ascension exactly? Well, ascension, as we're going to discuss today, ascension is, again, the idea that the level of humanity that we're at right now we're like in a video game, and at the end of the video game, at the end of each board, as we used to call it when we played Nintendo, there's a boss enemy usually. And the boss enemy is bigger than the other things you're shooting at. He's harder to destroy. You got to shoot him a whole bunch of times. When you finally kill the boss enemy at the end of the board, you go to a new level, you go to a new board. That kind of is what Ascension is like, and the enemy is our own shadow projected into the world as this global Goliath monstrosity. Some people call it the blob. It's very, very real, and it's very, very scary. And then both sides of the war agree that there's something there. They just disagree about what it is and who it is. But both sides are looking at the same kind of information. It's just a question of which way is it projected. So the Ascension timeline is those who have followed the Christ teachings, at least to a minimal degree, where they're more interested in being loving and helpful than evil and manipulative. They will be going through a transfiguration. We're going to have the Uriel reading this week that really talks about that in an amazing way. And the most fascinating part is that Ascension is not like the traditional biblical rapture in which there is a Book of Revelations type of global extinction level event. It's actually a peaceful, non-catastrophic timeline that does not involve pole shift. It does not involve the sun burning up the earth. It does not involve a supervolcano or, a global superstorm or any of the nuclear war or, global famine, famine level extinction events, global economic collapse that leads to famine and extinction. None of those things are going to happen. Instead, what we're actually dealing with is a non-catastrophic ascension. And what's fascinating is that the boss enemy is the DS, and the hero in this case is the Alliance and these administrations like the one we see in this country that are fighting back. And when the boss enemy is defeated, that's when we get the arrests. That's when people in TV land can no longer stay asleep. They're forced to see the truth, and they probably will be throwing up, and they probably will feel really, really horrible. And I think that my vomiting was prophetic of what they're going to go through. And I will tell you, as I always said, if you throw up, you'll feel better. That is absolutely true, man. You get the poison out of your body, you get the toxins out, and you feel better. And last week, Michael was saying you got to let yourself cry. That's another great detox. So after the truth comes out, we get the first wave of Ascension. And here's Jim Garrigus. We had a little argument before, but he's my buddy. Thank you, Jim. He says, thanks, David, for keeping us updated from the Alliance. Thank you, Jim. That was a $200 Mexican peso donation, which gives him an orange color. So thank you, Jim. Anyway, this is all very real stuff, you guys. And the first wave of Ascension is very exciting because what this means is that we are going to transform into a light body type of activation. Some of us will. And what's interesting is that the degree to which you ascend is a function of how Christ-like, how much you followed the teachings of Christ in your life. Patience, humility, forgiveness, long-suffering, egolessness, not having pride, being loving, being helpful, doing the best you can, being brave, being heroic, standing up against injustice, being a hero, taking on the hero's journey quest. The hero's journey is the galactic mind. The galactic template of Ascension is that you have to become a hero. And it's written into every single mythology in the world, as Joseph Campbell proved in The Hero with a Thousand Faces. George Lucas took that thesis and made a movie out of it called Star Wars, and it became profoundly successful. In the first movie, Luke Skywalker is the hero, and then he flips it around to make a sequel, and in Empire Strikes Back, now you find out when you get to Return of the Jedi that it's actually Darth Vader is the hero, Anakin Skywalker, and he flips and becomes the hero at the end of Return of the Jedi. And I'm getting my hair stand up on my arms. The reason why that story is so great, the reason why Pocahontas is so great, the reason why Dances with Wolves is so great, the reason why Lion King is so great, the reason why Avatar is so great, all these other examples I can cite, is that they use the hero's journey formula, which is in all Hollywood films. It's called structure. They don't dare call it a formula. But every movie is supposed to tell the hero's journey, and if they don't do as well. That's a galactic archetypal template. You have a hero with flaws. You establish his flaws at the beginning, his or her flaws. The hero has to find a quest, something that he wants more than anything. I'll just use the masculine gender. The hero goes up against a villain that usually represents, symbolically at least, his father, the Dark Father, Darth Vader. The hero goes up against the villain. He has to surmount the villain, and this also involves surmounting his own flaws. So by defeating the villain, he defeats his own flaws, and then he gets the apotheosis, where he goes into the magical world. He steals the fire, he brings it back to the world. Act 3 is the return, where he returns to the world with this new gift. All the Lord of the Rings movies have this. It's in everything. And when you see the hero's journey told, also there has to be something called the Dark Night of the Soul, or the All Is Lost point, where the hero appears to be dead for 5 pages of screenplay, but then the hero is resurrected. And then after the resurrection, that's when the hero has conquered his or her flaws. They defeat the villain, and that also launches into the third act. Once the hero gets up off of the deathbed, once the hero comes back to life, then you have the allies that he met at the beginning of Act 2, which is the entrance into the magical world that begins the quest. The allies return in the form of large crowds of his friends. So like in Avatar, for example, when the hero finally fights off against the villain and they're in their battle mecha robots, that's when all of the indigenous people and their flying animals and all that stuff comes out. Or in Lord of the Rings, all the Ents, the tree people come in. So all of your friends come in for the big grand battle. That's a big part of the story. Our friends in this case are the Alliance, but more importantly, it's humanity. It's us standing up. The Joan of Arc story tells this as well. She actually lost the war, but her story was so heartbreaking that she inspired the people to rise up against tyranny, and they won. So that would be, again, the allies at the beginning of Act 2 coming in to finish the job at Act 3. So this is the Alliance, but again, more importantly, they're inspiring us to do this ourselves. We have another donation, Isaiah Knight. Thank you very much. So anyway, the truth will not be for everyone, you guys, and that was an example. That comment was an example. You can quibble over the details. Yes, okay, maybe renaming the Gulf is a little silly, as he was saying, but you got to look way beyond little technicalities, and you got to understand that the Alliance is fighting against something so evil that the world will shake to its core when this happens. And this is the story of the Alliance versus the DS, as we've called it, which, as I've been saying week after week, and we're not going to go into all the evil stuff this time, is a proxy war between angelic and demonic extraterrestrials. So just to show you what the Antichrist really is, let's again bring back the words of Edgar Cayce, articulating the thoughts of Archangel Michael, which is God's highest angel. This is what they said. The fruits of the Spirit of Christ are love, joy, obedience, long-suffering. I got to wait for this to come on the screen. Brotherly love and kindness. Against such there is no law. So let's look at these carefully, because these words were carefully chosen. You've got joy, you've got obedience, you've got long-suffering, you've got brotherly love and kindness. And there is no law against these things, meaning you will never be punished by the universe for this. However, the spirit of hatred is the Antichrist. That's what the trolls are. And they love it. It's contention, strife, fault-finding, lovers of self, and lovers of praise. Those are the Antichrist. It's not just one individual. It's this whole... Anybody that starts indulging in this stuff is being fed telepathically by the negative. Hatred, unforgiveness is fear, is what our friend the Colonel said. And this was his, as I said before, the challenge coin that he gave me, because he's an Air Force colonel. This is his challenge coin. He actually got face-to-face with demons, and he interviewed the demon, and the demon said, what I'm looking for in humans who I can manipulate is hatred, unforgiveness, and fear. It was those three things. So this is very important, because the third one relates to a Tibetan teaching. The highest Tibetan teaching is to transcend hope and fear. Now, why would you want to transcend hope? Because once you understand that the universe is a holographic matrix and that nothing really exists except for consciousness, which is a loving Christ consciousness, that Christ is the way. It's just the way, we were taught was through this one teacher, so people have a lot of bias on that. They think that, oh my God, it's religion is so deceptive. But again, the real spirit of the Antichrist is hate, contention, strife, finding faults in others, loving yourself at the expense of others, and having a big ego, wanting to be praised. Those are the Antichrist, and they take possession of groups, masses, and show themselves even in the lives of men and women. So again, the Tibetans said, transcend hope. Why? Because you don't need to hope. Hope is implying there's a deficiency. Hope is implying, oh my God, things are really bad, but I hope it's going to turn out better. I hope it'll be okay. You don't need to hope once you know the truth. You already know the universe is okay. You already know that even if it kills you, it's not bad, because you're going to go on to another lifetime. I mean, you don't want to die either, obviously, but nothing can hurt you, because you are immortal and you are made of the infinite consciousness, and the awareness that you're using right now to hear me talk to you is the Christ consciousness. It is the mind of God that you are using. That's a very powerful thing. So you transcend hope because you already know what you are. I am that I am. You transcend fear because there's nothing to be afraid of. That's the highest level Tibetan teaching. So the Antichrist has manifested as this so-called DS. We got several donations that just came in. I got to keep up with this. Gianji Farago, if you need more moderators, I'd be honored to help. Been a fan since 2010. Much love and appreciation. Thank you. Send us an email. We'd be happy to consider that. Isaiah Knight, I promise I'm not trolling. I'm curious if those things people say are silly actually have a higher purpose or importance. Well, it depends on what you mean by that. That's an unqualified question, but yeah. And B. Johnny said, still figuring out, LOL, sorry, it's Canadian dollars. No, we love Canadian dollars too. And now at 58 minutes, we're at 5,839. So 58.58. I got a little synchronicity there. We're all the way up to 6,000. I'm not afraid of death, but I am afraid of pain, says Paul Cannon. Many deaths are painless. People die in their sleep. They don't even notice that it happened. Like I said, if I was going to be executed, I'd take the firing squad, because you get shot so fast that the blood immediately stops running to your brain. Your body doesn't even have time to know what happened to you, and you're just gone, and now you're a ghost. So hanging, no fucking way. No way would I take a hanging, because you might choke to death. You might not immediately die. Same thing with lethal injection. You get really, stoned out. I wouldn't want to do that. Same thing with the electric chair, which is really bad. So for me, I wouldn't even worry about the pain. But again, the Ascension, the first wave that we're going through, is a non-catastrophic Beverly Adams is laughing. Sorry about that. I dropped one on you guys. It happens occasionally. It's because I'm so relaxed, man. I'm sober and my inhibitions have gone down because you know what? I'm risking my life for you guys. I mean, my God, if I was on Joe Rogan, that all they ever do is drop the bomb. But, you know, I'm not going to do that here if I can avoid it. But it does happen occasionally. So anyway, this takes possession of groups and masses, and the Antichrist is much bigger than you think. It is the DS. It's a massive thing, and it's controlled by demonic extraterrestrials, including reptilians. The battle has gotten incredibly vivid and exciting because this scenario that I've been telling you about involving arrests has already started playing out, and it's about to hit a big crescendo. And I realized after throwing up and hearing my dad's fear that I absolutely am needed by the Alliance. It would be a huge wasted opportunity for them not to help calm people down once they learn that aliens are real, that there's good extraterrestrials, there's bad extraterrestrials, that the bad ones are fully satanic, that they bring this to every planet they go to. They get people doing pentagrams and masks and robes and candles and evil ceremonies that I unfortunately went through at that level of being abducted and brought into it. My insiders told me there is no space without Satan. If you have had what you think are UFO contact experiences, it's not absolutely guaranteed because there's positive ETs too, but there is a good chance that you might have been exposed to some type of evil, and there's almost no way you can remember it because, again, whatever happens to you when they take you off in a UFO is in an alternate time partition, and the only way you can remember that stuff is in dreams. You don't remember it as a conscious waking reality at all. And that's the problem they've had at places like Area 51, is that the ships wipe your memory as soon as you come back from your trip, and the only way you can remember it is through dreams. So we had to learn, we as in Majestic 12 and that group that's now Space Force, we, America, humanity had to learn how to build anti-gravity that doesn't change time. And that's like the Salvatore Pais patents from the Navy. We're going to be using those non-temporal anti-gravity systems in our Stavatti technology. This uses non-temporal anti-gravity of a sort. It does work as a spaceship. Mike Bizzle, I think therefore I am. Thank you very much, Mike. So yes, there is no space without Satan. The space projects in our country and in the world have involved interactions with evil greys that taught Aleister Crowley how to do satanic ceremonies properly so that you actually see something. Everybody hallucinates this creature that shows up if you do it right. The Greys taught him that. There's reptilians, there's insectoids, but there's also 53 versions of positive ETs that are almost entirely human, and the angelic ones are really energy beings that project into fully human-looking bodies that look exactly like us, whereas most of the ones that are so-called fourth density, what we're starting to go into gradually with the first wave this year, those beings end up getting larger eyes, larger heads, but not looking like scary greys. They look like beautiful humans, similar to anime characters. And I think anime cartoons are actually bringing in that knowledge. So, it would seem to be that if they're going to tell us that UFOs are real, and nobody can agree on what UFOs are, and I'm probably one of the only people out there who, anywhere near this level of prominence at least, who has anything positive to say about UFOs, typically there's no real spiritual message behind it, whereas I'm saying, no, guess what? Go back and look at Fatima, 1917. You got Mother Mary, or something that wanted you to think that it was Mother Mary, in a flying disc that blocked out the sun and dried off 90,000 people who were soaking to the skin after it cleared the clouds and put rainbow-colored lights in the starry sky during the day, blocked the sunlight, made it nighttime, cleared out the clouds, and then when it left, it dried off everybody's clothes. 90,000 witnesses, and it's considered a great Catholic miracle. You can't deny that. You can't get around that. You can't get around the fact that Jesus left as he came in a cloud, that the various angelic beings were seen to travel in clouds, and they demonstrated what those clouds are in 1917 at Fatima. So there's nobody else who's even remotely aware of this for the most part. I haven't seen anybody else, as any really famous UFO person at least, who's talking about this. And I'm very well known because of Ancient Aliens, over 100 episodes. It airs all during the week on History Channel, all over the world. So I'm world-renowned. And so it would obviously make sense that the Alliance is going to want to bring me in Because if you tell people, guess what, there's aliens out there, and maybe they can just snatch you out of bed and put you through this evil, people are going to be really freaked out. And it's a vomitous terror that my father was feeling that I then experienced viscerally by throwing up. So I now see, I'm not even like nervous about whether they're going to ask me anymore. If they don't bring me in somehow, it's a huge wasted opportunity. I believe they will. And I think my main role for them is going to be to help calm the public down. Because again, the truth of the evil side creates extreme fear, dissociation, and terror. Just like in the hero's journey, you got to go through the dark night of the soul. Facing your shadow is the most critical part of the ascension process. You have to go through the dark night of the soul. You have to realize that evil really exists in the world. And in Law of One terms, which is again my source teaching, channel material from 1981 to 83, it was claiming at the time to be an Egyptian deity called Ra, but that was Archangel Michael traveling through time and using a different name. The pyramid that they built with Ra Ptah, that was Casey's past life, as we've said before, the Great Pyramid was actually a monument to the coming Christ, and it still works that way. It has a timeline of Christ's arrival. It creates a crucifix on the ground. The slope angle of the ascending passage points right into Bethlehem, crosses the river Jericho. On the 153rd course is the King's Chamber of Ascension, 153 fishes in Jesus' net. The capstone on the top of the pyramid changes it from 6 sides, 6 meaning evil in numerology, to 5 sides. 5 in pyramid numerology means divinity and perfection, Christ. So the capstone is Christ. But now it's been all contorted, and oh my God, that's the all-seeing eye, and that pyramid thing on the dollar is evil. No, 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 no. It was originally good. It was updated again when Saint Germain helped us found America. He was the unknown stranger that got the founding fathers to sign the Declaration of Independence in 1776. He was the last person who spoke on July 4th before they signed. And he was a manifested angelic being that came into the room with no apparent means of entry when all the doors were locked from the inside. He showed up in there, he gave this rousing speech, and everybody signed. It's really beautiful, and he also gave them that symbol which they later put on the dollar bill beginning in the 20th century. The Great Seal of the United States was designed by Saint Germain, who had met up personally with Benjamin Franklin in a Masonic tea house in France. And he was very good friends with Voltaire, and Voltaire drew illustrations of his flying saucer and even wrote him a letter that said, "I long for you to come back to me with your flying machine." It's really, really incredible. These human ETs are real. They sometimes show up. They disguise as regular humans, and they pop into our history at pivotal moments to decide the future of humanity. And this included Valiant Thor showing up in a flying saucer to the Pentagon in 1957, as we've said, giving us what we now call the plan, creating what we now call the alliance, and that whole plan is now reaching fulfillment. So, in order to get to green ray, we're supposedly in yellow ray right now. Yellow ray meaning third density. There's a rainbow of color, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. First density red, second density orange, third density yellow, fourth density green, fifth density blue, light blue, sixth density indigo, seventh density crown chakra, violet. The chakras have the colors. You have a body in each of these 7 densities of the universe, and once you go through 7th density, you get to return to the oneness. That would be your rainbow body activation. The rainbow means all the colors of your chakras are now open. We're not going through that. We're just trying to get to yellow, from yellow to green. Once we go to green, those who become green ray activated, the sun actually gives off green ray photons. If you are fully green ray activated, you will have yogic power. You will have siddhi power, S-I-D-D-H-I. Siddhi is how they say that. You will be an ascended being. You will be able to levitate. You'll have telekinesis. You can bilocate. You can fly. You can remember your past lives. You can telepathically communicate with other people. You can speak with a roaring voice that makes everything around you shake with your voice. You get all these really cool abilities. We're all going to have that out of the can. We're all going to end up becoming angels who go to other planets and help people who are still in yellow ray. But here's a really weird problem. Even though our planet is in yellow ray consciousness, many of us are still stuck in orange ray. And we have to, many humans have to go from orange up to yellow. What does that actually mean? This is a very interesting esoteric discussion. Moving from orange ray to yellow ray. There are some very interesting passages in the Law of One. Again, I believe this is Archangel Michael telling us this. He calls himself Ra in these books because the guy asking the questions did not like Christianity at all. If he knew he was in touch with a Christian source, he never would have played along. So they had to disguise themselves with a cool Egyptian name that he liked so that he would play along. Otherwise, he never would have done it. I guarantee it. Don Elkins was the questioner, Dr. Don Elkins, PhD. He would have never played along if it said it was Christian. So they had to hide the Christianity, and I talk about that in my Michael Prophecies books. So this is where it starts, one of the places it starts, Session 40, Question 3, in second density, again, that's the orange level, the orange ray is that of the movement and growth of the individual. This ray striving towards the yellow ray of self-conscious manifestations of a social nature as well as individual. Now this is the key I had to add here. In yellow ray, in order to go from the orange ray, which is animal level herd consciousness, to get up to the yellow ray consciousness, you have to experience something called individuation. And that is a terrifying and vomitous process for everyone when they have to go through it. In orange ray level consciousness, you're in the herd mentality, and if you violate the herd, if you break away from the herd, you will die. Breaking away from the herd will kill you because if you get ostracized, if you get excommunicated, you're going to be torn apart by the wolf because you're alone. You don't have the protection of the group. So there's group consensus, there's group consciousness. You have to go along with what the group says or else you're going to die. So, as I like to say, mommy and daddy are evil. If you can figure that out, if you can figure that the orifices of society that are blasting out at you are not actually telling you the truth, that they're deceptive, they're cunning, they're manipulative, and they want to kill you, that is the individuation process. That is learning to think for yourself. You're no longer being told what to think. You're no longer being told by the television or the newspaper or a magazine. You assemble evidence and you make up your own mind, and your path may be completely different from the path of others. I'm giving you variance on the truth, but I'm not asking you, I'm not demanding that you pay attention to this. You can hang up anytime you want. We happen to have 6,100 people now. Steve Schuster donated $50. Thank you very much for that. So again, you can hang up if you want to. I'm not forcing you to believe this. I'm just sharing with you what I've learned in my own individuation. Individuation is a very powerful process, and as you're going to see, most of humanity has not individuated. This is why the events of 2020 were so successful, you guys, because people went along with the group consciousness. If you weren't at the right level, if you hadn't gotten enough yellow ray development, then you wouldn't get it, and you would obey and conform with what they told you to do. So it's a vomitous process to go through individuation, and that's what's happening when people turn off the TV and learn the truth. The orange ray is that influence or vibratory pattern wherein the mind-body spirit expresses its power on an individual basis. So this again is animalistic, it's your ego, and it's going along with the herd. Thus, power over individuals may be seen to be orange ray. This ray has been quite intense among your people on an individual basis. You may see in people who are vibrating at orange ray level the treating of other selves as non-entities, slaves, or chattel, thus giving other selves no status whatsoever. And as I say right here, the activities of the DS are coming from an intensely negative orange ray animal consciousness, where they then have mastered the use of social yellow ray. Yellow ray is about being a leader. Yellow ray is about being a hero. Yellow ray is about thinking for yourself, being brave, going out there, being an influencer, moving people's consciousness so that they start to listen to you. That is yellow ray. And so people who are intensely stuck in orange ray will become trolls. They will go after influencers they don't like, such as myself. We have some very bad trolls here, as you know. And again, this is very important. Everything the DS is doing is negative orange ray. They treat you like a non-entity, a slave, or a chattel. You are given no status whatsoever. But the people who are stuck in orange ray as victims, they bond with the leaders, and they can't even imagine that the leader could be evil. That's such a betrayal that they just want to cry and cry and cry and throw up. But if you throw up, you'll feel better, right? So this is very interesting stuff. And I had a dream this week that showed me I had to talk about this. Here's another one. In third density at this time, those who cling to orange ray have a much more complex system of distortions through which orange ray is manifested. What does that actually mean? That means that the distortions, in other words, the disagreements that they have from a Christ viewpoint, the disagreements that they have from the teachings of Jesus, the degree to which they do not see the importance of love, love thy brother as thyself, the golden rule, as you do unto others, so shall they do unto you. However you want to word that one. The golden rule is the idea that karma comes around, what goes around comes around. They don't understand karma. They look at the might makes right. They worship and obey the powerful. And so they have very complex distortions from the Christ truth that they have to work through. A much more complex system of distortions if they cling to that animal herd consciousness. The negatively polarized entity is working very intensely with the deepest manifestations of yellow ray group energies. So they learn how to be the leader. They learn how to manipulate people in large numbers. Social stuff is all about the yellow ray, especially the manipulations of other self for service to self. Now, in the law of one, elements, earth, air, fire, and water are first density. That's red. Everything from microbial life all the way up through dolphins, whales, apes, gorillas, birds, fish, you name it. Everything on earth except for humans is orange ray. And that's animal consciousness, and they all have a hive mind. But then humans they're supposed to individuate, they're supposed to have self-awareness, but a lot of them really don't have a strong sense of self. They don't have a strong ego. They actually have a personality that is molded by society, and that's orange ray. So there's a huge problem, as they're saying in the law of one, of people needing to get out of orange ray and into the yellow ray individuation, which is what the Alliance is trying to get you to do. Every week we're reading these posts from them. They want you to think for yourself, okay? So the negative entity uses yellow ray to manipulate you for the service to themselves. They steal your money, they lie to you, and they're actually poisoning you and killing you. Those reverting to orange ray, and we may add these are many upon your plane at this time, are those who feel the vibrations of the true color green, that's the loving energy, Christ consciousness, and therefore they ultimately respond as they activate towards green ray by rejecting governmental and societal activities as such. That's what you had to do in 2020. If you didn't want to play along and be part of the orange crew, you wanted to go yellow, you had to disavow your family, your friends, and the voice of society. And then you seek once more the self, which begins your yellow ray experience. But again, they're saying you're reverting to orange ray, so you might spend a long time in orange ray where you're actually trying to develop a sense of self. You begin rebelling, you begin rejecting governmental and societal activities, but you still haven't learned enough to really fully develop a sense of self yet. That can happen. So here's where they explain this. So there's many, this is the other key there, there are many upon your plane at this time who are stuck in the orange ray level, but they start to break out of it, they reject the government and society, and they begin seeking the self. However, by not developing the yellow ray properly, not truly getting to a clean sense of self that is loving and ready for fourth density, so that it would balance your personal vibrational rates, you are then faced with the task of further activating and balancing yourself in relation to the self with a capital S, and thus you see the massive number of people in orange ray at this space-time nexus. So even if somebody is aware of the truth, they've rejected government, they've rejected society, they can still be self-harming, they can still be nihilistic, they can still not have really started to grasp what's going on, developing a healthy self-concept that paves the way for the activation of the green ray heart chakra, the activation of the Christ, okay? So that's where a lot of people are at. There's people who are starting to break away, and in fact, even individuation is being promoted by the DS because they want you to break away from the current president. So rejecting society, rejecting the government is where a lot of people are at, but they're not developing the yellow ray properly because they're still treating other selves as, you know, that they're the elite and you're the waste of society. Anybody that believes this way, anybody that sides with this guy is evil. You got to learn to have universal acceptance of people with healthy boundaries, okay? So this is very fascinating. In a negative sense, check this out, you guys, 3412. Many of the gadgets among your people, that what you call your communication devices, which would be television and cell phones and all that other stuff, as well as distractions such as less competitive games, that would absolutely include video games, and all the social media. If you're on social media all the time, you're on your gadget. This may be seen to have the distortion of keeping your mind-body-spirit complex, that's your third density activated self, where your spirit is integrated with the mind and body, unactivated, so that your yellow and orange ray activity is much weakened, and thus these gadgets, including television, carefully decrease the possibility that you will actually graduate into fourth density ascension. Green ray activation will not happen. The gadgets are designed to hold you back. Television is designed to hold you back. It's never been more clear than in talking to people who are stuck in the television. They're in a completely different timeline, you guys, and their yellow and orange ray activity is very weak. To have a healthy orange ray, you have to have a healthy ego. And to have a healthy yellow ray, you have to have a healthy self-concept, so you're not willing nor desirous of being a victim of anyone. That's one of the strongest categories of an activated yellow ray, is that you have such a healthy self-concept that you're not going to let anybody take advantage of you. So as we individuate as a planet, we say, no, I don't want this. I don't want you to enslave me anymore. And that activates ultimately green ray when it comes out of love, but you still have those boundaries of individuation. So the gadgets, guys, the gadgets are designed to hold you back. Now let's read the next thing. This is crazy. What type of information is passed on from these evil reptilian beings, these crusaders as they're called, to the negatives on Earth in the DS? That's a big thing. Remember, the DS is controlled by the negative aliens. The Orion, and I put in parentheses, the Draco reptilians, Greys, insectoids, etc. Collectively, they're called Orion because the reptilian headquarters is in Rigel, the bottom right star in Orion. The Orion group passes on information concerning the law of one with the negative orientation of service to self. The information can become technical. Whoa! Just as some in our positive angelic confederation, as they call it, in the attempts to aid your planet in Christ-like service to others, the teachings of Jesus, we have also provided what you would call technical information. That would be, for example, Valiant Thor giving them the time viewing technology in 1957 that enabled this plan of the Alliance to be fulfilled. We have gotten positive technology from Valiant Thor, from the Confederation. But the negative can do technical information as well. Let's find out what they're talking about exactly. Let's keep reading. The technology provided by the negative group is in the form of various means that allow them to control or manipulate others to serve the self. There is a service to self technology. This would include nanotechnology, nano implants, but it also includes all forms of mind control, behavior manipulation, influence peddling, propaganda, where the lie is so big that people cannot grasp, they cannot handle the truth because it's so sickening to them. So the technology will allow them to control and manipulate you for their benefit. So then he says, do you mean that some scientists receive technical information, shall we say telepathically? Yes, it can come through ritual magic, which is ultimately telepathic. And this telepathic information then transforms into usable gadgetry? And the answer is yes, this is correct. And so, now we're getting into the really, really weird nanotechnology and AI type of stuff. Wow, we had Jeannie888 donated $200. That's really awesome. Thank you so much. She says, David, you're looking extra snazzy today. Thank you for all your info every week. You caught my attention when you said many of the good guys look like anime. I see Archangel Metatron in an anime form. Thanks again. Valiant Thor, David, what do you think of him? Columbus 3 said that. Well, I'm very excited. Janice Sullivan, Wellness. I fell for the V against my own will. I've been very upset about it. I have now forgiven myself. Are we still fine for Ascension this way? What did David say about the Z meeting? We'll get back to that later, said Chester Cat. But anyway, you don't have to worry about if you took it, all you have to do is make it a little bit longer, and once we go through the first wave kills the nanotechnology. And that should be happening later this year. So also, even if you yourself didn't get quite to the level of Christ-like healing powers, many people will have those healing powers. And so once we go through this first wave, this reading we're going to read today talks about it again, the Uriel reading. Some people will have those ascended Christ-like abilities, and they're going to be very busy going around and healing everybody. So if you have damage from something that you took, they can heal all that damage. They can heal anything that's in your blood. They can heal anything in your organs. Anything that's wrong with you, they will be able to reverse it. We're not going to need med beds. We're going to be able to do it hands-on because, again, we are going to transform into people who are like the great saints, sages, mystics, and teachers of yore. That's where we're all going here, folks. It's an incredibly exciting future. So, yes, it's not as if everybody that made the mistake is doomed. There are many, many people who made the mistake and are going to be just fine. And I'm going to be one of those people going around doing healings, and I expect that that alone is going to make me very, very busy. But again, you know, part of what we see is that there's nanotech that seems to give you a MAC address similar to an IP address, and it will change the MAC address. This is all discussed in Book 7 of Michael Prophecies, way beyond the scope of what I can get into here. But yes, there appear to be little microprocessors that people got, and it's not very complex. It's basically like tagging you like a cow, and chattel, again, treating you like a slave, like you got a tag in your ear. It's the same concept. They can track you. You have your own IP address. They know where you are. And even people who are dead still give it off. And all it takes is that you need to be near a Wi-Fi signal. Somehow it picks up radiant energy, and then it starts broadcasting this MAC address. But if you ping the address, then it changes itself and it makes another address. So this is clearly a weird nanotechnology. And again, Uncle Jack... G'day, mate. You know, if we're talking about Uncle Jack, we got to use the proper Queensland Australian accent, mate. And what Uncle Jack told me is that after this, gonna keep it in me mouth, mate. After this first round of these shots that are going to be happening, you then find out that people are going to be given the AI treatment, mate. And that's where their bodies turn into some type of an android. It's really crazy, mate. So yeah, I mean, it's unsettling stuff. But what he told me is that after there had been a great reduction in population, then the living treatment would be given. And at this point, you become a shape-shifting robot, basically. You can transform into any shape you like. You see this in the X-Men films with, I think it's Mystique is her name. And there's some others that do that as well. That's not fake. That really exists, and that would be the negative timeline that we're on, where we are controlled by a satanic artificial intelligence through the fact that every cell in your body is filled with nanites. That is not what's happening to people now. Again, it's a very dumb system right now. It was built by people here, and all it does is give you a MAC address, basically. It's very, very primitive. But the next one would be from extraterrestrials, and because the superpowers that you get, you can jump for 30 feet in the air, you can run super fast, you have superhuman strength. They would never give that to us unless they had complete dominion and control over the earth, and that they can control us once we become that powerful. So nobody has that right now. Let's be very clear on that. But that is the ultimate form of the usable gadgetry of the negative Draco reptilians. So, what is the general overall effect of television on our society as a usable gadget with respect to the negative? And they say, without ignoring the green ray attempts of many on TV to communicate through this television medium the information, truth, and beauty that may be helpful, we must suggest that the sum effect of this television gadget, and again, this would include watching a bunch of videos and scrolling social media for the most part, the sum effect of this gadget is that of distraction and sleep. Those two things, distraction and sleep. B. Johnny, I'm dumb at technology. I'm trying to send more money at once. Thank you very much. We're now up to 6,327 viewers, so this feels great. That's the type of numbers I like. We're in the hot zone here, and we're still only an hour and a half in. So distraction and sleep, what does that really mean? Well, they also say in the Law of One, and this is what triggered me bringing this up this week, that for those who wish to sleep, we can only give you the comforts designed for sleeping. So if all you want to do is sleep, the best they can do is give you a more comfy pillow in bed and better blankets and sheets. Distraction means you are distracted from what really matters, which is the coming fourth ray, the coming green ray, the coming Christ activation, the loving consciousness, because they know that the Antichrist consciousness is actually running the programming, television programming. So the general overall effect of television, I would also add anonymity, and telepathically I've always been guided to add that in. The overall effect of television is distraction, anonymity, and sleep. You are not being awakened. You are not being led to become more Christ-like. You are not getting spiritually activated. It's not going to turn you into a hero. It's not going to help you individuate. It's going to help you stay in the orange ray consciousness where you have animal herd mentality. You're stuck in a herd mentality where they tell you what's true, and if you didn't see it on TV, then you don't believe it. Because they're smart, the authorities, the power of they, right? They are smarter than you are. They are more powerful than you are. They have knowledge that you don't have, and you are supposed to trust them. You got to get to third ray, you got to get to yellow ray to get free of that stuff and achieve individuation. It's a fascinating teaching. So television distracts you from your spiritual truth and keeps you asleep where you are not awakening to who they are, to what the real problem is, to what the Antichrist really is. The Antichrist is the father of lies. Satan is the father of deception. Okay? We had another donation, Jennifer Solis. How much of the paste should we use every day? Well, I wouldn't say every day. That's the whole point. I'm only going to take it like maybe once a week now, probably in a larger dose. I haven't even had it in like over a week. I think probiotics are just as important, if not more important, but that's a whole other discussion. Okay, so starting then 45 years ago, which they said was when this began, 1936 is when thoughts started to become things. This correlates with the rise of Nazi Germany. It correlates with all kinds of other interesting things, the stopping of the Earth's axis inside the core rotating, taking the entire increase of vibration that we will experience as we go into the fourth density, Christ consciousness, the density change. Approximately what percentage of the way through this increase of vibration are we right now? And he was asking the question in sometime in 1981. So then Michael says the vibratory nature of your environment is true color green. However, this is at this time heavily overwoven with the orange ray of planetary consciousness. In other words, what's holding us back from Christ activation is not a bunch of people hitting yellow and becoming individuated and having a heroic consciousness and a strong sense of self, and then this desire to want to lead and want to, help other people. What's holding us back is that we are heavily overwoven with orange ray consciousness, animal consciousness, follow the leader, people in a herd mentality. Wow. That's what's holding us back. They didn't answer the question. They wouldn't give a percentage, but they said heavily, which means obviously it's a high percentage. You could even say 90+%, heavily overwoven with orange ray animal consciousness. However, they say, the nature of quanta is such that when we move over the boundary into fourth density, there will be a discrete placement of vibrational level. Discrete means separate, unique, and distinct. That apparently is what's going to happen in 2025. 8 different sources, as I've told you in many other weeks now are pointing to this year, 2025, is when the discrete placement over the boundary into the fourth density level will start in what they call the first wave of ascension, and this includes my own work of the Michael prophecies. So, there is going to be an absolute change. They targeted it in the Law of One. It sounded like they were saying 30 years after 1981, which would have been around 2011. And early in my career, I started to read this stuff in 96. I said, whoa, 2011 sounds like 2012. It's only 1 year off. They said about 30 years. That's the end of the Mayan calendar, and it's the end of the age of Pisces and the beginning of the age of Aquarius in the Western zodiac of 2,160-year ages. 12 times 2,160 adds up to the 25,920-year cycle, the precession of the equinoxes, okay? That cycle apparently culminates with a solar flash. The sun gives off a bright flash That's what they were predicting in the Fatima thing. The sky goes dark. They have these beautiful colors in the sky. When this happens, the whole planet has massive aurora borealis. It's very, very colorful in the sky. It's an incredible event, and you get blown into some type of psychedelic consciousness. So certain types of those experiences are like training wheels to get you ready for this. Everybody's going to be 100 times more harmonious than they are now. That's what the law of one says. Fourth density consciousness is 100 times more harmonious. So everybody on Earth, Michael says in Michael Prophecies, everybody on Earth is going to go through this as long as you're still alive. So if you have made it this far, and if you can live just a few more months, then apparently, and again, it's very esoteric, and it seems kind of hard for me to believe, but as Michael was telling me in the time loop last week, again, we have material from 1999. It's now describing prophetically everything that's going on in the present. Week by week, we've been doing this since September. All the tapes that this is recorded on are right here in this original collection. It goes back to, again, 1999. I was getting this work telepathically. I would invoke the Christ. I would invoke the power of Christ, and then I would bring in this telepathic message from Archangel Michael. I recorded it on these tapes. You can see them right here. And there was 21 missing tapes. Didn't make it into the 7 books, which I only discovered these in September, right as I was leaving to go for my sacred trip to Canada. So now we've been reading the transcripts, which I'd done in 2006 and forgotten about it, because I'm a very busy guy and I forgot about all this stuff. But I did get them all transcribed in 2006, and they are amazing. And the one we're going to read this week is the culmination of the 21 missing tapes, actually. It's really, really incredible. So these time loops that I just showed you here, again, you can see the dates on the back here. It says 6/3/98 to 2/1/99. Okay, so there's a few others in the box below this. I have another box right below this. But those are where the 21 tapes reside. So they're telling us in these time loops that 2025 is it. We're going to have a first wave. It seems very hard to believe. But on the other hand, how the hell are they committing so many prophetic, accurate remarks in 1999 to print? I wrote them in 2006. And they're all coming true now in weird coded, in ciphered forms. I had no idea that this was happening to me. I had kind of dropped all this stuff off. Richard C. Hoagland, the top guy in UFOs back in the late 90s, told me, just let go of all this Michael stuff. And I did. I went into the science, and then I went into the political stuff with the Alliance, having no idea that this was going to come back to me beginning in 2021, as I started to read it again and realize, oh my God, all the events of 2020 are in here. It talks about all the political figures, all of the wars, on a week-by-week basis. As I wrote these books for 2 years, in 22 and 23, it was predicting the future, and now we're in another time loop, and it's telling us everything's going to be fine, and we're going through an ascension experience. Non-catastrophic ascension. Very different than the traditional Christian concept of rapture, and this is going to lead to a galactic family reunion. Apparently, these ETs are going to come back in front of us in person. This is what St. Germain said in the 1700s. This is what the Roswell alien EB said, that they're coming back in 2025. This is what the guy from Area 51 said. We saw that story. And now we have a Indian cycle, a 144-year cycle that's at least 1,200-year-old prophecy, that the end of the 144-year cycle is actually called Prayag Mahakumbh Mela, and it just happened. It ended on February 26, 2025, and it's about the victory of the angels over demons. And 450 million people praying and soaking in the Ganges River in India to bring this prayer into fulfillment. That's the highest mass prayer we've ever had in the whole history of the world. So I want to make a really clear point. First of all, it says here again that the movement over the boundary is a discrete placement of vibration. The first wave is coming this year, but if you really haven't even earned the first wave, if you're not loving enough to make it up until this point, the universe does use the death penalty. So, if the karma is a life and death matter. This is why if you get bad karma, you might have a car crash, you might have a light-threatening injury, you might end up in the hospital, and you might end up dying. If you don't learn your lessons of how to be more loving, then you may hang around, and you may also die and then reincarnate where you're going to work off your karma. If you stay alive and you continue to be evil, then you're going to have even more lifetimes where you have to work off that negative karma. So many people elect on the higher soul level that if they haven't figured it out yet, it's more benevolent for them to pass away, hopefully peacefully, so that they can reincarnate on another earth that's going to be formed. People will naturally be reborn there. Mostly they'll be there at the end of the cycle, the 25,000 years. Apparently every planet has that 25,000 year cycle. They might have a few lifetimes at the end. They tighten up, they go through karma, they experience poverty, they experience hunger, they experience, being excommunicated, being hated, and then eventually you awaken your fourth density self, you awaken your heart. But people who are evil are going to have a lot more work to do in the higher realms. That's what the Casey reading was all about. So the death penalty is used if you're not loving enough. So those who stay orange might be manipulated by the technology of service to self, the usable gadget, and you might end up ingesting what the usable gadget tells you to take, the poison. So this is an important point. This system of what happened since 2020 allowed us to have a non-catastrophic ascension, because those who were not ready to see the kingdom of the Father, Mother God, the kingdom of Christ on earth, those who were not ready to see the New Jerusalem, those who were not ready to experience heaven on earth, had to get taken out of the game before it happened, because they hadn't earned it and their soul said, you're not ready for this yet. But if you're still here with me watching this now, that means you are ready, because we're only a few months away from the beginning of full disclosure, where angelic ETs will reveal themselves to us. And now, like it says in the Islamic Quran, all souls will at once behold the significance of their spiritual commitments. All time comes to a stop. This is also the prophecy of the Virgin Mary of Garabandal, 1961 to 65. They talked about the first wave ascension as well. And right after we talked about that on my show, the sun gave off the biggest flash since the Carrington event. This is heavy stuff, dude. It's very heavy to be out here talking about this, because I can't fully know if these beings are telling the truth and if this is going to happen. But there's a very compelling amount of information leading to that, including all the time loops I'm talking about. So, if you stay at the orange level, then you might have taken yourself out of the game through what the television told you to do. If you follow herd consciousness, then you ingested poison. Some of us still have lifetimes worth of karma that we need to work off. But these events that unfolded beginning in 20 have prevented there from being a pole shift, supervolcano, solar flash, ELE extinction level event. The ascension is very real, and the first wave apparently is this year. We have all these 8 sources telling us this. And how do you ascend? You have to find your shadow. You have to integrate your shadow. That is the individuation. If you don't see the shadow within yourself, then you don't realize other people are manipulating you. You stay in the animal consciousness. It's like the story about the yogi the yogi who's beating the student, and he keeps smashing the student over the head with the stick. And if the student continues to allow the yogi to beat him over the head, then the yogi continues to beat him over the head. And then finally, one day, the student's had enough, his head is all sore, and he gets mad, and he reaches up and he grabs the stick, and then the yogi says, finally you are learning. It's a great spiritual story. It almost makes me cry. Setting boundaries is integrating your shadow, realizing on the yellow ray level, your individual self is worth protecting. You are worth defending. That's when you say, no, I don't want to be hit anymore. I don't want you to do this to me anymore. I'm tired of this. And we are doing that on a collective level. The Galactic Christ Logos set it up this way. And in order for it to make the greatest hero's journey, we need a truly evil villain to springboard us into our hero's journey quest. So here's a meme I saw this week. Every time you acknowledge love, heal, and integrate your shadow self, I go hungry. A reptilian goes hungry. I mean, that is so funny. Isn't that funny? I love that meme. It's super, super hilarious. Diane Casey says, you are looking sharp, David. I love what you bring to us. We are on your side, our side. David, on your last live chat, I said something about your appearance. You responded, even said my last name correctly. God bless you, dear one. Keep up the good work. I love you. And that is Peggy Jean Pellissier. I think I got it right. Or Pellissier. Anyway, yeah, what an exciting time, you guys. And I've already burned up an hour and 44 minutes talking about this, but This really is the critical thing. It's about the orange ray going to yellow ray. It's about individuation, breaking out of herd mentality, because you decide that even though the herd is beating you, that you don't like being beaten anymore. You don't want to be hit by the stick anymore. You light your own lamp. You carve your own path through the darkness. That is the individuation that ultimately leads to the next step, which is the opening of the heart, the coming of the Christ into your mind and body and spirit, leading to ascension. And again, different people are going to benefit off of 2025 in different ways. And so you still have time. If you think that you've been too negative, you've been too fault-finding, you've been too judgmental, you've been too bitter and hateful towards other people, you still have time before the first wave to get this right. Everybody is going through a last-minute type of initiation. David, has Jack Stavatti ever took a Wilcock? I don't know here. I think that's probably somebody we can safely say, yeah, bye-bye. So anyway, that's a pornographic remark. The trolls are now deciding to donate $2 in order to try to get my attention. But, wow, David, this is deep, says Frank Barter and Profound. One of your best Sundays. I've been here for everyone. Blessings, brother. Thank you for bringing us with you. So, yeah, we do have people who are very bitter about this. They like the negative, and they don't want their reptilian friends to starve. The point is, guys, if you can't see your own shadow, you're not going to see projections of evil in the world. You won't see that the herd is evil. You will stay in orange ray. You will have a herd mentality. But here's the fun part, because the roller coaster has now climbed up to the apex. We're at the highest point, and you can get ready for a wild level of acceleration. People who are still watching TV, who haven't gotten it yet, as these arrests happen, they are going to be forced to individuate. They're going to be forced to realize the voice of the collective that they worshipped was wrong. And this is why I believe the Alliance needs me to help calm the people down, to explain to them what's really going on as we're going through all this. So I am happy to serve in that capacity. I'm happy to serve in any capacity that they want me to do. And I am literally helping to bring in the Christ consciousness to Earth, to bring in these angelic ETs, which of course that's all low-hanging fruit for trolls. But actually it's funny, because he mentioned that I did meet with Jack Stavatti in person, and he was highly impressed with my research. So it wasn't anything sexual like he was implying by making a joke out of my name, but yes, I did meet with Jack Stavatti, and he was very interested in my take on sacred geometry and physics. So we got along just great when we met each other in person. So again, I'm happy to offer my help to the world through this. I think that I bring a calming, stabilizing energy. Once people have had their world turned upside down, they're going to need to reformulate new beliefs and new understandings based on this new information to help integrate the information. And I think that what I'm doing is unparalleled. There's nobody else doing this. That's why I get so much opposition. That opposition, again, includes the subpoena. They're demanding more and more. At the same time, my attorney has had ongoing horrific negative greeting that has greatly delayed my ability to respond. My attorney's mother, I assume she's deathly ill. She's been in the emergency room, I guess, since Thursday or Friday, so we haven't been able to respond yet. We have not yet filed our motion to quash, but we still might. I already talked about all this stuff. So now we're going to review the top news stories of the week. We're going to do this fairly quickly because we're really out of time already. So I'm not going to read through all these, but I just want you to kind of get a sense of the headlines, because if you are in orange ray consciousness, you are not seeing this. If you are watching the usable gadget of television that creates distraction, anonymity, and sleep, you are not seeing the stuff that's going on. It's not making sense to you. So I like to cherry pick certain headlines and explain what's going on. We're going to get into the showdown with the guy from UK that happened on Friday. We're going to get into all that. You know what I'm talking about. I have to be very careful because, again, my screen will go bad if I say things. So it began on Sunday. Again, nobody's watching. It's down to like 40 to 60,000 people watching these shows. She was canceled, the crazed host, as the implosion accelerates. That was where it all started. That happened while we were on the air. That came out. The collapse of the cult is happening now. That was actually on Sunday, long before this event took place on Friday. That was very prophetic, if you think about it. He said he was ready to resign for the sake of peace, but only if they get membership. Well, it looks like his country's going to force him out anyway. We'll get to that. Then this was really fascinating. Some friend of hers broke confidentiality and found texts that she had sent that said that she wanted to seduce him and lure him in. So that has changed the whole story. It was all a big setup because they don't want the information that he's bringing out and all the corruption that he's finding and all the people who are getting fired. They don't want that to continue. So the best way to try to bring somebody down is a sex scandal. That's what this appears to be. Donnell McCoy, thank you, David, for all your work. Thank you very much. Okay, zipping through these. Billions of tax dollars are missing from certain relief projects. Only 2% of $4.4 billion allocated for this relief was actually used. Well, you know where this is going. This ties right back to the foundation from certain individuals, starting with C. Yeah, 2% of 4.4 billion is probably like, that means there's like $4 billion missing, something like that. It's unbelievable. Maybe even more than that. 4.1, 4.2, it's crazy. Crazy. Another meme came out. Everybody at Fort you-know-what is doing this right now. You got Krylon gold paint and you got a brick. So we're still waiting for that. That's going to be one of the things that'll shatter people out of orange ray and bring them into yellow is, oh my God, we believe that there was all this wealth there and it's actually all been a lie. We've been lied to. I don't like you hitting me. Oh, you are learning. I love it. Monday, Apple announced a $500 billion investment in the U.S., and all their good karma got wiped out, 2 days later when they changed the word T into the word racist? We'll get to that in a minute. The reason, faith in what we are doing, without which they wouldn't be investing 10 cents. Thank you, Tim Cook and Apple. Again, all of that good credit was erased by what happened later, as you'll see. Then we find out that people in certain groups, there's 3 different agencies they mentioned, this is just one of them, we're having very strange, sultry chats. We're going to zoom in on this now. This was Disclosed TV. Let's go right in on it. And it says, federal employees reportedly caught engaging in this, in which they openly discussed blah, 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 da, 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 yeah. All with around the clock and being paid by our tax money. Yep, they all got fired. This was really shocking. This was our good old buddy Uncle James. Leaked phone call that this mayor preemptively defended her trip despite what was going on. I'm only going to miss 2 days, that's it. And, most strange, she dropped a cryptic warning. Read in between the lines, hold tight, you will understand soon, as it says below, just before these terrible events happened, she warned to read in between the lines, you will understand soon, suggesting she knew what was going on. They acknowledged escalating dangers but dismissed any calls for action, said it was a publicity stunt. When pressed on concerns for 41,000 people, she offered no commitment, not my area of expertise. So, again, read between the lines, hold tight, you will understand. And just days before it erupted, she warned her source to read in between, suggesting she knew something was coming, and she dismissed all calls for action. So, that's one of the ones that's going to make people want to throw up. That's one of the ones that shatters you out of orange. It's like, oh my God, they actually wanted this to happen. They didn't have enough of the supplies that you need on purpose. They kept things empty on purpose. Again, tiptoeing here. And that's going to be a very shocking awakening. So people are going to have multiple rounds of this shock. Evil is going to be far more prominent. The Antichrist is going to be far more prominent than they thought. I also watched the entire series, 0 Day. It's got 6 episodes, and it actually ends up, I don't want to give it all away because I want you to watch it too, but the cyber attack that brings society to its knees ultimately came from some part of the government, and then the people who did it are justifying it as a political necessity. It ends up being a political cabal working with a major tech giant to create this disaster, and they said, this is what we need to give to the people. So they're setting up for these reveals. They want you to think that the things that they did were for our own good, but nobody's going to want to believe that. This was an attempt to convince their people that these various events that they have to create, as we call them, as you can see there, false, blah, 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 are a necessary evil. Not true at all. So there again are the links if you wanted to listen to that phone call. It is incredibly shocking. That was one of the big stories of the week. And then we see Secretary of Defense Pete traveling tomorrow to good old you-know-what down there in Cuba. It will be his first trip since his confirmation. He will receive briefings on all mission operations at the base. All operations. Well, we know what the operations are going to be, and it goes far beyond the stuff that they're mentioning here. So we're going to hear some other news about this as well. This is really exciting. And then it says here that they want to ensure the security and the operational effectiveness of what they are doing. Security means they got to keep it absolutely secret. Effectiveness means that they're going to need it to work. And you're going to find out a little later that just since the inauguration, they've already built 175 new buildings. Who do they think is coming? Who's being invited later on? Well, you know. You already know. This is the stuff that's going to blow people out of Orange Ray, blow them out of the TV and into individuation. It's coming, folks, fast. So here it is right here. Check this out. It said this was from this morning, I believe, or last night. They have massively expanded with over 175 new structures built just since mid-January. Holy crap. And he's ensuring security and operational effectiveness. That's a lot of buildings, and they might be big buildings too. So we may be looking at hundreds of thousands of detainees. We might be looking at millions. That's how many people, you know, they're all going to have a big party, and they're all going to have a big chat there, just like they had on the secure server. But, you know, they're all going to have to go through something. This is going to be unlike anything we've ever seen. And once these trials have happened, that's when we get the galactic family reunion. That's when we get the second coming of Christ. Not until then, but it's coming. Okay, that was all Monday. Whoa, just Monday? Yeah. Now we're up to Tuesday. And the first thing we see is that she's trying to diss the Attorney General, and you're protecting somebody because you haven't released it. No, we find out it's actually institutional pushback. And we have donation came in. Spencer offered, if we want to help normal people transition to this new information, what do you believe we should start with? He got 18 likes. First super chat. Again, you know, I follow the rule of 10%. What you have to do in order to help people individuate is you got to let them own the information. Tell them 10% of what you feel like saying. Give them one provable thing. Go and look at this. Check this out. Let me read it to you. It says there's 400 million people drawing off of this thing, but there's only 336 million Americans. What do you think that means? Let them spin their wheels. Well, you know, maybe it seems that they're actually really stealing a lot from us. Okay, now let's talk about da-da-da-da-da. And you give them 10%, 10%, 10%. If you go above 10%, you will overwhelm them. They will go into trauma and dissociation. They will tune you out, and they will hate you, and they will dump shame on you. So that's how you do it, folks. And we still see people getting deleted here left and right by the team. Thank you, team, very much for your ongoing service. And now you guys are here with me for the whole 5 hours. Alaska Pants says, about UK, if you can't defend your own, are you a real nation? Yeah, he said it twice. I agree. So anyway, very, very interesting stuff is going on here. Let's go back into it. This is what the loyal enemy is trying to do. Oh, you must be guilty of protecting someone. And then we see, this is Flynn talking about it. It's sickening, and they should be shut down, which it was. Now, in the next one, we see Pure Panic. It's Brianna Morello. She got 30 million views. That's way bigger than any mainstream media at all. We see that the FBI director has fired multiple individuals, and hundreds of them are being forced to transfer or resign. They are arguing over whether what they did was legal or not. And they said, well, it was legal because I had a court order. But then the other person said, wait a minute, you lied to the judge to get the court order. Wow. Accountability is underway. It is happening big time. Then we see that because of the press pool being changed, of course, the old guard is screeching. You can see that very clearly. We see that he was supposed to sign a deal for minerals on Friday. That all went tits up, as they say, mate. As we tell you out in the bush, they fall over and they go tits up. This is where all of a sudden anything good that happened on Monday was immediately erased like the next day, because you type in that word and it turns into the words you see on the left, 3 words on the left starting with R. I didn't do it myself. I didn't want to, but that's just so crazy. Maybe it was a rogue employee, but whatever. It was incredibly embarrassing that that rogue employee was able to do that. So then what we see from ZH is that 2 million people apparently didn't know how to check or couldn't be bothered to write anything. Well, that's because they're probably not real. And again, that's like the Social Security thing. So that would be another gumball that you feed people on the 10% basis. What about the fact that there were 2 million people that didn't answer? Do they even exist, or are their paychecks being grifted off of to fund covert operations? That might be what it was the whole time. Ooh, this is so juicy, you guys. This coming Tuesday is a mandatory hearing in Congress. Everybody has to go whether they want to or not. This person is called Jack Straw, calling it the Great Revealing, using my title from last week. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. He announced he will be addressing joint Congress. Every member is told their presence is mandatory. Why is this so interesting? Because in 1788, the Confederation Congress set the day March 4th for our new government under the Constitution to begin operating. It is the anniversary of our first Congress, and this is absolutely a new government. So if everybody has to go, I am ready for anything. Maybe, and again, all we have to do is wait 2 days. So I hope it isn't a letdown, but let's find out. I'm really excited about this one. I don't know if everybody caught this one, so if you guys want to get excited about it, feel free. It's very, very happy for me. And so you can see this is the way we were originally looking back at the time of 1789, right when this was happening. These were the original territories of the U.S. Only now do we go to Wednesday the 26th. And now here's what starts to happen. The 100 people in the sick group were terminated and they lost their clearances, an egregious violation of trust. Then, this is a very important one. We're going to crunch in on it so you can read it a little bit better. When this list comes out, this is the ultimate card. You can only play that card once. It has everybody that you want on it, and they have no way of recovering once it comes out. So you dangle it for weeks over their head. You watch as they confirm things, renegotiate, pass things. After you've squeezed them for every ounce of power and leverage you have, then you do it anyway. Well, I think that's a little bit of a violent language. I wouldn't say that. But he says that's how it's done. But again, it's not about revenge. It's about justice. That's how justice is brought about. So, this was another funny meme that came out. The world is boiling. It's back. Aliens are here. Be afraid. And he's got all the TV things there. That's Orange Ray. And here he is with his Green Ray, froggy skin. Nope. And he's grabbed his popcorn. And this one also made me laugh my ass off. The best part of waking up is ... And if you remember, if you're as old as I am, I'm about to be 52, I guess, or maybe, wait, is it? Yeah, it's 52. On March 8th. My birthday's coming up on March 8th. Thank you in advance. I will have already had my birthday by our next show. I think, right? Or no? Yeah, that's true. I think it's Saturday. So when I was a kid, we had the Folgers. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. A little bit pitchy there. Folgers in your cup. There we go. You got to articulate. The old Folgers commercial. Coffee crystals. So funny. And yeah, every morning I wake up and there's good news and I'm excited because, again, I've individuated and I'm not in the herd and I can see this for what it is. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now we find out that the agency on the top left that I've called Z sent millions over in these secret funds. We're not just talking about waste, fraud, and abuse. This is a national security problem. So yeah, their credibility is about to be completely shot. Here's another example of shot credibility. This was on Nextdoor. From the fires, there is a miserable situation going on. Nothing is being cleaned up. From those who are driving along Pacific Coast Highway, nothing is being done at all. And then Kevin says, that is correct. I drive it every day. The power has been turned on, but that is it. Nothing has been cleaned up. And then Laura says, I drove it yesterday. Very little work is being done at all. And so people are still living there. It's kind of amazing. It now takes them 2.5 hours to drive down the PCH when it used to take less than 1 hour. Like, guys, it's time to leave. It's toxic. You're breathing dioxin. You're breathing these horrible things. And then it gets even worse. This is really awakening people out there. It has become really dangerous to stay because Calabasas has a landfill. And there's a level 1 and there's a level 2. Level 2 has a double reinforced bottom. so that if you dump anything in there that's toxic, that it won't leach into the groundwater and it won't reintroduce into nature. It's got to be basically hermetically sealing toxic materials. But a level 1, like the one that we have in this particular city again, doesn't have that. You can have rainfall on it, the toxins go into the groundwater, and then you pump the groundwater into your house. And if you wash your hands in the sink, if you take a shower, if you drink the water, then you're getting highly toxic material. And this was actually decided by a judge. Nope, we're dumping it in there, and there's nothing you all peons can do about it. Unbelievable. James Bozajian, clearly he's Armenian. Everybody's Armenian ends in IAN. Bad news regarding this landfill. The Superior Court issued a tentative ruling denying the city's own request for a temporary restraining order to prevent this toxic debris from being dumped into their landfill. It's only a tentative ruling. The full hearing will be held tomorrow, and again, they lost. It's an ominous sign. Judges rarely deviate from any tentative rulings. We can only hope for better time. That did not happen. So then somebody was saying, well, they already did it with Woolsey, and then Lisa B says, this can't even compare as far as toxicity. This is the biggest lithium-ion cleanup in the history of the world from all the Tesla and other electric cars. The volume of toxic debris is from 17,000 structures burning up versus only 1,643 in Woolsey. It is a huge difference. And again, I was there on Woolsey. I saw the thing. It came within a mile of the house I was staying in up at Saddle Peak. We drove right past a 70-foot wall of fire. It was so freaking scary, you guys. So yeah, this is a hellacious situation. Calabasas is one of the richest areas in the country. That's where the Kardashians live. It's where many celebrities live. Will Smith has his house there. Many famous people live in Calabasas. Get the hell out. They're dumping all this crazy stuff in there because it's easy and it's convenient, but it's not even built for that. You can't heal from this. I don't know what the hell they're going to do, because you'd have to empty out, excavate the whole landfill to clean this up, and that probably won't happen. So you can't live in LA anymore unless you want to get poisoned, and they don't care about you. So like, wow, it's freaking crazy. And I am so glad that I moved out, and I am never going back. Not after this. That is the last straw, man. I do not want to be poisoned. So again, the usable gadgetry, right? And they don't care about you. That's what you got to break out of the orange ray. I'm trying to patiently wait for her to release the list. Everyone thought I was crazy, but today's the day. But it didn't really happen that way. And then they say here, it should be noted that the list, the files, the videos, documents, papers will come in stages. And then it's going to lead to, again, all of this other type of things that are happening and finding out the truth for the people still in Orange Ray. So we were hearing on Wednesday that it was going to happen tomorrow. She said that what happened was sick. And, you know, of course, the first round was a big letdown, but don't let that fool you. You're not going to get this easily. It's going to be a fight, and it's all staged for optics. The important, we had Nina Zerker donated, and we have Donnell McCoy. How is, I can't really read that, sorry, but you can read it. Thank you, Donnell, for the donation. We're just over 2 hours in. I'm getting through this news really quickly here. So let's go back to this. Once we get into this new phase, once we have the second round come out and the third round come out, we already have been told what's going to happen. Get this, you guys. The attorney has already confirmed that people must be arrested. This is from the stuff we're going to be reading a little bit later today. She says that prosecution is imminent. Wow. That it's deeply disturbing, that it's shocking. Many powerful things are hidden, protected, and never held accountable, but now they will finally have to face this. And it's going to be imminent. So if you were disappointed or let down, or you think like Kermit the Frog, oh, nothing is going to happen. No, 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 no. Dude, it's on like Donkey Kong. That's why I called this show The Final Battle. That's one of the reasons why I was so excited last night to do this show, because it's like, dude, this may be the most important show I ever do. What are they going to say on Tuesday, on March 4th? You know, am I even going to be able to do a show next week, or are we going to be in some internet situation where I can't do one? This might be the last time. I mean, hopefully not, but who knows, man? Anything is possible. C. Fabian, thank you very much. And we're almost hitting 7,000. Just call your friends. Say, you got to watch David. He's on fire. Let's get that up to 7,000, okay? Call your friends. 2.5 million views. Wow. And we have a United States female senator saying the same thing. This was a little bit earlier that same day, demanding that this immediately turn into these types of things of happening. First sentence there, she says that the whole thing is far bigger than people realize, an international network requiring scrutiny of logs, footage, and records. She talks about black books, and she says that there's all this stuff is going to come out. She says, let's get these people, da-da-da-da-da, and you can see the rest. So if you don't think this is going to happen, no, this is the way they need to do it. They need to, just like the higher beings and the negative beings, they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. They have to set the stage so that the orange ray sleepers in TV land are going to get blasted into individuation. So you don't have to keep worrying. You don't have to keep chewing your fingernails, and you don't have to be despondent. This is on like Donkey Kong, you guys. It is coming. It is happening. It is real. Buckle your seatbelt. Wow. 1.2 million views on that. Now we're into Thursday. I saw this as very positive, that cigarette smoking has gone way, way down. You can see on this graph here the number of people doing it back in 1988 versus 2023. It has gone from like basically 40% down to 20%. That's by half. I think that's a great thing, because I was told that this is a method. Again, it's a technology. There's poisons in there that actually create death around age 55 so that you're not a drain on Social Security. Now, this isn't necessarily positive. You see that there's been a 14.4% increase in the use of cannabis, a 25.3% increase in the use of vaping. I mean, vaping can cause popcorn lung. It's very dangerous. I would highly recommend not doing that. But it's probably still a hell of a lot less dangerous than the other option, because that is a weapon system that I've been told about extensively that was developed for decades to get to the point where it's as toxic as it is. And again, if it killed people right away, it wouldn't be any good. So they got to get you up till age 55 and then get you to require long-term medical care, because that way they can extract all of your wealth as you need this long-term care. So dropping by half since 1988, yeah, that's a really awesome statistic. I loved it to see that. It's a sign of the awakening and individuation. No, I'm not going to take what they tell me to take. So she has an important update about the files, saying it's only phase 1. We heard about this already. And this is what this BioC guy was saying. He's one of my favorites. He confirms his thinking this will be spaced out to process maximum exposure and public comprehension. It will have to be done for people like my father in digestible chunks so he doesn't throw up, and that you can individuate with enough time to process. I understand many of you don't like it. You want it all right now. This is what's going to happen regardless of what you want. Keep in mind, whatever information we get today or later on, there will be more down the road. It is normalization, not ripping the Band-Aid. So then the first wave came out, and we're going to hear about this, these influencers and how they're apparently being compromised, and that this was humiliation. That's coming up later in the show. But it was a big nothing burger, like we were told to expect, and it had, you know, all the same stuff that everybody's already been passing around for years and years online. So again, this is a battle for optics to help awaken people in Orange Ray who are sleepers. So now what we find out is that Pam is, I'm not being disrespectful, I just want to speak very succinctly. She demands everything that's been held back by the morning. Of course, it's not happening. It is a civil war going on, quite literally a fight to the death. If you did click on the link, this is what you saw, but then this was the meme that, like Scooby-Doo, you pull it away and there's nobody behind there. So that's what everybody said, oh man, it's a nothing burger. Well, this is what they said on TG. This is from the Alliance. And you read the top part, it says, we are saving the small one for last. Happy birthday, David38. Somebody just donated, Anita Tompus. Thank you very much. We are saving the small one for last. Very specific region, not mentioned a single time. And then they say, what do the social media influencers from today have in common? They all support this small country. What a humiliation ritual for them. Interesting, huh? That's a very different take. And then they also posted this video that they say they can't put it on X. Confirmation that he has to play the game for right now. This even includes who's in the cabinet. Remember, they threw massive shade on the VP, so he might not be VP anymore. He says, I can't post this, but listen very carefully. So if you watch this, and again, I have to tiptoe what he's saying is, you know, he's done all these documentaries. I watched the whole thing. It's like, what, almost 8.5 minutes long. What he's saying is that because this influence of this small group is still so pervasive, and again, I don't have anything against them. I want to see their full healing. I embrace everything about them. But at the very top, they need to have a change. That's all I'm saying. But at the top, it's really, really bad. And a lot of really bad things tie back to this. So he explains in copious detail that what we're seeing right now at this stage of the game, they have to play along. 47 has to play along. It has to appear that they're being respected. It has to, but there's also moves being set up behind the scenes. So there are definitely people who have been picked and put into certain roles what the Alliance has thrown shade on in these posts we read every week. They might not be in those roles after all. Somebody else might get appointed into those roles once we start seeing them using the 175 new buildings that they've just built since the inauguration, and also whatever that weird scaffolding is that they've got in front of the house. I showed you pictures of that. That's another thing that'll blow the skeptics' minds. Wow, what the hell is that structure doing there? It sure looks like it's setting up for something very public with all the media watching around the world. You bet it is, man. You bet it is. Maybe they'll be staying down in Cuba first and then they get shipped up there when it's time. That could be what it is. You stay in the 175 buildings. The grand finale happens right there on the scaffolding. And hopefully, you know, people will be able to handle this, but they're going to be very, very upset. And Michael has told me for a long time that one of the things I have to do is prevent the witch hunt mentality, stop people from wanting everybody to just be wiped off the map, because a lot of people are just going to get life in prison, and that's fine with me. You know, it doesn't have to turn into some big Victorian bloodbath. That's not what I'm expecting. But yeah, there's probably going to be some people who do get that penalty, and it's, dude, you cannot imagine how excited I am. That's why, again, I only slept 40 to 90 minutes at a time last night, woke up 7 times. I had 7 different dreams in one night. I feel it is very close now. And I don't know when it's going to happen. It might still be weeks away, but we just got to enjoy the ride, you know? And it's going to take time so that the Orange Ray people can individuate. That's the point. So you really want to take heed of this, because there's going to be a lot of seats changing once this happens, people that will lose their jobs that have them now. And when I looked through the first batch of documents, I found some really, really hilarious stuff. So this is what I saw, you guys. And again, there's a lot. The first thing that you click on is a list, and there's all these hard drives, and like there's the iPad, and there's this computer, and there's that computer, and there's this hard drive, and there's that hard drive. Okay, then what the hell is on there? Show us what's in there. They're not doing that. They're not releasing any of that stuff. But in there, I found some great comedy that you might have missed unless you look through it yourself. So look down in the middle here. I can't even read this. 1 red rope containing 1 V, 3 BPs, 1 set of cuffs, 1 D, 1 leash, 1 box, 1 nurse's cap, and 1 stethoscope. And then there's another red rope containing another BP. And then you got photos, you got handcuffs, you got a whip, you got a massage table. It's nice to know that there's a difference between a BP and a D. I mean, I haven't played around with that crap, so I wouldn't know. But okay, so apparently there's a difference. So when I saw that, I just started screaming with laughter. I couldn't even believe it. It's all recorded so soberly. It just really, really was funny. Anyway, next thing. The problem has been identified. It is the New York office that is doing the withholding, the actual stuff that they want. So that's what it is. It's a civil war within the country. He said that these groups actually have what they need and everything else, but they will not turn it over. And if that indeed is true, then we have a civil war on our hands, an internal civil war. Whoa. There is no other way to describe it. So that's why it hasn't happened yet. In my case, oddly, holographically, the same thing is happening to me right now. I'm being asked to hand over personal information. They believe that it's going to incriminate me. I know that it doesn't. My lawyer hasn't been able to do it because he keeps having emergencies and big jobs to do. Hopefully we'll get it to him on Monday. But that's what you're supposed to do when this happens, whereas they're not complying, which implies, unlike in my case, that they know they're guilty. They know it's going to bring the whole show down, and so you're probably going to have to go in there and actually physically arrest them and physically seize this stuff, and all this creates a big story for people stuck in the orange ray. Are you guys loving this or not? I mean, I'm so happy. Oh my God, look at that. We're at exactly 7,000 right now. Oh, sorry. Myrna Gilgore said, David, you might leave your shots up for more than a few seconds so it can be read rather than you hiding it while seeming to share it. Look, I am not hiding anything. This is the only way that you're ever going to hear this here. So please understand that. Love you, Myrna. I've just got to make that point. I would love to be able to read it in detail, but that is not even possible. There's only one way that we can get this done. Kev the Tech, I'm loving every second. Thank you, David. I think she means the slides. Yes, I am burning through them quickly. You can go back later, watch this again. This is a show you might want to watch twice. Pause it and take a look. I'm sorry if I went through it too fast. Yeah, pause and go back. Whispers to Heaven says, I mean, seriously. I'm definitely loving it, says Mary Ramsey. Paul Cannon, I love the show today. Thank you. David Salt says, David, you are the top jelly baby. I guess you're insulting my weight, but that's okay. We'll let that go. Screenshot the slide, says, we can't say that. The public health nurse, I think he is functioning in the labyrinth. Will they let the evil people into the med beds? Again, you don't need the med beds. You're going to have the ability to do this yourself. So again, David, I hope you like animation. Our studio is making an animated show about temples, nature, and ancient aliens. There's a lot of Ra's wisdom, shows how love and light can heal the world. That's Temple Lion Studios. Great. Christ's compassion felt for all. Brett Taylor, you're dropping science. This is a great show. Great show, great content, great pace. Sorry, I mean, I do read really fast. I have a very fast visual processing. Double tap, somebody says, to the left of your screen to rewind, on the right to get back to live. Figure it out, you all. Sending love. Yeah, you don't have to interact with me completely live. You can pause it a little bit. If you needed to read something, you can go back, and then you might be, 10 minutes behind, 20 minutes behind. That's okay. Terry Montag, thank you. She says, you keep getting better each show. Crazy Days Have the Faith, says Melanie Hines. The files are available on their DOJ website if you're interested. Greetings, David, says David of Shield, bless your way. Dale Val says it's called Rewind. That structure has been there for years, says Krista Litchens. That's not what I heard. Anyway, that's fine. I think they're going to be using it even if it was there. Please pause and go back for your screenshots. Great show, 100%. I have the popcorn. The Lead, 1964, you are a darling with your haircut. Okay. I love you, David. Arwin says, you are on fire. I said, y'all, David. Haha, not you all. Just saying. Haha. Okay. So, anyway, this is great stuff. I'm really happy to be here. And you guys all get it. You're on the same page with me. So, this was the rest of that slide. Again, it had almost 1 million views. And then this was the only ominous thing of the whole week. It was a very, very intense message from the Alliance. I'll leave it up on there long enough for you to read it. I need every single person to stay vocal about these topics. And again, take the time, take a look at it. I'm not going to click away. Do not lose hope or ever think about giving up. So that was really kind of provocative because it makes me say, okay, maybe they're still not really sure, 100% sure, that this is all going to work. Do not ever lose hope or think about giving up. We need to finish the job. And I know that there's a lot of top influencers who don't acknowledge this. They don't acknowledge that they're watching this show, but they get their news this way. I'm like the Walter Cronkite of the Alliance, basically, as other insiders have called me. So you can get your news here, and this is the news they're telling you. Do not get complacent. Do not stay in your seat. Do not hide this stuff. You need to get out there and talk about it, just like I'm doing. I mean, I'm doing it carefully, but I'm absolutely doing it. So please heed that message. Everybody who's an influencer. We have to put pressure on. We have to make sure that this gets done. Now we're seeing again that the gold seems to be missing, and that brings us to Friday. So Friday, we see, again, payday chaos as major banks in the UK confirm that they're having issues with their online banking and their apps. Well, that's the banking collapse thing. That's exactly what we would expect start to happen. And again, the UK is huge, right? There's a whole lot of people there, and it encompasses many, many different smaller individual countries, so to speak. You got Wales, you got Ireland, Scotland. All would be considered part of the United Kingdom. They can't get their money? Yeah, because they're worried about bank runs when this compromising intel comes out, and they don't know when it will, so this was probably a test, and we're probably going to see more of this kind of stuff. So again, make sure you got your cash stored up. So I'm going to show you this just briefly. If you want to take the time to read it, you would need to pause, but it says at the top, major banks hit by online issues, leaving customers without access to their cash on payday. A number of the UK's biggest banks have been hit by online issues this morning, leaving many customers unable to access their funds right on their payday. Second month in a row that they got hit by these IT issues right around payday. Down detectors showed a spike in Lloyds Bank, Halifax, Nationwide, TSB, Bank of Scotland, and First Direct. They both confirmed issues with their online banking systems, leaving many customers unable to access their money right when they need it. So this is huge because, again, it's a dry run for something they're going to do when people get really mad, and they're going to get scared, and they're going to be individuating and blowing out of the orange ray level, and they're going to suddenly want to do a run. So this is exactly what we've been told to expect, and it is freaking happening. So next we have the grand resurgence of Angry Daddy on the political stage. Somebody made this graphic for me on X. I forget what his name was. I think it was Tom. I'm sorry if I forgot your name, but I responded to him. We had a real fun rapport there. That is a graphic that he designed in homage to my Angry Daddy character that I bring out almost every week on this show, various points. Well, the Angry Daddy became 47, and it was wonderful. This is what we hired him for. This is what we want him to do. When somebody starts being rude and disrespectful, and they're constantly interrupting, I mean, I would have told him to stop interrupting. I would have said, look, we can't really continue this conversation until you stop interrupting me. That's the only thing I would have done differently. But if somebody got that sassy with me, I would be struggling not to laugh, because I find that kind of thing funny. Like when people are that out of alignment, I find it funny. Again, what most people didn't see is that everything was fine for 40 minutes, and then VP starts talking, and all of a sudden he gets very disrespectful, very sassy, condescending, interrupting. He's not grateful. He doesn't want to say thank you. And it just spiraled into absolute WrestleMania chaos, which I was laughing, I have to say. If I was in that room, I would be like struggling not to laugh. And I'd have to maintain a stoical composure. I would have done that. I would have kept it composed. But again, I've been through so much bullying in my life in so many different capacities, in so many different ways, ever since school. I had kids that were bullying me every day. And you learn how to make them laugh to get the bullying to stop. So, yeah, I would have been right at home in a confrontation like that, and I would have known exactly how to handle it. So, here's the headline of how Angry Daddy emerged. And again, no disrespect intended. This was just the graphic made for my character. And, you know, the archetype was there. He regrets after the fact what happened. He was desperate to get back on track. He was kicked out, and Angry Daddy was not interested. Oh my God, this was great. I mean, to me, this was a symbolic event like none other. It's the first time that we've really seen somebody get their public comeuppance in a way that was just really direct and shows the yellow ray, third density, hero, individuation in full action. I loved it. And anybody, I saw some of you guys in the comments, oh my God, no. Everything was fine for 40 minutes. He started it. He became very, very ornery. And boy, oh boy, was it a whack-a-mole smackdown, man. I laughed and laughed and laughed. Then we saw this, and I am going to read this whole thing. The MP just called for an emergency session to initiate these proceedings. See the word all in capital letters? Whoa. Against him after it devolved into a WrestleMania shouting match. This is huge. His power is collapsing in real time. That's another one that most people didn't catch that I wanted you to get awareness of. And here he is, as the infamous video now, getting kicked out by Angry Daddy. It was phenomenal. Then on the same day, Friday, they're saying it may be time for the New York office to get paid a visit in the style they are very well accustomed to doling out. This is setting up the grand battle, people getting fired, the seizure, the hero's journey, and then the big reveal, which again blows people out of Orange Ray. This is another really strange thing, right? Like, why were they dead for weeks? How come nobody found them? What the heck is going on? The open pill bottle, something of concern. And as we go a little bit further along into the Alliance section, you're going to see that he was living right near where all of these negative activities were happening. So it's either one of two things. Either they knew they were going to be on there and they didn't want the public humiliation, they didn't want to be on trial, so they did it to themselves, or he was going to be a whistleblower, he was going to be having a sassy mouth and speak out against them, and they said, oh, no, you're not, and they set the whole thing up. And I don't know which one it is, honestly. But again, there's the headline. I really loved this guy as an actor, so this was very, very tragic and sad, especially that they both did it together. Wow, just a nightmare. Now we're into Saturday. And once again, the Orange Ray hive mind all posted the same exact message, word for word, after the humiliation. If you want to click on that, I don't have the message there, but it is literally word for word the same. It's almost as if they actually don't want peace. Imagine that. And now, last but not least, we are up to today, Sunday, where it says that the UK Prime Minister announced that they are all collaborating on a ceasefire plan, Britain, France, and this other country, to propose. Well, it starts out like that, right? That was this morning. But then it turns into this. He goes out and he does a speech, and what does he say? He wants to put boots on the ground and planes in the air to defend their deal. Wait a minute. That's exactly what the whole argument was about on Friday. Meanwhile, Independent reports that their army only has 25 tanks that are operational at best, and their troops are not set up. So in poker, this is called a bluff. And the Alliance gave the first part of the message. DTV here gave the second part of the message. They only have 25 tanks, so how are they going to put boots on the ground and planes in the air? They don't have anything. They demilitarize. This is the whole point. So, unfortunately, this is setting us up for a final battle that could get messy, hence the title today, The Final Battle. I don't want it to get messy. They might not want to go easily, because if there is a peace agreement, then all the dirty stuff comes out. And they don't want that, you guys. So that's where we are right now. And it's a very exciting and very scary time for everyone. My father, again, being one of the people who is just like trying not to completely freak out about this. So, you know, we take it one day at a time. Something might be happening that's really cool on Tuesday, on the 4th. And now I have to run away for a little while. Oh my God, we broke records, you guys. We're at 7,118 viewers. Woo! Yeah! He was quite old, so it might not have been a suicide. Yeah, but the point is they were both sitting there. There was an open bottle of pills. They were both dead. And there was one of their dogs dead in the closet as well. Scary for them, yes, it was. Extremely famous, I agree, says Whitestrat64. We need to question everything. Your live stream keeps crashing, says Death Kami. I guess most people are not having that happen. But I hope that's Kangen water, your Kangen water you're drinking. No, it's not. I'm drinking water from the most pure spring in America. And it's the cleanest, best water there is. Kwan Hong Chan donated 5,000, whatever that is, yen. Happy early birthday. Have you heard of or read Rudolf Steiner's stuff on theosophy? Yes, I have. Do you think the content is good or take it with a grain of salt? Well, there's some interesting things in there. Is Steiner's cosmology accurate on densities, spheres, sporadic beings, etc.? Yeah, I mean, Rudolf Steiner was on the right track. There's some definitely interesting things in there. If it feeds you, then I would say keep going with it. So anyway, there's lots of interesting things going on right now. Our team just caught a troll. I didn't have to do that. Thank you, team. Says 7.1 thousand viewers here. Yes, says Maury Bitgood promised that. It's not crashing here. Your stream is good. Caddyshack. Yeah, so somebody else says 7.4 thousand. Maybe it went up there very briefly. Problem is the word ceasefire, says Rob of Broccoli. We need a good new word. Look and sound good here, says John Ardoin. We are the power, the royal ones. Aaron Libra says that it says 7,431 for me. Ooh, Carl Heron just donated $100. All things positive and good to you. Thanks for the important message you are conveying. My tab crashed. A lot of people. Chris Jelichins is getting 74.31. Chris Zala, the Eternum, is getting 74.31. He's the orange wrecking ball. Super show today, says Gary Hyder Music. Don't forget to hit the like button. Yes, please smash the like button. Whether we're at 7.4, I'm only seeing 7.181 right now. Everybody says the stream is going fine. I love this. Yeah, I mean, when the news supports me this much, when there's so much good news to report on, it's going to be a great show. Plus, I really wanted to bring in some great philosophical concepts about orange and yellow in the Law of One. This was a great day to do that. Oh, John Smith says, refresh your page if it starts crashing. It's on YouTube's end and not David's. Yeah. I mean, I have an incredible thing here. So, yes, go take a pee break, says Rita Penashishish. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to do that now. So anyway, once again, I've decided to bestow with you my encounter with Monica the Moose. And so again, this was the St. Jerome in his study. And the main feature is that he's got the dangerous animal, the lion, sleeping next to him with the dog. And they're totally safe. It's also mirrored in the tarot card deck with the card known as Strength. And this is not physical strength because she couldn't hold the animal's jaws with her strength of the physical body. She's a woman, but she's got that infinity thing there. And so she is holding the animal's jaws with spiritual strength. And again, I just pulled this off the internet, but the point is, this is what it takes to be a spiritual superhero. The strength to be able to have the most dangerous animal in the forest act completely tamely in front of you. And around here, the most dangerous animal is not a bear, it's not a coyote, it's not a wolf, it's not a mountain lion, it's not a bobcat, it's actually the moose. The moose is by far the most dangerous animal, but as I said last week, very oddly, this moose slept right in front of my window and was staring at me for 2.5 hours, listening to me talk on the phone, watching me build my slideshow. I said, wow, isn't this strange? So I got fearless because the moose started to come up to the house. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to walk out there with my little video camera. It's got a gimbal stabilizer on. It's a DJI Pocket 3. I said, let's just see what happens. Maybe I'll die, but I probably won't. Maybe she'll be tame and she'll be nice to me. And again, the thing that I want you to remember to watch is that I bring up at the end. We've been doing this for almost 7 minutes now. I'm going to have to go back inside. And as soon as I say that, the moose turns, looks at me dead ahead with her whole face, and does this little quick blink like this, just one blink of the eyes, and then turns her head and walks off to the right, off into the snow. It shows absolute telepathic communication with this moose. I tell her I need to go. She immediately looks me dead in the eye with both eyes straight ahead, blinks at me, which cats do that. When they blink at you, it means they love you. So she gives me a love blink, and she walks off. So I want you to listen carefully for that point in the show and watch for the blink. It happens fast, but I almost wanted to do like visual effects and put a halo around her when she blinked at me because it makes me cry every time I watch it. But anyway, this is absolutely worth a second viewing. It was such an incredible communion with this dangerous, supposedly dangerous animal. And so I'm going to take my microphone off now, and we will bring you the magical moment with Monica the Moose. Okay, the mic is off. We're going to put it there, turn up the volume, and now I finally get to go take a bathroom break. Here we go. Here comes Monica. You're always safe here. You don't have to worry about anything. You just keep on being a good girl, okay? Yeah, Daddy loves you. I'm going to go back inside so you don't get scared, okay? I was scared. Yeah. You're my baby. You know that? You're Daddy's baby. You have such sweet little eyes. And you're a good girl. And I decided today that I really love you. And you're not even afraid of me. Yeah, you can eat that crap. I don't want that crap. You can have as much as you want, Monica. You can crunch on it and bite on it. And she's looking me right in the eye. It's so cute. That's a good girl. Yeah, that's Daddy's good girl. I think you're a great friend to have around. And you know, you're just kind of, I don't think you're dangerous. I don't think you're dangerous, Monica. You had me a little worried there, though, because you were lying down in the middle of Daddy's board meeting. And I was like, well, you know, is she sick? Something wrong with Monica? But no, you seem to be in perfectly good health. Yeah, actually, you're helping me out if you clean that crap up, because I don't like it. It doesn't really do me any good. So you just hang out. I think there's plenty of good things you can eat. But, you know, I got to have time to take a piss. So this video that we're doing gives me some new stuff. I can do new stuff, Monica. I don't have to... Well, you're really getting in there, aren't you? You just love to eat. I was worried that you might be sick. You had me a little scared there. But we're having this moose encounter situation. And it's really awesome. You know, you definitely... your fur looks very warm. And you don't have to be afraid of me. I was worried that my dog might attack you, but we don't have to worry about that anymore. I just think you're good. Yeah, I think you're good. You just keep eating and eating. Because honestly, that bush doesn't really do me any good there. It pretty much just captures the snow. And the snow gets all piled up there, and it's like a big mess. So you want to graze on that and eat it down? That's fine with me. I'm really glad you're letting me get this close. You know, I would just consider that bush to be junk. I mean, I don't need it. So yeah, you just crunch away on that stuff. And we're hanging out and we're being good friends. And you're letting everybody see you, Monica. And I want you to feel really safe here. I don't want you to feel like you're in any danger at all. I know you were watching me and laying down out in my yard. But we're having a really great special encounter now. Yeah, you look kind of like a horse almost. You're like a big horse. And I don't think you're dangerous. Yeah. You want to come even closer?
That scared me.
That's okay. I don't feel scared. Not really. I mean, it's not a big deal to me. As long as you don't try to, like, kill me or something, I think we're okay.
There, that's the truth.
We're already going up towards 6 minutes, though, and that's about as much as we need.
See, I tell her I have to go.
Yeah, you just eat and eat. You're so cute. You're so cute, Monica. What do you have to say to the audience? What do you want to say to all the people out there on YouTube? You say, well, I'm just a big old moose, and I hang out in the forest, and I got this funny stuff under my chin.
No, this
hair
is
that hangs
female,
down.
Not a male. Somebody
it's no big deal.
No, it's a female.
Because I'm just your friend. You know, we get along really well now.
I could not believe I was this
And
close.
I'm not worried about anything.
Could not believe it.
You're like my pet, you know, and I can't believe that you love to eat that crap. Because to me, it just looks like a bunch of sticks. It's pretty freaking gross, actually, you know. But you just seem really relaxed, so okay. Thank you, Monica.
Bang.
Yeah.
That's the blink right there.
We'll talk to you later.
Wow.
We're going to talk to you later.
See, she's got
you
gray
go
hair
have
on
a
her
good
butt.
day. You go move around, do what you got to do, eat stuff. Sorry, it's hard to get this camera to work. I'm watching her very carefully so I don't have to go running. All right, we're going to end it now. Thank you, Monica. Have a great day. Bye, girl. All right, so there you have it. That was Monica the Moose. It's incredible. I'm going to now mute my mic and put it back on. Here we go. See, you can handle that. That didn't take very long. All right. Now we're going to go back to our show. And I'll keep this open in case I need another round of going and having a wonderful pee break. That felt so good, you guys. So again, we're setting the stage for a messy final battle. Unfortunately, that might be what's happening. But Archangel Michael has a different perspective. So we've been going through these time loops every single week. And now we're up to a very exciting moment where a new entity shows up calling itself Uriel, spelled Y-R-U-W-E-L. This may be Uriel, which is the archangel, so this might be another archangel like Michael. I kind of think that might be what it is, but I'm not sure. Pronunciations get screwed up over time. What we say as Jesus, according to Law of One, was originally Yehoshua, so that's pretty different. So Uriel and Uriel is about the same, so it might be the same being. Anyway, we're now returning to a reading that I singled out weeks in advance, and this reminds us of where this is all going in 2025. This really underlines the idea that the shift into green ray is a discrete placement over a boundary level, although there are many people still in orange ray that is holding back the transformation. We've had a non-catastrophic ascension process going on. It's very, very exciting, and it's all reaching its fulfillment right now. So without further ado, this is so beautiful. Let's dig right in. This is from 2/22/1999, and it means founded of God in Hebrew. I did not know that, so I remote viewed the word that I didn't even know that actually did translate into Hebrew. That was amazing. There is a Jewish city named Uriel, founded of God. And so founded of God, of course, means that this being is founded by God. This being is speaking on behalf of Christ. It's so gorgeous, and it really tells us where this is all going. Again, once we get to the stage where people individuate, they leave behind orange ray, they throw up and then they feel better, people get arrested, it's really shocking, but then the sleepers awaken. That's where, at some point after this happens, or has started to happen at least, we get the UFO disclosure, we get acknowledgement that we're not alone. That changes the physics, you guys. That changes the laws of the cosmos that allow these higher beings to actually appear in front of us. So the dream, it starts with a dream before it turns into a reading. That's one thing we need to point out. And then we have, let's see, Deanna Underwood here donated $20. So thank you very much for that. Celebrating your third super chat. Chris Brown, any encounter with an animal that large is potentially dangerous. Feeding racehorses as a teenager, I got bit by a horse and thrown against the wall, all because I was between her and her food. That was my fault. And then Paul Steinbach says, well done, well done. Yeah, so I knew it was dangerous, but I've encountered this animal for 7 years now as I've been walking with my dog, and I always protected her from my dog, and I was always kind to her, but I was scared of her too. So this was pretty incredible that I was able to get there. Uriel is an angel, yes. Hasn't crashed at all here yet. Says She Crabby. It's wonderful to think people in the world want a better place to call home. Okay, so let's pray for South Carolina and for 47. Absolutely, says Request the Truth. And we lost, what, 200 people. We're at 6809 now. It'll probably go back up. Every time I take a pee break, some people leave. But again, some of you guys are in Europe and you have to go to sleep, and I understand that, so no judgment. But only losing 200 is pretty darn good. So again, the reading began with a dream. Let's dig right into this. The dream was pretty rough. Some hard-drinking people from freshman year of college were making my life pretty difficult. They were harassing me in a small room where we were trying to have a meeting. And believe me, I'm going through harassment right now. I got trolls, I got subpoenas. All this is very relevant. It started to get really old really quick. And again, the battle has reached its peak this past week where they're threatening to arrest me if I don't give them more information. How ironically in touch with the FBI. Ward was one of the main characters. This is a drug-using buddy I had in college. I was talking to a really young rager chick who seemed to have gone out with him for a while. I focused in on her specifically because she didn't want to talk to me at first, and I made a point to try to crack through her shell. So she would represent people on the far left with their punk look and their weird colored hair and all that kind of stuff. And this is talking about their breaking out of Orange Ray, breaking out of their hive mentality and realizing these people do not have their best interest in mind, even though they appeared to be playing up to them. She did warm up to me and realized she was surprised to know how much of an alcoholic this guy Ward had been when he was in the suite with me. He really was a bully, actually. And that's what I'm getting right now, is bullying. So she revealed he had made a lot of progress since then and was moving in positive directions. Oh, wow. Got to acknowledge this one because I caught it. Eva3 donated $200. That's the red going on right there. Happy birthday, David. Enjoy. You deserve it. My birthday is this month as well. Thank you for helping us to ascend. And Cynthia Marie Brewer says, Monica's a star. Thank you, Eva3. I really appreciate it. Gabriel Armendariz says, I got chased by a horse one time. I was 7. My uncle swore they were his neighbors. He went to go get honeydew melon. My uncle cut it in half and had me hold half. The horse saw that and then ran at me. He said effing ran at me. Diane Casey, your stream is great. Share, share, share. Mahmoud Abadi just donated $20. Thank you very, very much. No, that's not true. So, okay. Anyway, we got a lot of good stuff going on here. Got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. If somebody wants to donate $200, that's good. So, let's go back into the slides now. Thank you for the donation. So he was an alcoholic, but now he was healing. And this is talking about people that have supported their agenda, but now they're starting to go into yellow ray and break out of the herd mentality. I was happy about that part. This is about us waking up, getting out of the orange, and healing our lives. Then Uriel says, man must have knowledge. You will be at stretch level right now if you don't steer clear of those obstacles along the way that might prevent themselves. This is symbolic language. They like to speak in code. And thus, the theory that we go on is that before the vacuum is filled by a potential such as air, there is still that vacuum point energy that exists through the superstrings throughout all matter. So this is, again, talking about free energy and filling the vacuum with potential such as air. It's really talking about, again, I believe it's prophetic of Stavatti Aerospace and what we're doing with this company. We're very close to getting funded now. So what's that first line about? You will be at stretch level if you don't steer clear of obstacles. Well, stretching is like stretching your limits. We need the knowledge. You have to steer clear of the obstacles. And again, the dream is about the people in the orange ray, the people that are buying into their agenda, suddenly waking up and realizing, no, I don't want to do this. So again, the last line, there is still that vacuum point energy that exists throughout superstrings and all matter. Superstring theory is a theory that all the universe is made of vibrating strings. It's basically right when you look at the sacred geometry. That's one way to look at it, at least. So one of the things we're doing with Stavatti is we're tapping into vacuum point energy. We have the ability to make those technologies, and we intend to bring them out. So this is, again, prophetic of what I'm doing. So right off the bat. So here's what I said. The charge cluster anti-gravity technology of my company, Stavatti, and of the Navy guy, Salvatore Pais, was invented by Dr. Kenneth Shoulders, the father of zero-point energy. This makes anti-gravity drones, which we were seeing at the time I first unsealed this in December. And this was like the very day that I got the subpoena, I think. Yeah, it was. Friday the 13th. It's the day they did it. This is right before it happened. It is this, actually, yeah, this is the last thing that I unsealed right before I got hit with the subpoena. It is this potential that demands you to awaken from within. And they had just made a demand right after I unsealed this. The entity speaks of energy and forecasts great future strides for us. I do believe that's talking about all of us, and also Stavatti. This dream deals momentarily with the issues that pop up along the way, as well as those that arrived through your study of the Edgar Cayce readings on their CD-ROM. It is so nice to see that you have arrived at a voodoo point. In other words, everything is scary. The people in orange are very scared. It's like voodoo. But we needed to arrive here to have the awakening. It might seem more distracting to you now, but you have indeed come a long way. The square root of 3 geometric spiral you saw in your dream, which is like your typical seashell, was clearly meant to illustrate your subconscious learning these things about sacred geometry and their importance. You definitely demonstrate a lot of knowledge in the dream. This part of the dream hadn't been transcribed at this point. And it is still those parts of the lower self that come to dominate figures from your past. Well, that's what we've seen with the DS. They are the figures in the past that dominated the planet, and they are coming out of the orange ray lower self. Even free engineering solitude enables us to look one-on-one at each other. Barring the gates of heaven to the unelect and the uninitiated, which is what they do in orange ray when they're trying to enslave us, is no longer the point, nor was it ever. Though for many of those in your orthodox religions, this is the attitude that prevails. And again, free engineering sounds like free energy. And again, they mentioned 0-point energy, so that's what we're talking about. This is a sort of death, this awakening out of orange to yellow. You got to puke to feel better, right? This is a sort of death, an inability to recognize and acknowledge life as it now exists throughout the dimensions, an inability to rectify one's poise with the one creator. After all, Arius was correct in his Arian heresy in 325 AD with Emperor Constantine of Rome. This is what created the New Testament. Arius actually found, I had been doing papers on this back in the 90s, that God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit were indeed levels where entire planetary races of beings may exist in peace and harmony. And that is an important point. Although there is an absolute logoic God the Father as well that is one entity, one infinite creator. But some of the places in the Bible where it says God the Father, it actually, the original language, according to Arius, referred to a whole race of beings. And then Emperor Constantine found all of Arius's references and took them out of the New Testament, edited the Bible to hide the fact that there wasn't just a perfect trinity of one Father, one Son, and one Holy Spirit, that there were actually entire realms of angelic beings, and he didn't want competition, so he deleted that out of the Bible. We're going to learn this on a visceral level when they come back in the Galactic Family Reunion this year. That's why he's bringing it up. Although we would suggest that what is commonly thought of as the Father God is so all-encompassing as for even this definition to be found severely wanting. And again, Casey's readings called it Father-Mother God, which is the original Aramaic. It's non-gendered. That's a very important point that most people totally miss. You can understand that. It's kind of hard to say, but the point is that we all have the soul substance within us to recreate each one of you in physical form. Wow, each one of us could recreate the universe. Isn't that crazy? You can project a living hologram. Obviously, this is not commonly done, as it does create a great deal of energy loss, but there are many steps that could be taken. So each one of us on Earth could be recreated as a living holographic physical form. That is what they do. They project themselves from energy into a physical human body. As I was saying, that would be Valiant Thor. That would be Saint Germain. They're describing this in the readings. I had no idea about this back then. I didn't even learn about this in my briefings until 2021. Here it is in 1999. We have the soul substance within us to recreate each one of you. These angels could recreate all of our bodies. If something bad happened to us, they could literally recreate all of our bodies as physical forms like a living hologram that they would project. And they would need to take energy from somewhere, probably the sun and the earth, but they could do it. It's not commonly done, but they could. So they're going to make sure we're protected no matter what. There is not going to be an earth change, extinction event. As we head closer and closer towards ascension, there might well be the manifestation of the right person at the right time. And this being a function of a projection of consciousness of angelic beings, even more than any normal physical human entity that might arrive. Think about that for a moment. So again, read this carefully. The projection of consciousness of angelic beings into human form, even more than a physical human entity. And again, I didn't get the briefing about them projecting into humanity until September of 21. How did they know this 9/9? Because that's what they are. So David's note, we're continuing here. I'm being so sassy. This is not new. I had no idea that the reading was so amazing. That just shows I shouldn't be trying to listen, and I definitely shouldn't be giving notes. I was a real jerk when I said that. Now the voice suddenly gets much louder and clearer. That kind of pissed them off. And I left this in to show the sassy attitude I had. This proves I had no idea what they were really saying, because it's actually a brilliant reading. Then he says, wave after wave of puzzle will present itself. Isn't that what the world is right now? Absolutely. I'm helping you decipher the puzzle. These solutions might not seem simple in coming or simple in format, And again, you know, the FBI is not giving up the information. It looks like it's not simple. It's like, oh my God, is this ever going to end? And yet the solutions beckon from a world, our world, the angelic kingdom, that knows not the inconsistencies of your third density. So they are helping us to make sure that we get through this. Our world only knows the glory of the final unity with the all there is, that is the crowning achievement of human civilization. When so much is prepared to happen before you, do not be afraid. Do not linger on the sidelines in fear, not knowing whether it is right to move forward. Do not be bullied around by the lower self. That's what the DS is doing in the orange level. They will gladly amplify your fears for you and turn them into towering demons of unwaverability. They've never wavered. They always want us to just obey, obey, obey. Do not be bullied. Do not climb the stones and believe that it is a mountaintop, when in fact all you are doing is clearing rubble away from a structure that you yourself built. Isn't this beautiful? Very poetic. And as I unsealed it just yesterday, I had finished clearing a huge 4-inch thick slab of ice that was in my driveway. Peace knows that the eagle's wings must be clipped in order for it to reach its own inner sanctity of purpose. Then I heard loud clicks in the room as I read this and think about the eagle reflecting America under the now departing administration. The eagle could also be a reference to the drone sightings we saw in New Jersey and elsewhere. The U.S. is discussing the clipping of the wings of these drones to bring them out of the air. And also, again, this is even more prophetic now than it was the last time I unsealed it, which I think was in December, before the inauguration even happened, because now, since the inauguration, the wings are being clipped left and right. The excess spending is being found. The funds are being found. All these people that were supposedly employees but really are not. 2 million of them that didn't answer the email. 400 million people allegedly drawing Social Security payments, but there's only 336 million Americans. So yes, peace knows that the eagle's wings must be clipped. And that is what we are seeing now. So this is very prophetic in the present in a way it wasn't in December. A better idea would be to push away all preconceived notions of the past. That is the awakening from orange into yellow, folks. You got to push away all your preconceived notions. And instead, live up to the present moment by aspiring to ideals that were never before even thought to be possible. That is beautiful. Pushing away your preconceived notions is how you individuate into yellow and how you open up into the Ascension. The entire charade with Mercury and Pluto is blinking in and out of your focus right now. The astrological forces, I think, express this very consistently in patterns then seen upon the physical. We remind you that your opportunity extends forward each day as you indeed again embrace the truth of your own divinity. So beautiful. So then I say here that Mercury appears to represent flight, and Pluto represents death, and the blinking are the lights on the drones. So flight, death, and blinking drones. The entire charade with Mercury and Pluto is blinking in and out of your focus. When we unsealed this in December, the drones were still being seen all the time. And it said in the next sentence, patterns then seen upon the physical, and opportunities extending forward. The drones fly forward. So that was very prophetic of the drone sightings. As Pluto has now once again become the farthest planet from the solar system, this was in 99 that happened, there has been motion indeed. I was following that story. And again, the drones are in motion. Pluto represents death. This, again, the motion of Pluto, the motion of death, sets into place the final satellite positions. Ooh, drones are satellites. I love it. Through which a reckoning may be brought about. Reckoning means payback. That is exactly what's happening right now. So this is very time-looped. I didn't have a chance to read this again, so I'm reading it for the first time since I read it in December. And the will of the Father, Mother, God must be made manifest on the earth. The Alliance is doing that, folks. Indeed, just because February 21st, 1999 has passed, do not fail to see the importance of this snapshot in time and of where it is heading. So that was the day before I did the reading. And I had believed that something was going to happen, and then it didn't, and I was all sad, and they were talking about that at the time that I did the reading. So again, right now, do not fail to see the importance of this snapshot in time and where it's heading. Don't get caught up in sadness. It's all going to be good, folks. So then I had loud clicks in the window at the exact moment this was highlighted. They know they're speaking to us in our snapshot of time through a 26-year time loop. And drones take snapshots of surveillance photos. So again, the importance of this snapshot in time is another drone reference. And where it's heading. Drones head somewhere. So right now this makes even more sense, and it's actually very close to the date that we're in now. I mean, we're on March 2nd. Last week was February 22nd, 21st that we did the show. So it's very cool. 23rd, something like that. Anyway, right around the time that I unsealed this was when the reading's 26-year anniversary was last week. This force, centered in the astrological realm, that again could be a drone reference, does represent the sudden awareness in human collective consciousness of unity within all those who seek and all those who wonder about the essentialities of the universe. Well, that's what's happening right now. As the left and right paradigm falls apart, as people realize that they've been stealing our money, we have this sudden awareness in the collective human consciousness of unity. In the dream, remember the lefty girl with the nose rings and the lip rings and the blue hair and the punk clothes. She was waking up. She'd realized that this guy had been a bully to her, and she was now seeing that he was starting to heal. So this is talking about the union of left and right. Again, that's what this new administration is. You got lots of left figures that are now in there in prominent positions. So this is really very, very prophetic. And as I said on the 13th, the drone scare is paving the way for our collective unity leading to ascension. So do not be forgotten as a sleeping entity, but rather arise. Again, television is a usable gadget that creates distraction and sleep. Step away from the television, then you stop sleeping, you will arise and breathe deep the elixir of life so that it may fill and rejuvenate your every pore and lead to peace and sustainable happiness in the immediate present environment or realm around you. So beautiful. I want to breathe deep the elixir of life. That's what I'm doing this show for you. That's why I'm so excited to be here. This is the final battle. What we don't want is for you to repeat your mistakes and indulge in old behavior patterns that you should have gotten past by this point. We don't want you to continue to stumble around in the darkness, bumping into things and cutting your legs and arms in the process. And again, it's interesting to note that part of the fever that I had on Tuesday involved me being dizzy and stumbling around. And this is also prophetic of my friend Artie. The reason why he had to go into the nursing home is that he was stumbling around, bumping into things, cutting his legs and arms. And now we've got him in a single and everything's great for him there. So shout out to Artie, man. And he's been really helpful. Oops. It is time for the bruises to heal, for the dark colors. This is for all of us and for our country and the world. It is time for the bruises to heal, for their dark colors to be renewed with healthier counterparts, so that your bruises are no longer necessarily visible. Because again, some bullies will take advantage of that if they could see it. Psychologically, I mean. We understand that you have many as a planetary culture. And again, this is because we were stuck in the orange ray, holding us back from going into green. Hive mentality, herd consciousness. Our only comment is for you to begin scooping up those other selves around you who can be of greatest assistance and try to teach everyone the basis of world peace and understanding. We have a cup before you that awaits your triumphant return. This cup is the grail. It is the knowledge that comes from the acceptance of yourself as the divine creator. When you can see that you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator, as we say in most of the prayers at the end, when you understand the law of one, that you can't be abandoned by something that is yourself, that your own awareness that you're using to listen to me and Archangel Michael and Archangel Uriel right now, that awareness will always exist. You will never die. You will exist forever. That is the Holy Grail, the knowledge that comes when you accept yourself as the divine creator and you try to teach everyone the basis of world peace and understanding. And right now we're having peace negotiations. Peace negotiations with Israel, peace negotiations with Ukraine, They're trying to come up with a deal. Everything is happening in real time. It's very exciting. So this is so beautiful. It is this deepest meaning of the Grail and the knowledge that it represents, namely the concept that each individual is also the Christ. Whoa. A far too esoteric concept for many, it nevertheless rings true, and it resounds unto the deepest and farthest reaches of the universe. Not everything in our pamphlet book comes on a schedule or in the way that we had planned it. The Alliance's plan certainly hasn't been that way. Remember, when studying Earth Change prophecies given by Edgar Cayce, through this body that has now reincarnated as David Wilcock, we do see that the work was being done prior to the advent of World War II in the physical sphere. As you may or may not know, it was through an extraordinary effort of angelic forces that H was stopped in time. Many lives had to be lost once the code was broken in order that the Allied forces not give away their knowledge of the code itself. This is very prophetic of the video that the Alliance just posted this past week, only on TG, that I said I can't really talk about it too much, where it said they have to pretend to be playing along with the small country. They can't really say what's going on. There's people in the cabinet, there's appointees who are probably not going to be there once this comes out because of their misplaced loyalties, and maybe they're actually a member of something, maybe they're working for somebody behind the scenes. So they can't give away the code right now. The Alliance just basically issued a public apology on TG and explained that. This is the same thing, except in this case it's talking about Germany. Amazing, amazing time loop once again. So many lives had to be lost in order that Allied forces, the Alliance, did not give away that they knew what the code really was. Entire cities needed to be allowed to be bombed. Now we have LA fire, which hadn't happened when I read this in December, right? So again, that's very prophetic. Entire cities need to be allowed to be bombed and destroyed. In this case, it's fire, so that H would not be aware that they had cracked and intercepted his code. This is exactly what's happening. There was no way to save LA, unfortunately. We just talked about, I said on December 14th, which was, I guess, the day right before we aired this, we just talked about how the Alliance may have had to allow fraud in these 2 years in order to avoid revealing that their code had been broken. There's another example of it, but it's still going on now. It was a great victory for light and spirit in all senses that H was defeated, even as the nuclear events represented perhaps the greatest catastrophes of all time. Of recent times, that is. That would be Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which is how Japan was defeated. You see that these things have occurred in the past, as has been duly reported in your Mahabharata, Rig Veda, and other religious texts. Those are both Hindu texts. So, instead of becoming concerned about it, use the knowledge as a platform or vehicle. That's another reference to drones. Use the knowledge as a platform or vehicle through which you can again contact the deepest, most intimate parts of yourself with the aquatic seaquarium, as many subjects within it, all of which merrily float around and are content in their space. And in the comedy skit that I had played the last time we did this, I had referenced dugongs, and I said, mate, they're really dangerous. You don't want to get in the water with them buggers, mate. They'll tear you apart, mate. Them dugongs, mate, they're really dangerous. You don't want to get in the water with them buggers. We got a lot of dangerous animals in Australia, mate. I got to grab this in my teeth and really hang on to it, mate. It's just going to fall on my shirt. It's going to bloody burn me, mate. So that was prophetic to our last show. And now after the LA fires, it's like, well, yeah, LA is right on the ocean and you see whales all the time. So that would be the aquatic aquarium. So it actually still fits. And the platforms or vehicles may have really been used to start that whole conflagration, that fire. So too does your world exist. Like an aquarium now perched in the middle of the living room of the loving forces that watch you and feed you with these words, day by day, seeking to never undermine the importance of every small step of progress that you make, but rather to heartily celebrate it. So they look at us like we're all in an aquarium and they can see everything in the aquarium. Know then that there will be the time for you to transmute your physical vibrations and come from the aquarium, so to speak, out of the aquarium and into the greater room itself. This is the Ascension. So he's directly telling us you will transmute your physical body, you will activate light body, you will step out of this weird little prison that they're likening to an aquarium into the greater room itself, which is the higher dimensions in the universe. This is Ascension. How beautiful. I mean, honestly, I'm getting chills. My hair is standing up. What a beautiful reading. We got 6,500 people still watching. We lost some people over in Europe. That's okay. You guys will come back later anyway. You will be exposed to an outside world, never before thought possible, the world outside the aquarium. Extraterrestrials, other planets, space travel. Isn't this exciting? It is a world of light, sound, and color, so vast and incomprehensible to your current ego mind that words fail to do it justice. Indeed, we are not capable of describing with language the subtleties and intricacies of living in such a realm, only to comment that it goes beyond your wildest dreams and expectations. Whew. Bring it on. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. As you move closer towards this event, which they said was going to be this year, 2025, you are also given the knowledge of those learning curves that all must progress through along the way. And that's what creates the rival of yellow out of orange, right? You learn that you've been a slave. You learn that you've been lied to. You learn they've been stealing your money. And you can see that there are indeed many different paths to the one. So instead of letting yourself be caught up in the day-to-day rigors of physical existence, bathe in the light of your true being and of what is so soon to happen. And again, they say it's going to be this year. Wow. This is very prophetic. All the other things are so time-looped. I doubt that they're lying. I really do. I believe this is going to happen. I don't know how, but I'm very excited about it. All else represents a transient and fleeting issue that will dissipate, as does the dust in the hand, in the advent of a sudden whipping wind or maelstrom. Well, remember, there was 100-mile-an-hour winds when the LA fires happened, 100 miles an hour. That's what caused it. So again, this was first unsealed around the 14th of December, right before this all happened in LA in early January. So they knew the fire was coming. Sudden whipping wind or maelstrom. Fire was a maelstrom. So it's partly talking about the storm, and I had unsealed it originally in a very, very bad hellwind storm. 27 standard speed was very bad. The placards that we carry around give our names. We understand this more in terms of vibration than of any physical structure of language. That is why it is not our habit to give out names as such, yet I am Uriel, spelled Y-R-U-W-E-L, who speaks to you now. And again, in 2013, I apparently had been looking at this. After I'd transcribed it originally in 2006, I read it again in 2013. I just looked this name up, and it actually is the name of a Jewish city in the Old Testament, translated as founded of God. And they got it word for word, letter for letter correct, which I did not know. That was perfectly remote viewed. Amazing. So this is probably Archangel Uriel. That would be my guess. Depending on where we are moment by moment, the lay of the land can be seen in your immediate future. Ain't that the truth? They're talking about the time loops. As Casey himself often said, you could do the same work that I do if you are willing to pay the price. The price that he speaks of is the ability to set the ego and the self aside, to then open the way so that there is a passage in the heart, that's the green fourth density, that allows your higher self to meet with you. This is the Christ. Higher self is the Christ. I, Uriel, continue to seek this understanding, and I continue to express the greatest joy and admiration in every step that is made in me along the way. My compatriots also include those others who would be equally surprised at the progress that I might make. So then I quoted from Law of One, 1622. In previous communications, you said that there's actually no past or future, all is present. Would this be a good analogy? And he says, there is past, present, and future in third density, but In an overview, such as an entity may have removed from space and time, it may be seen that in the cycle of completion, there exists only the present. We ourselves seek to learn this understanding. So let's go back just for a second here to the previous thing, because he says, I, Uriel, continue to seek this understanding and express the greatest joy and admiration. So this means he's seeking the full Christ consciousness, the full unification. So again, here it is. In the cycle of completion, there exists only the present. We ourselves, coming from sixth density, seek to learn this understanding. At the seventh level or dimension, we shall, if our humble efforts are sufficient, become one with all. Then we will have no memory, no identity, no past or future. Wow. We exist in the all. Isn't that stunning? So then he says, yet I am aware that a certain city arises into being and form. This is obviously talking about the New Jerusalem, the heaven on earth, the kingdom of heaven on earth, the kingdom of the Christ. That is the city. That is described in the book of Revelation. That is talking about the transformation of the earth into fourth density and ascended beings. I am aware that a certain city arises into being and form, and it is a city too unspeakably vast and glorious and beautiful to be rendered in the physical terms right now. And again, this is the New Jerusalem ascension metaphor. He says, that is why when we have a good story, there also has to be a good ending. And boy, aren't we getting that now? We are on the edge of our seats. This is the final battle. Once the second round of list comes out, it is game over. When the author writes a beautiful plot with all the necessary twists and turns and the attendant crises and such, is it not also fitting for the conclusion of the book to be that penultimate resounding moment that ties it all together so beautifully? And again, what was weird about this is that I unsealed this an hour before I got the subpoena. This car drives up to my house. I'm like, who the hell came in here? Who would do that? I walk out. There's a guy with a big police badge on his chest. And he says, are you David Wilcock? And I'm like, yeah. And he says, I'm hereby authorized to serve this to you by order of the Bordelcounter Court. Da-da-da-da-da. And it's like this inch-thick stack of paper. In fact, just for visuals, I got it right here. I still have it. And again, they just threaten to arrest me if I don't continue to surrender personal information because they believe I'm guilty of something I didn't do that they think caused them great damage. And that's what they're asserting in this countersuit that they filed. So again, you know, in order to defend my constitutional rights against double jeopardy, I'd have to hire an attorney, and we're looking at $15,000 to $20,000, which I now have. But we've decided before we go that far, let's actually give them everything that they ask for so there's no implied guilt by hiding anything. And that's what we're doing. And we're going to do it on Monday. Most likely. So how weird that this synchronizes with what's happening with the FBI and the fact that they don't want to give over the information. They want to withhold information. So again, 1 hour after I unsealed this for the first time, and I was in tears, it was so beautiful, is when I got that subpoena. But the reading was so beautiful that it kind of kept my mind from going down into a dark place. And so really, really fascinating because they're talking about the conclusion of the book. And again, this is the last real time-looped reading that isn't going to be part of what people who bought Michael Prophecies already are reading in book 4. Now, I'm going to read them to you. If you haven't gotten the books, that's fine, because, you know, you're not going to have to, but there's still many, many more in the books than what we're ever going to read in these shows. So I do expect the time loop to continue, but effectively, if you bought the books, the Uriel reading is the last really big one left that I haven't already unsealed in the time loop. And now we're right at the end. We're in the final battle. So the synchronizing is so amazing. So amazing. So yeah, there's been lots of twists and turns, crises that I've felt because of being accused of this crazy stuff. The conclusion of the book is a resounding moment that ties it all together so beautifully. Prepare to re-enter the physical sphere in a body that is transformed into light. This is your ascension. If you've been following the teachings of Christ, then this will happen to you. You will walk among those who have not ascended as the Christ itself, a projection of our infinite beingness. You will be a luminous divine being, capable of miracles. Again, you don't need medbeds. And speaking of the world beyond, because you will remember all these things about the greater world. outside the aquarium. Oops, we got a couple of those. Do not fail to hear us when we speak of these prophecies. They rarely speak this directly, so this is very strongly worded. Do not fail to understand the importance of what it is that we are saying. And again, that's why I'm out here every week, you guys, sacrificing everything else I've got to do this. All of you have the opportunity to fulfill the Christ pattern through this symbolic death or crucifixion of the ego in order to allow the ascension to then take place. The symbolic death of your orange ray, hive mentality, follow the leader, pack mind consciousness. That is the crucifixion of the ego that leads to individuation. It is when you decide, I don't want you to hit me on the head with the stick anymore, and then the master goes, oh, finally you are learning. Oh my God. Tracy Lynn donated $100. Thank you very much. She says, much love to you for the wonderful work you are doing for humanity. May God bless you abundantly. I certainly feel that blessing, and we still have 6,500 people here despite the European die-off. So I'm really glad you guys are here. This is just really wonderful. Rambicon Dan says, thank you. I'm just a cheap person. I don't pay for that stuff here or on Rumble. It's my own problem to deal with. No, it's okay. Enough people donate that I'm not judgmental of anybody who doesn't. If you do donate, I really thank you for that. But we certainly don't need you to do it, and I'm not judging you if you don't. I just want to make that clear. Fernambulax says, we love you and Steven Tyler. Do you think Steven can be in your next documentary? I don't know. We'll find out. But anyway, Steven is a good friend. I haven't spoken to him in a long time, but I hope we can talk some more in the future. We might hire him to do something for Stavatti if he's still got a clean name after all this stuff happens. I hope he does. I hope he does. Anyway, they say do not fail to listen to how serious this is. As your ego crucifixion, the destruction of orange ray animal consciousness continues to occur, be ye not dismayed by that which comes up upon the altar of sacrifice to be purified. Just like I had to vomit this past week. That was intense. If you continue to hesitate and falter in chopping off those portions you no longer need, you will find they grow into tangled quagmires that will continually drag you down until they are processed and dealt with as such. So chopping off is interesting because you remember, you remember that they mentioned craft a meat cleaver in order to do this last week or 2 weeks ago. And then we had Chuck Schumer say, you can't take a meat axe and chop all this stuff away. So now they're referring to that again by saying if you hesitate and falter in chopping off what you no longer need, it will grow into a tangled quagmire, continually dragging you down until you process it and deal with it. So all this stuff is obviously talking about who let the dogs out, the fraud and the waste that they're uncovering, which we didn't know was going to happen back then. I mean, we'd heard about it a little bit, but what they've uncovered is shocking. All these fake employees that are getting paid $2 million at least. 400 million people allegedly drawing these benefits, and there's only 336 million Americans. That's all talking about the chopping off of portions you don't need. And if you don't do that, if you hesitate and falter, they grow into tangled quagmires that continually drag the world down. That is the DS. That's what we're dealing with right now. So this is very, very prophetic. The essential knowledge comes from those explorers who have gone far beyond the realms traversed by those of your NASA in outer space. You could indeed build structures that would allow you to travel the physical universe far and wide. And this is another one of many prophecies of my company, Stavatti Aerospace. Well, it's our company. I'm not the only one. Building space travel technologies. Building structures to travel the universe far and wide. And apparently we're much closer to that than we realize. We already have it in the secret projects. It's going to be declassified. We're going to change in ways we can't even imagine. Even in this apparently magnificent accomplishment, including the anticipated discovery of extraterrestrial structures on the Moon and Mars, for example, whoa, he says, you still have accomplished nothing. So even though that sounds great, you've accomplished nothing because it is in these higher realms that you then discover all of the planets in your solar system are already teeming with angelic life and capable of sustaining higher density frequencies as such. This is a teaching the law of one. All the planets are inhabited. No longer would you perceive there to be a physical space that you needed to travel through. Ooh, that's like stargates. but rather the boundary lines were weak enough that it could be easily manipulated for your own use. You will create your own Stargate. When an angel has a halo over his or her head, that's because he or her can fly up into that portal and travel through it to go somewhere else. That's the portal waiting to be used. It's a fascinating reinterpretation of what the halo really means. And again, that's what he's saying right here. There is no physical space you have to travel through because you're only traveling through yourself once you realize you are the universe. The boundary lines are weak enough that it can be easily manipulated. And we have Johnny Samsara, who just donated. Just a question. After Ascension, is there still an opportunity to cleanse ourselves and raise our vibration with respect to the Christ consciousness? Absolutely. That's the whole point. It's a massive healing. It's a massive cleansing. And it's ongoing as you go through Ascension. Neither should it be seen as an accident that you continue to grow and develop. This is part of the plan of the universe. They just answered your question, dude. Listen to that. How crazy is that? That's wild. They just answered your question. That's amazing synchronicity. There are watermarks that you may reach at various times, but understand that it is as the dam in the river. And once you reach the next point, you are not going to go back upstream to a previous dam. This is like the fourth density change, right? As you continue to flow with the energy that is coming in, and continue to open your heart in free and loving acceptance of what must transpire. We must go into fourth density. The Christ must return. You will indeed become purified and whole in each and every moment. No matter what you're dealing with, we are all going to be okay, including this crazy legal battle I'm fighting. As the Lord sheweth thee the way to bliss and to unity with all creation, do not run and hide in your sense of separateness from him and her. Instead, let your throat fill with sound as you sing the praises of the one infinite Creator, knowing full well all the while that this one is you, and you are it. Do not fake yourself out with exceptions and define limits on how this would function. Do not fail to see your unity. This is so beautiful and poetic. I can't even believe it. My God. You, as the spiritual spark of the divine, having a human experience, have as your destiny the process of discovering self in each of the different densities over and over again. It is a continuous evolution process. Again, answering the question we just got. Very synchronistic. And as we have said before, the universe itself is in a state of becoming and is not solid. So, the one continues to grow and develop as its various constituent parts continue to rise in frequency towards that home vibration that will realign them permanently with the all there is. This is everybody's destiny. Understand that at this point there might seem to be the death of the ego or the death of any identity that was created before. However, it is our knowledge that there would be only that one identity left. And by your consciousness returning to that oneness, there is the greatest peace and excitement ever made from this. When you understand the vast complexity and scope of the one, it boggles your minds and the confines within them. Indeed, the realm of the creation governed by your confederation of planets, as it has been called, is almost nothing in terms of size compared to that which exists. And that's just, they apparently govern a small part of our galaxy. So that's totally true. And thus, each full planetary civilization, as is yours, presents only one grain of sand on a beach that stretches as far as the eye can see. And yet, too, can you see that this beach is one, that you may walk it and enjoy it at your leisure? You become the beach, become the water, become the sun and moon, and all the divine forces of light. I know that you will never again allow the fungus to grow over you. It's probably what made me sick, so it's reference to my puking. Yep, fungus was in my stomach, I puked it out. That's pretty interesting. Let's start again. I know that you will never again allow the fungus to grow over you, and those parts that have not yet reached attainment are allowed or forced to rot by the self. Remember, the turkey breast smelled rotten, I ate it anyway. All that we can speak of can be done when the authors make a steadfast move towards recapitulation of their personal vibrations and away from the eating and digestion of foods that would hinder their progress. Boom! Whoa! Yep, puking was on the agenda. They knew I was going to have that happen because I ate and digested foods that hindered my progress and I had to vomit it out. How about that, man? Wow. Wow. Woo! I love it. Instead, be alive with the fact that a cleansing is being engendered. Yeah, puking is a cleansing. That's what happened to me. If you throw up, you'll feel better. Instead, be alive with the fact that a cleansing is being engendered and that this will pave the way for a glorious future, far more beautiful than you can currently even conceive of. Whew, amen. The messianic harps that will be played by the angels are indeed referring to the second coming of you, awakened Christ self. So, become your own Messiah. Prepare for your ascension on the Mount of Transfiguration. You will not be found wanting, and you will not be left wondering what it is that you should do with yourself, as the answer will become evidential once you pass into this higher realm. It is painless and free, and it will be the most joyous experience of your life, or of any life on earth previously before. It's so beautiful. So strengthen the liver and do not allow the issues of anger to take hold over you. That sounds like another reference to me throwing up. I wasn't strong enough to hold it down. Strengthen the kidney. Be not subjected to fear. Strengthen the stomach. Be willing to process those pieces of information that are fed you. Yep, there it is again. Throwing up. Strengthen the feet and prepare to walk in truth and support your path. Strengthen the eyes so that you might see clearly and know what is in front of you. This type of repetitive thing where they have a motif, strengthen the da, strengthen the da. It's a very common thing that you see in revealed teaching, spiritual literature. Buddha does it a lot in the Dhammapada. There's phrases in the Bible that are like this. To everything there's a season, and a time for every purpose under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. And it goes da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. That repetition is one of the ways that the Spirit loves to talk. It's also in the Hindu Vedas. There's places where it shows up in there as well. It's very, very common. So this is very interesting because that's how a lot of religious scripture talks. Okay. All these things come about when you leave the offering of self as the bread of life. And then we started a new tape. So on the last tape, the dictation cut off. I believe it was talking about the raising of the leavening of the bread of life. The reading ended at that point, so that was the end of it. I subsequently went through probably 2 or 3 REM periods. The tape got all messed up. The microphone got tangled in my arm. This is the negative interfering with the reading. The tape ran out. It was a bad scene. So again, the negative greeting against the tape machine stopped my high-level connection from coming through, just like we're seeing with my attorney, and everything is happening. So the Michael prophecies are coming true now. And again, if you'd love to help us, the best way to do it is to download the Michael prophecies. There's 7 books and 35 hours of video that are beautiful. It's shot on 6 camera angles, 7 if you include the slides. And as I've been doing every week now, we're having an additional $33 discount off the best Michael deal ever. You can tap into this beautiful fountain of wisdom for $144. Get all the words delivered digitally right away. You can watch the videos. You can read the books immediately. See how all the dots connect to reveal the Ascension. And I really do recommend that you do this, although I think most of the people who have already, they've already got it. If you're in the audience here, if you decide you were going to get it, you probably already did. So sales don't really happen that much anymore, but they do still happen sometimes. And Chris and I are considering doing a new paid course where he's going to drop a whole bunch of new disclosure and really not hold back. So be on the lookout for that. It will help us to raise some money if we need to. We might end up doing that, but we're also very busy, so I can't promise that it's going to actually happen, but that might actually happen. We have talked about it. So right for now, this is the only product I have. I don't sell anything else. Go to thedisclosure.com and you can get all of this, everything I've done over the last 4 or 5 years for only $144. It's $189 off what I intended to sell it for. Over 35 hours of video that's all amazing, very beautiful. Type in the discount code when you check out, Concrescence, and again, the website is thedisclosure.com. And now, without further ado, I bring you the latest Alliance posts. You can check on this name if you want to go see it yourself on X. I got to be very circumspect about what I do and do not say. And again, due to the nature of the way they communicate, we are not going to be reading all the words because almost every single post they gave this week has a video attached to it. And the way you decode the video, every single post has a video attached to it, and then the video, it has to be decoded by counting the number of seconds. You count how many seconds the total runtime of the video is, and then you go back to the original posts from 2017 with this particular nomenclature, as you know what I'm talking about. Edgar Deanda, do not be afraid and disregard distractions. Thank you very much. Thank you for the donation. So anyway, when you understand that the number of seconds of the video corresponds to these posts from 2017, we then go back and read them. And at this point, there's only like maybe 3 of them in the whole week that are new. We've read all of these in many other shows before. And also because we're in the final battle, we're very close to the end, they pushed out a whole bunch of posts this week. That's why I started working on it at 4:30, building these slides on the posts. Yes, I had dinner, but I didn't get finished until 10 o'clock, and I had insomnia all night after I put this together. So this part of the show was built in haste very recently, but I did it all correctly and properly. And so again, you look at the number of seconds, you read the post, but because there is so much text involved, and we've seen almost all of these before, I'm only going to read the highlights. So if that upsets you, I'm sorry, but you can pause the video and read the whole thing if you want to. And also, in many cases, I cannot read the stuff if we want to keep on having fun. You know, so every week I'm risking the whole possibility that this could all go up in flames, and I won't be able to do this anymore, and you won't be able to do super chats anymore. We'd have to find another venue, another way of doing it. But I try my best to prevent that from happening. We really don't want to lose our show. So I have to just be exceedingly careful. And some of the posts, I really can't read any of them because they're so incendiary. But you can go and read them, and I will try to highlight what is important on each one. But again, this week there's a whole bunch of them. We're already at 3:45 my local time. And so I got to get this done fast. So we are not going to read all the words. And again, we've seen almost all of these before. So we're just going to blow through it pretty quickly. But I will read all the words in the posts that I can. But then again, some of the posts that we see here have words in them that I absolutely am not going to be reading. That can happen a lot. Plus, last week we missed a few of them, and there's so many this week I did not have time to get the ones from last week in. But we're going to start by reading a few more from last week that I didn't have time to attach the posts to. So we already saw these last week, so I'm going to blow through these pretty fast. But we are going to look at the posts that they linked to, which I wasn't able to do last week. So without further ado, here we go. Let's roll the tape. Okay, first of all, very exciting news that a UFO was seen over California around the size of a football. And so it says this was reported by a U.S. Air Force pilot. He was having a secret flight over California in this newly leaked audio. He was on an undisclosed military mission tied to DHS and said it was dark and cylindrical, passed dangerously close to his jet. It wasn't just a visual sighting, it was also on his radar. So I believe they're setting up a big future disclosure. They know so much more than we can imagine. They're already traveling the cosmos. The Alliance is an amazing thing, you guys. So we got 137, that brings us to 97, which, oh my God, right when they mentioned the UFO, they got the 10 Days of Darkness post, the classic one, which again means that we're expecting that there's going to be up to 10 days where we're not going to have the power on, where we're not going to have what our normal conveniences would be. We're not going to have the internet. Total Todd says, this is my favorite part. Thank you, Todd. And so 10 Days of Darkness literally means like no internet, no power, and arrests are happening and there's military activity. So I believe that this suggests that a blue beam event may happen during the arrest. So UFOs could become a big part of our future very, very soon. So it starts with this game theory. Why is this relevant? All that stuff I can't read. You can look at it. They're talking about General Flynn. What is his background? And apparently he knows where the bodies are buried, and he's going to be knowing a lot more. Military intelligence during the previous administration that was referred to here. Now look at this. Disinformation exists and is necessary. 10 days of darkness, a war of good versus evil. Well, UFOs are going to be involved because that's what they just showed us. This is very exciting. The roadmap of the big picture is here. Review post-happenings, clarified. We are the silent ones. Wow. Others are monitoring, both friends and enemies. Unbelievable. Then we see the Attorney General is ready to reel them in. She's announced the imminent release of these various things, as you can see in the first sentence. And again, that just happened on Thursday, but it was only phase 1. She was just briefed on it yesterday and confirmed a massive trove of documents is set to be made public. We obviously haven't seen most of them yet. Strong and specific directive has been issued and it will be followed. They have every single piece of footage. Whoa. That's a good reminder. I'm glad we saw this again. Post number 50 has some interesting stuff in it, talking about billions in cash being sent to our enemies. Yeah, that's going to blow people out of orange big time. I got to be very careful on this one. And who really controls these enemy countries? Think of a powerful entity that benefits from war. And we have Suge Knight, confirming that he was at these particular incidents. Oh my God. So that could be coming out very soon, and you better believe the machine is going to fight back against that crap. He's dropping bombshell claims. This individual was a confirmed guest, and also the other individual. It wasn't just politicians. There were also presidents, preachers with various issues, other high-profile figures, and he had everyone there. Man, so, and then they're saying that people have to be arrested? Woo, baby. And then you look, that's 222, that's 142, which is referencing the Titanic and the Hindenburg events. So this is talking about how the DS eliminates people they don't like. So again, this is a warning that that's what they're going to do before these people ever get exposed. The battle that we're seeing right now is the final battle. So let's dig in. Family-wide, the bloodlines of the 3 families. That the guy that we think is so evil, he was only a puppet. And he had a handler. And then they're talking about Angela and that she actually might have been his daughter. You look at their faces. It's very, very similar. It's very creepy. Think about that in your mind. Compare the 2 faces. Ooh, wow. Isn't that true? And they're talking about the Titanic, where this was people that opposed the creation of a foreign-backed currency. It's no longer United States dollar. Those are the people that were lost in the Titanic. And they framed it as a tragic love story. And what really happened to the Hindenburg, apparently this was another example where they did the same thing to scare people. And then, just like my father, the truth would put 99% of the people in the hospital. So we have to be ready for them and reach out to them. Then they say this is the most important interview before it comes out. And the lawyer continues to deny any ties between these various entities. Well, that's because they don't want this to ever come out. This is a big part of the puzzle. They keep telling us this week after week, and I fearlessly give it to you. I have to do it indirectly, but you know what I'm saying. He openly acknowledged his long-standing work for this same entity. My God. He's confronted about the so-called event that took place, and his response says it all. Wow. So 2 minutes and 5 seconds. We didn't get to this last time. That's post number 125, which is a photo taken out of the window of the president's plane, Air Force One. And again, this suggests once more that 47 is going to be airborne once they conduct these operations that might last 10 days. Well, if he was in our plane, he'd be able to fly a lot longer. We hope that they'll take that on. Anyway, there it is. Then she confirms she already has a list on her desk. Another very exciting thing, the files are already being reviewed as well as JFK. Should they be reviewed first or released immediately? Well, I think they knew that it was not going to be released immediately. They anticipated this, and they were setting that up, which is now prophetic the week later. So 27 is the one that says not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. And they were just talking about a particular country, so you can see what that means. Much will be revealed. We want transparency, but not at a cost we can't recover from. Another really exciting thing from last week that we didn't get the chance to read the corresponding post, disclosure is coming really soon. He says, oh my God, the rising rates of autism among children could be linked to something possibly happening in the air. What? I mean, some of this stuff you just got to, whoa, autism, something in the air with, whoa, just don't breathe when you go outside. You know, just only smoke. That's all you have to do when you go outside. Boy, you don't need to breathe none of that crap. Whoa, oh my gosh, we got a big donation. Thank you very much. Julia in Georgia. There it is right there, if you see the red. On 2/28, I was at one of 3 registers in a small store with 20 shoppers. One man had to say his birthday out loud. Turns out all 3 of us at the 3 registers had the same birthday. Grok, the AI on Twitter, X, says the chances of that are 1 in 30.4 million. Talk about a synchronicity. What is the meaning? Well, that means that we're all getting ready for the big reveal, and this was all telepathically orchestrated by your own angelic higher selves that you're going to be much more in touch with after the first wave. We have Stephanie Marsh says, thank you, David, dear friend and divine speaker of light, love, and truth. People are really excited about what we're doing, and we've still got the moderation team working, and they are smacking down our band of demonic trolls as we speak. Debbie7968, I feel like I'm living in a sci-fi movie. Tell me about it, Debbie. All right, I want to keep going because, again, maybe we can get this done in less than 5 hours. I have no idea. It's probably going to take that long anyway, so let's just keep moving because I don't want to be here all night. So then he claims other countries and the Dutch in Pennsylvania don't have the issue and remain healthy, maybe because they're not being singled out for these types of operations, whereas urban areas are. That's why you're really better off not living in a city if you can at all avoid it, because that's what they're going to target the most, you guys. He hints that you're going to find out something really soon. Autism, huh? Unbelievable. Don't live in the city, man, especially LA right now. My God, so toxic. 2.4 million views, and we have, that would be post number 70, which I guess I forgot to get that one. Whoops, sorry about that. You want to, let's grab it right now anyway, because I don't want to miss that. So it doesn't take very long. Just bear with me. I'm going to do this right now. It's only going to take seconds. Let's get to 70. That way we don't have to do anything that we missed. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and we're going to do this, and we're almost there. Hang on 1 second. We're going to pop that up, and then you guys can bear with this. He's not dying on stage, right? This is all very important. We want to read this stuff. Okay, so he's talking about the spraying. He's talking about autism. And now what we're going to do is actually read, because I forgot it. We're going to put it in there. Here it is. Drum roll, please. Post number 70. Boom. There's the whole thing. So first of all, he's talking about Jared Kushner traveling to Saudi Arabia, which, what are they known for? The biggest donations. So maybe that their money financed this operation. That's one of the things we're going to learn about. That would be very likely. And then martial law has been declared. Remember, that was November 4th, 2017. They arrested all the DS guys. Why is this relevant? Money that they donated to all of these top players. CF, John M., PF, CS. I don't know what CS is. Anyway, you guys probably know. What other bad actors were paid? Obviously, a whole bunch of them. And what are the laws on charged criminals versus the U.S.? What information might be gained by these detainees? Well, they already did that in 2017. So SA is ahead of the U.S. And the National Guard was actively deployed there, so have faith, because these crumbs in time will equate to the biggest drops ever disclosed in our history. Imagine how freaked out people are going to be when they find out that spraying has been happening and that it's been very bad for you. That's the brutal throw up and you feel better transition from orange to yellow. My God. So I'm glad we did that. Okay. Then his lawyer confirms that they are in panic over the public gaining transparency on this upcoming list. She claims that some involved are still active and they are working to hide the truth from the public. They don't want anyone to know, and especially not those who are still active. Wow. And then we got post number 50, which is one we've seen again so many times before, about our enemies and how did they obtain destructive material? Why were billions of dollars being sent to our enemies? Yep. So they're arming the enemy. That's another thing that's going to really freak people out when they learn about it. A powerful entity that benefits from war, as we already read. Now I think we're right up into the stuff that started new, which is the Pope being in critical condition after he had a severe asthmatic respiratory crisis, spending the day resting in an armchair. The end could be near. This is very synchronistic with the fall of the DS in general. And we got post 56, which is the classic post about our infiltration from this particular brotherhood, as you can see. And this one I can't really read at all. But it's the family ties to the brotherhood and their role in the scandal, which they just talked about in the previous post. So again, we've seen this one so many times. It basically shows up every week, so I don't really feel like I can read it because of all the keywords, so we're not going to. Then we see that he's collaborating on the Great Reset. The Archbishop was excommunicated by order of the now very sick Pope Francis. He issued a grave warning, alleging that he is an enthusiastic collaborator in the so-called reset. He claims that the goal was to dismantle the church, well, that's not cool, and replace it with an organization inspired by these other principles. Isn't that interesting? Whoa. He further contends that there is a sinister conspiracy between the DS and the Deep Church, and reminds us that you-know-who is a Jesuit. Dang. So no wonder this is all happening right now. It's a very exciting moment in history. 2.9 million views. That's bigger than mainstream media. I'm the only one that seems to be reporting on these directly because I'm the only one brave enough to do this, I guess. Sorry to diss anybody, but it's true. So then we've got 144, which I don't think I got this one right. It's not really post 104. But there was an accident. Anyway, this is the one that I got. Synchronicity gave me this one. So now is the time to pray. We are operational. I believe this actually also fits. Or no, maybe it is right. Yeah, it is right. I'm sorry. My math is good. This is the one they wanted you to read. So, Biden's unnatural plastic surgery, always a fun topic, analyzed his changing physical appearance, attributing it to multiple facelifts. I've always been saying this, to reshape his face and neck. That includes the upper bleph, as it's called, the upper blepharoplasty, which is, it always makes you look bad. I wouldn't recommend anybody do that one, where they take the skin, if you start to get a hooded look over your eyes, they cut your eyelid actually right under here, and then they sew it back together after taking skin out. And it makes you look like a skeleton. Your eyes become very hollow. That's definitely one of the things he had done. I would not recommend it. Never going to do that. He points out unnatural eyebrow shaping and alterations under the eyes that have changed their structure. Yep. Included by saying the appearance is far from natural. Well, now you know. I mean, lots of people do it, but that particular procedure usually doesn't work out very well. So then we got post number 113. Social media platforms. Who are the top 10 shareholders of Facebook, Twitter, Reddit? Why is Saudi relevant? Well, apparently they paid for it. Mainstream media. Apparently their money was involved in all of these top networks, investing in Fox, ABC, CBS, CNN, MDC. Why is this relevant? And then we know that Anderson is actually, his last name is really Vanderbilt. He is part of that family, yep. He changed his last name for whatever reason. How interesting, huh? Then we have Stephen Hawking, who showed up in this curious photo. And there, again, is about all I can say on that, but you can read it. Again, we got 250,000 views and no video, so we can keep moving. Now we see he is actually willing to step down. He's officially stated that he will do that in exchange for NATO, which is never going to happen. But at least this is a step in the right direction. I mean, this guy was unwilling to negotiate. He kept interrupting. He had a very, very sassy personality, and he got kicked out. So we got 22 seconds, which is one we've seen many, many times, about the National Guard being recently activated in select cities. Ooh, that sets up something big, and they want you to see that. What former president used the military to save the Republic? That was Lincoln. This is the biggest drop ever to be prepared. The masses tend to panic. In these situations, there will be no war, no civil unrest. It will be clean and swift. Isn't it great, after all the times I've been reading this to you, that it's finally freaking coming true? Annex 888B&B just donated 200 DKKs. Thank you very much. Your first super chat. And we're now right at the 4-hour mark in the live stream. We're doing very well. This is not going to have to be a 5-hour show. Thank God. I think I can get it done faster than that because I can get through all this in an hour. Less than an hour. Ooh, then we have Jaguar. And that's about all I can say. Ready to expose this particular mogul. That is another really, really big thing once you understand what's going on. She's an American singer. She's going to be revealing shocking new information. And she will contact the newly appointed so-and-so. She has previously claimed that one of the infamous tapes allegedly features none other than the big man, alongside all these other big names, as you can see. And guess who is at the heart of everything? So, and then they also just said that once this information comes out, people have to be arrested, right? But they don't want to be arrested. Now trigger your 10 days of darkness. Now trigger your fake alien invasion. It could be this week, you guys. I mean, maybe it won't happen quite that fast. We got to wait and see. But, you know, be ready. Have your water, have your food, have your stored cash if you can afford to do that. Because we could have 10 days of darkness. So they're warning us about that again. So, you know, just be ready for anything. And pray for a positive outcome, just like I'm doing. Ooh, we had a bunch of donations come in. You can see that right here. So let's take a look. Okay, so we had Carla, the cooking CEO, said his mother was a Vanderbilt. His father was Cooper. Well, Cooper is one of the top names of the DS, actually. That was in the, I can't say her name, those disclosures we've been reading. Lilith says, hi, David. I can't wait until they find scriptures and writings about women by women, yet I have not chosen a religion, I guess, just because I feel it does very little to give equality to women. Well, look, it's not Father God, it's Father, Mother God, so women are very much included in that. And in the Michael prophecies, we have the angel Saint Lucia. She speaks several times throughout the books, so there are women, angelic beings speaking in my material. I just want to point that out. Kitsune Trask says, I've been having a lot of waking dreams lately, where what I interact with in the dream while awake, I expect to see in my hands. Very strange. Yeah, interesting. Did Clive kill blankety blank Houston? You know, that's entirely a maybe, or it could be somebody else that was involved with that structure. But yeah, you're thinking along the right way there. I would have to say that. M. Nicolaris says, stock up on beer. Pepe Orsini is the top of the top. He's the gray pope, says coin designer. Lilith says, thank you, David, and then does the hearts in the eyes emoji. Hannah Rowan says, lifting you all up in violet light. Huge revelations, accountability, let's go, says Kev the Tech. Thank you guys for being here. All right. So, yeah, things are getting really hot because once they announce these names, which apparently is right around the corner, then the next thing you know, it is kaboom. And when they try to grab these people, that's when we get the final battle. So the banks went down in the UK. People couldn't extract their money on payday. The negotiation to try to end the war did not end favorably. He got kicked out. It's all coming to a head. And now they're saying in UK, oh, we're going to put boots on the ground to defend the peace deal. Let's defend peace by creating war. What a beautifully Orwellian concept. Oh my God, it is so on, you guys. That's over 1.1 million views they got. That's bigger than mainstream media. Post 39. And then they're talking about North Korea arming the enemies. This is stuff that everybody's going to learn about once the arrests occur. So they're really telegraphing that. Talk about treason that doesn't even begin to describe it. Then we see there was some kind of airliner that was threatened as it was flying right over where the Pope is. Interesting, huh? And then they had to have 2 fighter jets give it an escort. Here's that story. An American Airlines flight made a safe landing in Rome after a mid-air threat prompted an emergency diversion. Italian Air Force Eurofighters, which you can see right here, okay, on the right, there's a video of that. I thought they were drones at first. They look really small compared to the airplane, but no, those are fighter jets. Okay, and there's 2 videos we're going to have to go through here. Italian Air Force Eurofighters were seen escorting the Boeing aircraft as it touched down under the protection of Italian fighter jets. A heavy security presence has now been established at their airport, and their plane is going to undergo a thorough inspection. Dang. That's probably the usual suspects involved in all this. So first we have post number 20, talking about who did he meet with yesterday, military generals on a separate meeting. So this is talking about them meeting right now to see what the DS is doing and plan against it. And that they had tried to bug certain rooms in the White House, and they had to renovate it to get rid of that stuff. Then we have post number 47, where it says you can paint the picture based solely on the questions asked. Be vigilant today and expect major events. Does anyone find it to be a coincidence that there is always an attack as they are getting bad news? Well, in this case, the attack was the threat. They had to make sure the plane didn't get hurt. So that fits very well, as most of these coded messages always do. You just count the number of seconds. How has he made so much progress in the short time he's been president? Well, that's prophetic again, isn't it? Wow. Then we have Nicole, the former running mate, outing them over this stuff that's happening in the sky. She records a video showing it happening right above her. And remember, they just said there's going to be a big disclosure about this in the near future. She describes seeing planes flying overhead and states that the trails they left behind were too thick. She says this must end immediately. So yes, spraying is going to be part of what we get. It's going to really freak people out at the orange level. They're going to want to throw up, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to feel so betrayed, and we have to be ready to help them. 2 million people, post number 43. These crumbs are not meant to scare you, but merely to inform. Ooh, here it comes. Whew. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. The core focus is to remove entrenched and fortified bad actors. Be diligent. Oh, man. Phone numbers will be provided. If you witness any uprisings or domestic violence in addition to the norm, anything that you see that's military is done for your protection, as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. Well, again, Tuesday is that big thing, the March 4th meeting. So let's see what happens. It's mandatory. Everybody in Congress has to go, you guys. Okay, next. He wants more troops and did not want any other type of peace. We saw this come true on Friday. This was on the 23rd, well before then. That's like a Tuesday. So he has suggested the possibility that there might be ground troops. He believes this could play a crucial role to secure the future. Oh my God. Will you please stop, dude? Please. I mean, the sassiness, the interrupting, come on. The reasoning stems from the idea that such a presence would serve as a security guarantee due to our business interests. Why can't there be boots on the ground where your interests are? Oh, good Lord. And then we got post number 30, which again talks about devices in the White House that could actually hurt people but be undetected. After the election, you can't possibly imagine what steps were taken prior to them losing their power to try to stop things from happening. That was literally going to be like an assassination weapon. So again, they're trying to do this. I can hint and point, but I can't give away too many classified points. Then we see the sleeper has joined his club of many others who have this particular type of injury. But why? Well, maybe he was getting ready to make a deal. Maybe he was getting ready to rat. Did he join this club? He was seen with bruises on his face and a bruise around his left eye. Well, I do feel sorry for the dude. I mean, I wish everybody peace and happiness. And even if you're going to get justice, I want it to be fair. And so that's really unfair that happened to him. I feel sorry about that. So post number 12, the military intelligence referred to above is absolutely the biggest inside drop we will ever receive here. The good guys are winning. Amen. Now, this is one of the people, you know, he's the deputy director of da-da-da-da, but probably not going to stay there because of this, and they're already telegraphing that. There's several others like this, too. This is not the only one. They also shaded Vance several times when he first got chosen, and even before he got chosen, so that could happen, too. So, the newly appointed deputy director has stated that these pieces of media were not only in his possession, but also located in certain Middle Eastern countries, but he says he doesn't know which. It's sad because I really like this dude, man, but you know, we're just going to have to face reality. Some people might actually be paid, and so they even hinted at that a lot more in the next thing I'm going to show you. That's 500,000 views. Post number 80. We need to get organized. Things need to be solved to understand, woo, here it is, what is about to happen. Well, that's the 10 Days of Darkness, the false flat, I'm sorry, the blue beam thing, all that kind of stuff. Alice in Wonderland, which they then decode that Saudi is the Wonderland. And, you know, she's apparently Alice. So, wow. And then, this is even more important. Remember what they just told us about this guy. He was just appointed. And then they posted this on TG on February 21st. And if you watch it, she asks him the question, what is the most important to you? It's only 8 seconds long. Jim Garrigus says, does it mean anything that March 4th is also Mardi Gras? I don't know. I mean, we'd have to figure out what is the symbolism of Mardi Gras. But yeah, the Pope also had the black eye. That's true. So there's a lot of interesting things going on right now. But anyway, she says, what's most important to you? And he mentions the small country as being the most important thing to him. Let me straighten up my collar here. Woo, it's getting hot in here. Okay, Vacapalo says, happy birthday, David. How long does Stavatti usually take to pick future stockholders? I wrote last week with no answer yet. Broken heart emoji. Well, no, we're still looking for them, so just hang in there. We are very, very busy. We've got new offers coming in that are really, really astounding and amazing and wonderful, so don't feel dissed. We are extremely overloaded, but we're lining up some very, very big stuff right now. With all that being said, let's go back to our slide. So again, it's 8 seconds long. She asks him, what's most important to you? And he mentions that country, and they just put that out on the same day of the 23rd. So clearly, they weren't happy about this pick, and it will probably not end up staying that way, because if you have these loyalties in any way, if they were paying you, or if you were working with them, or if you cut a deal with them, then you're not going to be allowed to continue. And again, there's probably several people this is going to apply to. So there's going to be a whole new turnover once this happens. I believe that's entirely possible. And other people can just be appointed by the president once he needs to do that. That's a very important thing. This really creeped me out. I didn't like this at all. The weird video that they hacked in and played of him kissing the feet. It was just really disgusting because it's 2 left feet. It's a weird, creepy AI thing. They hacked the TV screens at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, displaying an AI-generated video of this incident. Long live the real king. See, they're just trying to scare the people in orange and make them think that this is the end of the world and, oh my God, it's so terrifying. No, that's not true. And they're saying he's got 2 left feet. That's the other thing. So then they got 2 videos, post number 9, which is talking about them losing control over the black population, because at some point there will be a great awakening. False local and national leaders will be seen as being corrupt and paid off. And they were just talking about that was happening. To help keep people poor and in need. What happens if the truth about this country, starting with H, is revealed? Ooh. And they just said 4.4 billion and only 2% of it went there, right? Will they lose the majority of the vote? Oh yeah, through the looking glass. That's talking about the technology they're using to see into the future, I believe. They rely on media to keep this going, but tech is entrenching on controls. They're desperately trying to censor everyone now, and it will fail. And we have post number 6. He is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. This is very important. It's the same thing they put in that video that they couldn't put on X. He will not address the nation on any of these issues. I guess that's become my job and your job. As people begin to be indicted, whoa, he must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest any other thing is going on is false. It should be common sense at this point. Yep. Focus on military intelligence. Why is he surrounded by generals? Supreme Court decision that opened the door for the sitting president to do this. That's going to be the arrests. A lot more good people than bad, so have faith. It was a hostile takeover of an evil, corrupt network. Don't fool yourself into thinking that these various personalities have more power at the present time than he does, obviously. And then again, we got the thing about Pelosi and John, and that they're doing memory loss and surgery to try to cover up that something might happen to them. And then all the rest of it, you can read that on your own. The truth is mind-blowing. It cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. Whew! Guys, I am so excited. It is the final battle. Now we see that at the Vatican, they're having a nightly rosary for the Pope. He's very close to dying. St. Peter's Square, 9 p.m. local time every night. They'll have a nightly rosary starting today. This tradition mirrors what occurred just days before Pope John Paul died in 2005. Global media outlets are getting ready to descend upon Rome and the Vatican. And again, how weirdly symbolic and synchronistic timing. Almost 500,000 views on that one. No video, so no post. Then, Alec was really out of line here because somebody came up and was impersonating, and he makes this really, really unhinged death threat. So over the top. He's an elitist. He threatened to snap the neck of the impersonator. If the camera weren't here, I'd snap your da-da-da-da and break your da-da-da-da. His involuntary manslaughter trial for the death of this individual was thrown out last year. Well, there again, the good old boys club. Because clearly something was wrong there. So, we got post number 109. And thank you, Alliance, because once again, they have given me a solid. They've given me a direct, and Michael, the higher forces. It's not really me that's writing these things, of course. Direct Michael endorsement, because 109 is the classic Archangel Michael prayer. So let's do that now. Here it is. And we'll read the bottom. Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, cast down to hell Satan and all his evil spirits, who prowl about the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. And they say, Amen, brother. So again, this was right when there was a death threat against a figurehead for 47. I've been receiving really intense threats. The threat of being arrested if I don't surrender personal information. This whole thing keeps on going and going and going, as I showed you the inch-thick paper before. So I know this was a message to me, so thank you, Alliance. I'm praying for you guys. I'm praying for your success, and I want everybody to know they got to keep pushing. Let's get this stuff exposed, as you said on TG. And again, thank you for making this clear. For anybody who's obviously not compromised, it's very obvious that you guys are on my side, and you keep sending me messages week after week. You didn't need to do this, but you did. So thank you guys very much. Now we see they're very busy running the shredders, and the deleting is full tilt. Whistleblower revealed that this is going on. They're destroying everything that could be linked, erasing them forever with no chance of recovery. Well, they're saying that, but they also say we have everything. They probably already backed this all up a long time ago. So the copies they have can't be recovered, but I bet the Alliance has got it all. We have it all. That's one of their phrases. They have been working day and night to do this. How freaking crazy. It's not going to work, you guys. It's not going to work. They've already backed it all up. Do you think they didn't save anything? Give me a break. Of course they did. So then we got post number 56, which is another one that I really can't read any of it at all. Talking again about this particular brotherhood. And we already saw this one, so that just gives me an opportunity to skip because we already read this. Thank you for that, Alliance, by the way. So then we have a testimony from a particular torture victim that is really quite alarming. The chilling account of waking up paralyzed in this laboratory. Ooh. She spoke on their obsession with cloning, with DNA, and transhumanism, which is, again, the integration of machines and humans. She recalls that scientists were in the room. It was eerie. They were doing something else, something they don't want anyone to know about. They did something to me, and I want to know what. That's why I won't stop until I find out. And I think this is an allusion to me again. It's another reference to my story about the parallel life. They do very strange things. In my case, I've been able to uninstall all that. Archangel Michael has transformed me. I achieved deliverance in the name of Jesus Christ. I cast out demons. I rebuked them. And so I'm healthy and safe now. But other people can still be influenced by this stuff, and it's very sad. So then we got 103, which is 63. And they do this one twice this week. To those watching, and you know who you are, you have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right. Or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Hey, we just built 175 new buildings. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down the net, we will be ready. Hence 10 days of darkness. Ooh, isn't that spicy, man? I love it. So much sass. So then we have the same lawyer denying that there were any ties in the intelligence community to this individual, and I say, sure, right. He firmly rejects the notion that there were any of these ties, no truth to the speculation that any of these organizations were involved. And he says, oh, I have no idea how he made money. Sure. In his view, this was just a curious guy from Brooklyn, New York, and I don't even know who he is. Come on, dude. Nobody believes this. So he's just out there saying what he's got to say. Because he's the guy that covers it all up. So, 1 minute, and look at her smile. She's like, oh yeah, we got you. So anyway, 1 minute, 51 seconds is post 111. Which is another one that I can't really read at all. So you can just look at it if you want to. About funds being frozen. And again, Saudi being the paymaster for everybody. This is important. How presidents got funded before they even go into politics. And was the Brotherhood affiliated? Absolutely. And then we see Jared went there recently. And anyway, Las Vegas, recent events. That had happened recently when this was posted in 2017. Why would an investment be made, and what year did this occur? And they all are of the Islamic faith, of course, but then there might be something behind that. The bad actors and funding the majority of these various politicians. And it's all part of the fantasy land, Alice in Wonderland, right? And he was apparently groomed for this role before he got in there. And they say, yes, this is absolutely possible because they own various things. And then they never thought she was going to lose. And once again, they say the complete picture would put 99% of Americans and the world into the hospital. And again, I think that the fact that they mentioned this twice, again, illustrates very conveniently why the Alliance is really going to need me to help people regain their spirituality and their sense of faith and trust in a good divine creator and a good universe. Because when you find out there's evil aliens and there's evil demons, and that people were summoning them and practicing this stuff, it's going to be very destabilizing. And I do expect that I'll be giving talks on a very widespread level to help calm everybody down and get them reoriented that no, there's good guys too. And there is no darkness without light. There is no light without darkness. They're interconnected. Don't just focus on the bad. There's good as well going on. So now people are starting to get really pissed off that this is all being held secret. They're increasingly outraged because, again, it was a big nothing burger. This frustrated man criticizes that nobody's been popped and there's been no accountability and everybody's getting richer and richer. Does everyone agree? Yes, most people do, except for people watching TV who are still in the orange level. Oh my God, do you see the number down there? How many seconds is that? Yes, folks, it is the legendary, the one and only post 34, the biggest, best one we've ever had. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants who wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On his order, we have initiated, so I can almost do it without looking at it, certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from primary fallout, which is going to occur on 11.3. There's your DoD Law of War Manual upon the arrest announcements that will start thereafter, and then 11.4. And again, 11.3 is about the actionable intel of how the DoD Law of War Manual says that when your country's under enemy occupation, you want to stop that from happening in a way that doesn't hurt the people and is not violent, if at all possible. That's what these code letters talk about. Let's keep going. Okay. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. Now let's continue. On his order, a state of temporary, here we go, temporary military control will be actioned and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of here to prevent them from escaping. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child is being protected in full. The atmosphere in the country will unfortunately be divided. So many people have fallen for this corrupt and evil narrative. And then check this out, folks. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system during this time in the effort to provide a direct message to all citizens. 10 Days of Darkness, Project Bluebeam, fake UFOs, mass things going on. Organizations and or people who wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military with necessary authorities they need in order to handle and to conduct operations here and overseas. 34 is it, you guys. We just had a big donation come in. That is from Cindy J. You can see it right there, $50. Thank you for sharing your time and knowledge with us every week. I can't always join you live, but I look forward to listening to your posts every week. Love and light for your health and safety. Thank you, Cindy, very much. And shirt hits the fan time, says Paul Cannon. Yes, absolutely. Curious L. David, you are a brave, beautiful-souled man doing God's work, exposing the woo-woo for all to see and learn. Much love to you and your team of spiritual ascended masters. Fabulous work with all your podcast. And it's starting to go so fast, I can barely handle it. So Temple Lion says, let's all spread green ray heart chakra energy to everyone we know. Work on letting go of hate and revenge. Forgive and love, we can change Earth together. Mary Reyes, no weapon formed against you, David, will ever prosper. Warrior angels and heavenly hosts will cut you off the enemy's radar and scramble their frequencies. In California here, we are running fine, says Gabriel. The veil is indeed being torn, says Kyle James. Praise God. LMG Philanthropy says, we love you, David. Stay cool. And we have waited so long for 34 to come true, says Sherry King. Absolutely. So thank you, guys. I really do love your support. It's great to have the live comments in the chat, and I really do appreciate your donations. And again, yes, some of it goes to YouTube, and that is fine with me because we are paying our own way for our bandwidth. Occasionally trolls say, oh my God, Look, it does really well for me. I've had enough that even my half monthly payment is enough to pay my mortgage. So this has been keeping me alive, and I haven't had to sell out. I have no special interests. I'm not doing any targeted advertising where I'm paid to say words on the air. It's all what I want to say and how I want to say it, and then I just use Michael's words and the Alliance's words to get you the truth, and I'm very proud of myself for hanging in there. I mean, I don't even know how much sleep I got last night. I'm amazed I'm hanging in so well. Let's keep going. Then we get more complaints about the delay in this next post. Everybody's very unhappy. He's demanding to know why it's still sitting on the desk. He calls people out for breaking promises to release it on the first day. It's already come and gone. Well, again, this is a bigger war than we thought it would be. He claims that said individual knows which country is blackmailing powerful figures, but is too afraid to name it. Well, they've already told us that, yes. So he's probably not going to continue to be deputy director. Sorry. I do love the guy, but yeah, you got to look at the truth here, and they consider this very serious. The more they delay, the less credible it becomes. Well, we know who's delaying it. It's the New York Bureau. So now we got 46, which is this one right here. And again, they're talking about the information of sharing these destructive things with people who are supposed to be our enemies. And he made false statements that they would never export this material, but obviously they did. So that's high treason, arming the enemy. And who are they reporting to? Well, this is obviously the inside network of these evil people. The public is being given a select taste. Rest assured, we have it all. So again, anything that's being deleted doesn't even matter. 100% verifiable, impossible to refute. Why is this relevant, and who is controlling the narrative? Why are these left-wing organizations beginning to report on the corruption? Well, they're compromised, and they have operators inside, and it's all going to be exposed, tied back to various executives, and so the wormhole goes deep, you guys. Then Luna, the representative, says that all these files are about to drop. It's not just him, it's other people too. They remember we were saying it's UFOs, it's all kinds of stuff. She confirms that she met with the National Archives and was told that they are soon going to release these declassified files online. So this coming week could be very exciting, you guys. They uncovered obstructionists within the agency who were attempting to delay the access, and all these people are being removed. The website is going to launch within days. Everyone can go there directly, and as I've promised to you guys before, whenever this actually finally happens, and I hope it's soon, David Nichols says, "Love you, David. Thanks for all that you do." When this happens, I'm going to be on the front lines reading it to you and finding out what's in there, and so you don't have to do all the homework. I'll do the homework for you. That's one of my pledges. It's going to be a lot of homework when it starts to happen. I'll be very busy, believe me. So post number 38 is this one right here, which is talking about 4 aircraft carriers escorting in the Pacific to prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during the 10 days of darkness. Think logically about what's happening, the increased military movement, and most importantly, prepare messages of reassurance for people like my dad, who were really very scared when I try to tell him this. He just doesn't see how it could be good. Based on what's dropped here to spread on different platforms, this is the calm before the storm. It is going to be okay. So then we see before his suspicious death, he called somebody that he claimed was his mother, but she's long gone, so it couldn't have been her. On the night he died, jail officials let him make an unmonitored call to his mother, who had been gone for 15 years. He was placed in the shower area, supposedly to prevent him from harming himself, and he was actually talking to someone listed as Individual 1. Who did he call? So without going up close on that one, let's go to the next one here. Then they say, here's the full story. There's a link from Business Insider. You can read it. Well, again, these handlers are probably going to be from the same country that we keep talking about, the same country that if you've been working for them, that it's going to disqualify you from being, whether it's this position or that position in the cabinet, or you're the vice of this, or you're the director of that, or the deputy director of that. If you got this connection, you're probably just going to get kicked out, and they're going to appoint somebody else. I wonder who that could be. Awakened Believer, happy birthday, David. Thank you for spending your day with us. Thanks for helping with the Ascension. And Gina Williams says, I appreciate every one of these chats. God bless you one and all. Half Scoop, could the Hellfire missile be interpreted as Michael's sword? I don't know. I mean, it's not just about that stuff. But Temple Lion says, we stand together. Don't be afraid of death or losing loved ones. We will reincarnate to transform the earth again and again. Love will prevail. God bless you, Gina Williams. We love you, says Gabriel Armendariz. Will those who ascend be protected from assassins? I mean, yeah, here's another thing. Once you're in a light body, you're basically unkillable. Collective Evolution, I believe, is the ones who picked up on this story that I heard from Uncle Jack about this person in the 60s that the DS called the Black Jesus. And they tried at one point to kill him on an airplane. They shot him through the head. They chopped his body up into a bunch of pieces. They flew the pieces off in all these different airplanes in midair, and he still reconstituted his body. So you are unkillable once you become ascended. They cannot hurt you at all. J. Michael Hayes says, dude, love your program, but stop the self-exaltation. You want to do this? Go ahead. I'm doing what I need to do, and I'm saying what I need to say, and they've done very, very strong endorsements of me for a long time, so you have to wonder where that's going. John Davies, yellow donation question earlier, David. I don't know what you mean. Sorry. Nicole Menegaldo, please, David, pray for what's going on in South Africa that's being covered up by globalists and corrupt governments. Well, actually, I have a friend in South Africa, and she says it's nowhere near as bad as what it looks like from the outside. So Richard says, I fear for my own. No movement to speak of, whether that be identity change or otherwise. Happy birthday, David, says Trish P. Thanks for all you do and God protect you. I wish your dad would watch the show. Love you, bro, says Rich Vagel. He doesn't even really know how to, I mean, I tried to get him to watch something on YouTube and I could barely get him to figure it out and even be able to watch a video at all. McDermaids donated $100. That's really awesome. Thank you very much. And Mario Luis Rivera says, happy birthday. WG123 says, I trust and appreciate you. Ryan Lecuyer says, it takes a lot of work to do the stuff you're doing. Props to you, Dave. Absolutely. You understand, we're going through terrorism. We're going through death threats. I've had my money stolen. I'm being subpoenaed. I'm threatened with arrest if I don't surrender personal information that they think is going to be incriminating, but it's actually not. Love your suit, David, says Lady Jane. It's very dapper. It's a fine line between love and hate, says C. Noble. When are the med beds going to be available? Well, again, you're going to be able to do it with your own hands once you ascend if you're in that crew. Claire says, could you say hi to my sister Debs? And that's that right there. And then we got another one. We followed you for years, over 10 years. Thank you for your service to humanity, unconditional love for you. So hi, Sister Deb, or Debs. Koyman McKaysey donated $300. Wow, thank you, Koyman, very much. Happy birthday, David, thank you. That is an awesome birthday present. Jackie, baby, David, great show today. Your books are great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look in the mirror says, do you have a prediction for the future economy? I think it's going to be very, very good. I mean, our company's going to be, you know, helping to re-stimulate the economy in major, major ways. Teresa Dastrup says, happy birthday, David. Guitar Rhonda says, you're like the Buddha when he was faced with demons. Stay focused. Thank you. We have 2 more donations. Ari Walker, ahoy from New Zealand. Mad respect, bro. And we have Easy Q8. What is it about the 17th letter that makes you think it's not a Soviet KGB type of operation? Everything. You really need to do the homework. You need to study this thing, man. There's no way that this was coming from the enemy. Elizabeth Henderson, happy birthday, David. I too am a Pisces. I totally understand you. Love, light, and much strength. Thank God we have the archangels with us. Thanks for all that you do. Boom goes the dynamite. Praise the Lamb, says Craig William. So let's keep going. But again, I'm getting lots of great love from you guys. So thank you very, very much. Next in line, here we go. The massive boycott was called as a protest. This is from the 25th. They are gearing up for a massive boycott this Friday, trying to cripple the economy. Obviously, nothing happened. They're calling it a total economic blackout. Spend nothing. And they say there will be more boycotts to come. I didn't hear anything about this, so it was a big fluff burger of nothing. Post 42, we serve at the pleasure of the president. Then the third black eye this week, a top fashion designer, in this case her name is Diane, claims it was from a scary fall outside her daughter's home. But how do you fall and then only bruise your eye? And then you don't lose your eye? That seems very, very suspect. Her other eye looks perfectly fine. Yeah, if you fell on one eye, the bruise would probably carry over to the other eye. She'd probably have it broken bone too. So that's probably not true. She might have been ready to rat and then they threatened her. That's probably what it is. She designed dresses for elitists such as Michelle, Jennifer, and the Material Girl. She also received a 2025 Crystal Award. I bet you anything she was going to rat. That's my guess. And they said, snitches get stitches. 1.5 million views, no video, so we get to keep going. The weekly comedy, this one really did make me laugh. Since it's taking forever for these files to come out, please post a picture of someone you know. I will begin. Yeah, okay, they made me laugh, I gotta admit. I don't want to insult anybody on my show because Michael doesn't like that, but yeah, it's funny. 2.5 million views. Got me going. Then the next one. They're threatening to sell secrets out of the company? What? Oh my God, that is so bad. They have now openly launched this attack against the president, warning the media that if they get cut, they will resort to selling off secrets. Can you even believe that crap? At the same time, they're erasing evidence, wiping servers, ensuring that information never sees light. Well, we already know they have everything. And it says right here, this is why you can't reform them. You just have to shut them down. Ooh, man, this is getting spicy. 333 was a nice number of views there, and we got 63 seconds. This one again. They're warning everybody doing this stuff. To those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side, and the choice is yours. If the net goes down, we are going to be ready. So that is obviously a threat because they said it twice. So again, who knows if I'm going to be doing a show next Sunday. I hope I can. But then again, if this is happening, it'll be worth it. So let's see what happens, you guys. Now they're saying she may already have gotten her hands on audio and video. And again, it's being released in phases, exposing all these different types of people in these compromising environments. And it was the surveillance was retrieved, and now the sources are finally confirming that it was passed to various groups, such as the one that we're always hearing about. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Even the media is saying that now. That's incredible. The most damning revelations are expected from IRS files, which could uncover who is paying for all of this. My goodness. I am so excited. It is the final battle. 2.5 million views. That's so much bigger than media, mainstream. Damn, you guys. Then we see right before this ridiculous contract was going to get announced, it was canceled. $590 million that we saved. So there again, that's a good savings once you understand what's going on. They're weighing I guess they haven't actually done it yet as of this post, but they're weighing it out. Awarded in the final days before. The deal was pushed through at the very last minute and is now under scrutiny as their so-called experts claim that we are facing record-breaking problems. And they're also saying they're going to collapse if they don't get more money. Well, only people in orange are going to be upset by that. 47 is the one that we've seen here. Does anybody find it to be a coincidence that they always have some type of problem as soon as they get bad news? So obviously, we're still at risk that more of these types of things could happen at any time. Expect a major event. Be vigilant today. Then she said she believed that these files were going to come out on Thursday, but this obviously did not happen. It was only the first tranche, and that brought us to post number 71, which again, I can't read this at all, so I'm just going to go through it as I talk. But again, it's the idea of billions being sent to our enemies, and who was really responsible for this? Again, SA, and it was being done with planes following the money. So, again, flying objects and U.S. operators are currently over there. So, again, it's all going to tie back to them funding it, as we've been saying over and over again. They keep telling us this every single week. So then we see that one of the victims reveals that there was a cultish sense of supremacy. And this is really, really tiptoeing now. It was a disturbing system of supremacy. One of the first victims said this. She was segregated and treated as if she were inferior. They saw themselves as a chosen race and felt their DNA made them superior to others. That's the extraterrestrial thing they think is going on. According to her, their behavior resembled a cult, openly demeaning and looking down on others as if they were lesser. Well, again, most people don't think this way. This is just a few bad apples at the top. We totally embrace everybody else in this delineation. At least I do. So does Archangel Michael. Just want to make that clear. But there are elitists in every faith, every country, every political persuasion. That's just what happens. 1.5 million views. These people are very sick, right? And we got 138, which is another really, really huge one. But it's also easy to get through because it's just a whole bunch of lists of banks that these top elites were controlling. You can read them. We're not going to go through all of it. And then it says at the bottom, obviously our own IRS and also the Reserve. It is actually a privately owned company sitting on its very own patch of land, immune to our laws. Well, that's all going to change. So then they're saying that this is something you don't ever want to watch, this particular video. They're saying he should be named in the files. They already know it is. Do not watch this unless you want to get deeply, deeply traumatized. I saw it before. I was not going to watch it again. They say he should be named. He was their advisor. Independent forensic voice analysis suggests that he is the man heard in this horrifying video. He also has a twisted alter ego called Skippy, which is a sinister personality that he uses to terrify people. Let's just get away from this really quick. It has 2 million views. That's probably 2 more million people that got traumatized if they watched it. Most people probably do watch it. I don't really have the time to watch these. I'm so busy. Anyway, some of them I watch, but I can't watch them all. I'd never get done. So post number 85, again, is one that I really can't read at all. So, you get to read it if you want to. It's talking about various cartel gangs and how they're actually, again, being sponsored and funded, and that they can be hired to do really bad stuff. There you go. Pause it if you need to read it, if you need more time. Sorry about that. So then the director, once again, like they just said, they're on the brink of collapse. I don't think anybody in this audience is crying about that. Fuming over the withdrawal of the money, saying they're now in financial turmoil on the verge of a breakdown. He cut the ties over their handling of what happened in the past, and he fiercely denies this. They are desperate for our money. Not going to happen. Then we got post number 71 again, and 1.6 million views. We can't read this. It's really long. We've already seen it like 3 other times, so we're not going to read it. But you can read it if you want to. I really have to be very careful. But again, it's talking about Saudi. Again, it's talking about who they sponsor, sponsoring enemies, planes in the same location. I think they're just helping me keep the show moving because, again, we already saw this one, so we don't have to do it 2 or 3 times in a row. Thank you, Alliance, by the way. You're giving me a faster ending so I can get out of here. But we're already up to 5 hours anyway. It's going to be a 5-hour show. That's just what happens. Get over it. David, get over it. I'm fine. I feel good. So then we have Senator Blackburn demanding that something be done immediately. We already read this at the beginning, but it's worth seeing again. That the operation is far bigger than people realize. She's demanding immediate arrests of everyone involved. So this is the final battle, you guys. It's an international network. She wants to scrutinize logs, footage, and records. She also points to the infamous books currently in the hands and who's in those books. She says, let's get them apprehended, prosecuted, and in jail. Wow. You don't think this is happening? It's happening. 1.2 million views, post 113, and this is another one we already saw. Top 10 shareholders of Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, controlling stakes in NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, and Fox. And then again, the thing about Vanderbilt. Yep, it's all going to come out, you guys. And then, again, the tragic death was very suspicious. We talked about that earlier. Linked to carbon monoxide poisoning. The lives of his wife and his dog and him all were taken at the same time. There was a welfare check requested by a neighbor just before the files are going to come out. His estate is in Santa Fe County, the same location as this infamous ranch. Well, they're already telling you. Now, he might have been getting ready to rat him out, though, so just remember it could be either way. They have not ruled out any possibilities, considering all these things could have happened as potential explanations. Once again, they're rocking the views, 2 million views, and then we're going to see post 54. Then they gave us an update. They were in separate rooms of the home, and everything was eerie. That's weird, huh? If they were going to do this on their own, and they weren't actually whacked, they'd probably be together holding hands, I would imagine, something like that. She was discovered in the bathroom next to a space heater with an open prescription bottle. That makes it look like it was staged, doesn't it? According to a leaked affidavit, they are treating this as suspicious because the front door was left unsecured and open. Are you actually going to do that with a live dog still in the house? Absolutely not. So, yeah, this is definitely some kind of hit, which may, again, indicate that they were going to be heroes and they got whacked. That's what I think it probably is now. So then post number 54, he says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future." This is another one I cherry-picked to give the show even more sizzle power than it already has. Prosecution is imminent. So the lawyer says this is deeply disturbing, that it's going to be very shocking to people as they learn what the heck is going on in there. Many powerful figures hidden and protected, never held accountable, but now they're all going to be facing the process. And this is all happening imminently. Hence, again, the title of the show, The Final Battle. Okay, we got 2.5 million views. That's incredible. And we got 180 seconds, which is this. This is one of the only new ones we got today. Why is LRD, which would be, the Lord of the R's, chatting up eagles on Twitter. And then they say, what U.S. president was named Eagle by the Secret Service? Fly, Eagles, fly. And when they say fly, fly, that means that people are being hunted down. So this is all coming to a head very, very soon. Now we see a venture capitalist who got in there and erased the property, completely rebuilt it, tore everything down. I wonder what he's hiding. The infamous estate at Palm Beach, completely replaced by a massive new structure. Every trace of the legacy has vanished, even the address. This now belongs to this guy named David, and it wipes away the last physical remnant. Well, that's what also happened in LA, so there's a lot of that going on right now. No video on that one. And then they warned us right as it happened that the first round is going to be more of the same that we already saw. That's why people were so pissed off. The public has already seen it. The real smoking gun remains hidden, and it is being withheld, so don't expect any major bombshells today. But you better believe it's coming. Just because they're trying to cover it up doesn't mean crap. The Alliance has everything. So post number 494 is another new one. 7th floor is no more. I'm not really sure what that means, but it definitely suggests that if they were controlling things off the 7th floor, they can't control anything anymore. They are in free fall, you guys. Then they mentioned that it's heavily redacted, the round 1 release. You can see that right there. And again, no video, so we can keep moving. 200 different phones have been geo-traced back to having made these visits. So this is incredible data tracking nearly 200 phones, and it leads right back to their homes and workplaces based on detailed coordinates collected by data broker Near Intelligence, identifies them with precision. And even though they have the names, they're refusing to say anything. Well, is that a surprise? No. They probably were threatened. So then we have post number 193, who really controls this organization. And then you look at that building, and it looks like the all-seeing eye, which again was originally a positive symbol, and they co-opted it for the negative. Then we see this individual exposing fake conservatives. They also talked about that on TG. People that are working for certain countries. He blew the whistle years ago. Says these individuals who have very high hits, much, much bigger than mine, probably because they're being artificially boosted on purpose. They are actually not registered, but they are working as foreign agents. This is why we're going to have a big overhaul in the administration too, because they're not registered. He warns they are everywhere, and they are organizing a massive psychological operation against us while protecting the real criminals. These are really bad people, he says. You know, and he himself is part of that orientation, so he's qualified to speak. He's really upset about it. Almost 1 million views on that one. Post 127. The graphic is your key. Let's pause and say hello to the rogue intelligence agencies currently monitoring these threads. Was the money worth it? Titanic. And remember, I just had that dream about the Titanic sinking a couple weeks ago, so that's another good tie-in. Thank you, Alliance. Sure enough, now they're calling it the end of this particular regime. That's pretty wild for most of us. It says right here, he effectively kicked him out, making it clear he is only welcome if he genuinely wants to seek peace. Worldwide humiliation then occurred. Even the ambassador, as you can see right here, this is before she put her hands over her eyes, but she's touching her nose and then she puts her hand over her eyes. It's really funny. Covering her face in embarrassment as he was put in his place by Angry Daddy. The other Angry Daddy besides me. This is the end of what's going on. Oh my God, they actually said that. Now let's click on the one on the right and read that. We had a very meaningful meeting today. Much was learned that could never be understood unless you have such fire and pressure. See, he can handle that. It's amazing what comes out under emotion. And I've determined that if he is not ready, he is not ready for peace, because he feels that our involvement gives him this huge advantage that he can manipulate in negotiation. I don't want advantage, I want peace. He disrespected us in our own cherished office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. Amen. Daddy has spoken. It was so beautiful, I got to say. I don't want to go through all that again, but man, that was great. Post number 8. And again, we can't really read any of this stuff at all. He installed his people within each top spot at each agency except for one. And you know what that is. We already heard about that. Do you think they aren't in control of those respective agencies? Yes. And so this is all happening. A reorganization is underway, and people are dropping out left and right. So he was told that he had to go back home immediately. That's Angry Daddy kicking him out, the other Angry Daddy. 10 seconds is, again, the one that we've seen, which is the real point, again, that I can read, is good people were forced into bed with evil under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself if you were helping cover up evil, despicable acts if you were given a safe way out? These individuals are worshiping the devil, and some of them openly show it. Once again, they're trying to start up an economic boycott. Once again, it's not going to go anywhere. They launched it today, boycotting the economy in protest. They want to refuse to buy anything, to hit major corporations, cripple our economy. They also want to promote week-long consumer boycotts of specific companies. I didn't hear about anything happening. Nothing. And we got post number 18. And again, we've seen this one many times where they're having their memory go or having surgery so they don't have to have prosecution. So that's going to be happening more and more. Then we see he's outraged by the Angry Daddy smackdown. And he calls it the worst thing he's ever seen. Well, you know, interrupting somebody that much is really not at all becoming of somebody who's a head of state. You cannot do that. It's total inelegant verbal attack. It's not something you can do in law. It's not something you can do divorce, period. Therapists will stop you in your tracks. He's now demanding that the Secretary of State and the advisor all resign over the incident. He's extremely worried about the new alliance. Well, we know where this is going, and he can yell all he wants. It won't make a difference. Post number 96 is again talking about $220 million being sent to certain groups right before he left office. Yep. Amazing how everything makes sense as you ask questions. You go from orange to yellow. That's the entire point. It's up to you to collect, archive, and distribute this, which I'm doing, and the Alliance loves me for doing this. I'm sure I'm going to be speaking to you guys in official capacity once this all comes to light. It will all make sense. Once it does, we look to you, people like me, David Wilcock, to spread and get the word out. And I'm sure that's part of why they said that, because I do this every week no matter what is happening, no matter how badly I'm being attacked. Your president needs your help. He wants full transparency for the great people of this country. Absolutely. This is kind of a funny one where Zuck walks out in what looks like a tuxedo, and then they tear off the tuxedo with obviously Velcro, and it turns into this sequin jumpsuit top and bottom. So I captured an image as they took off the top while the pants were still on. They ripped off the pants too. It was really funny, I got to say. He ditched his suit and jumped into the spotlight in a blue jumpsuit, delivering a suit with sequins, like Elvis, delivering a surprise performance at his wife's 40th birthday bash. He appears to be reinventing his image after he faced backlash for roles in censorship and other criminal allegations. He should be in prison right now. Whoa. So there you see, with all the shiny sequins, Elvis. I got to admit, he was funny. It was funny. Post number 16, get the popcorn. Ooh, now they're telegraphing again that by the end of the week, we're going to see some new stuff. Friday and Saturday will deliver on the big promises. He must clean house to free up and demonstrate who has proper authority to pass legislation. Remember, the Attorney General cannot look impartial. And we know that's Pam now, so she's got to do it in phases. All will come into focus. Yep, so the other phases are going to happen. That's what they're telling us. And maybe something's going to happen by Friday or Saturday. Anyone who thinks he's not in control is kidding themselves. Wow, this is so exciting, you guys. I'm so ready for this. Elon is just as shocked as everyone else about these new revelations. He wants answers. Where are all these other forms of evidence? Yeah, that's a good question. He also said that the two Bills and then this other guy weren't just visitors. They were also clients actively involved. So then we got 2 minutes and 10 seconds is 1:30, which again is a post of a picture from Air Force One. And if you look next to 129, that might give us some context. Closing act dismantled, impossible to clean. operations from no such agency. And they knew I already made this slide, so they may have wanted me to use it again, which I did. Okay, now we're finally getting to the end here, thank goodness, because I want to be done after 5 hours, and we're at 5 hours exactly right now, 4 hours, 59 minutes. So we're just about done. It'll only be a few more minutes. So now they're talking about these very famous influencers that are all compromised. And they actually said this was one of the most embarrassing moments in American history. You got libs of TT, you got DCD there on the left, libs on the right. And again, apparently they are all working for said country that we keep hearing about that is small. So one of the most embarrassing moments in American history. Yep, because as this comes out, their ties are going to be exposed, and they're probably being propped up with fake hits and, money and all that stuff. I'm just assuming, but that's probably where this is going to go. It's really sad. Post number 18. Again, we saw this one many times before about Nancy and about John and how they're going to try to cover up prosecution. And then, now we find out the truth. This is the bottom line. It's New York State and the people there that are holding all this stuff back. She actually admitted it on the news. She's been pushing for this since she first got into office on day one, but it is that Southern District that is holding back thousands. But she says she vows to obtain everything. She wants full disclosure of all of these files. Does anyone believe her at this point? Yes, I do. If she can do it, she's going to do it. Let's all get behind her. I want to support her. And I think that, the trolls are going to say what they're going to say. But yeah, she's very brave to be doing this, and I give her my full support. So this is really the sizzle right here, because you look at 110, and what does it say? Mainstream media counter operations will all fall down. So it is going to come out. Do not be afraid. Even though they're deleting like crazy, it's going to amount to nothing. Woo! Multiple arrests have now happened in Florida. This is the next one. And this is all part of a sting operation involving a surgeon, a college professor, elementary school staffer, and a firefighter. They reaffirm their commitment to protection in the community, which is great. So then we see that this is post number 60, which is one of our callbacks, Michael's code number from my dream that I had, where there was a number 60 written onto the coin, and the coin opened up the secret box, and the box had the book about the magical life of light. And again, I put a star over the 60 before. I didn't have time to do that this week. But the main point, again, is that there's less than 10 people who have the full plan, and only 3 of them are not in the military. So thank you, Alliance. Again, that is another huge endorsement. I really appreciate you continuing to support me as I face heaven and earth to do this work, and unbelievable biblical challenges, death threats, lawsuits, threatened with arrest if I don't surrender personal information. All this crazy stuff is going on. Insomnia, throwing up. It's been a rough road, you guys. I'm still here. I'm still on the air. Then we see Tucker, who's talking about all the dirty stuff that's really been going on. They've carried out these things across multiple countries against journalists, critics, and even a European head of state. And he's obviously read in. The truth will finally be exposed, and that we start blaming him now. Also, alleging that various sales have taken place and attacks have been orchestrated on opponents. He also says that there is a very negative thing going on, that he has banned a language and a particular religious group. Yep, it's all going to come out. And it was good that he got a sass sandwich when he went to the White House. I loved that. So then this is, again, the initials of DJT. So maybe that's who told him all this stuff. Wouldn't that be cool? Then we have another person who was taken out of the game. And again, this is what always happens. He had exposed something very dark, and then all of a sudden his car was attacked. Second operative targeted separately and survived with injuries, and MI5 has been briefed on this. And then, 7 minutes and 29 seconds. That's unusual. Okay, let's add it all up. Let's do the numbers. I did it, and it's 4:49. And I think this is another one of the new ones. So, it says DJT, verified account, December 23rd, 2017. Let's zoom in on the bottom. How can FBI Deputy Director, remember, that's the same one who's now Dan, They shaded him, so he's probably not going to stay there, unfortunately, because I do like the guy. I mean, I love to see one of our own get into office. I mean, it portends well for me as well, right? Think about it. I'd love to be there too. So, you know, it's cool. But if you're dealing with these people, probably not going to work out for you. So, along with Leakin James, including her illegally deletions. So remember, we're talking about deletions again right now. How the heck did he get $700,000? And then they said, who posted first? Number 2. So yeah, this is all going to come out. None of this is going to stay hidden. Deletions don't mean anything. Now we're getting a better deal on the rare earth minerals, which companies like mine can really use. Scandium gives us the scandium aluminum alloy. We need various other things as well. So I won't go into detail. But he's hinted at offering us a rare earth mineral deal, saying they have far more resources than the competitor. These minerals are crucial for lenses, refractory bulbs, lasers, and other forms of advanced weaponry. You better believe we're going over to laser weapons. All other projectiles are totally extinct already, but we need those lenses to do it. So now he's suggesting a strategic partnership over these valuable resources. Yeah, we don't want to be at war with anybody, you guys. We really don't. And then we got 63 seconds. Once again, what's this, the 4th time, 3rd time they've done this one? To those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice you can make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down the internet, we are going to be ready. So again, you guys, they keep saying this. It's like 3 or 4 of them in one show. If the internet goes down, then, know that I'll get back on the air as soon as we can go back on the air. And then I think this might be the last one, or at least it's one of the very last. I unfortunately got her on an unflattering facial expression, but she's worried that this may never come out. I tried to find a place where she wasn't making this face, but for multiple seconds at the beginning, she is. It's really funny. I don't mean to insult her. That's just the face that shows up at the beginning of the video. She claims this is never going to be revealed because these powerful people are still in control. They've already told us that's not the case. And, here it is again. Anytime this country is implicated, the truth is buried. So she's one of the ones who's sassy enough to say the truth, take the risk. She's got this really funny facial expression. We're never going to get anything, she said. Well, no, they've already told us that we will. So then we got post 141. Rogue operators are here. They have failed to shut us down. We are protected. That would apply to me too, right? I'm being horribly attacked. My money is being stolen. Death threats, terror threats, incredible harassment on every level. This will only get worse. Archive and coordinate. The crumbs we are dropping is soon going to paint the full picture. Again, 10 days of darkness. The picture will open the eyes of the world, and we can't do it without you. Thank you, Alliance. I really value that you keep making these shout-outs to people like me who are helping spread the message. And then, she says they are going to identify and fire anybody who has been withholding these documents. And yes, folks, believe it or not, where are we now? We're at 5 minutes and 7 seconds. We are at the end of the show. So now all we have to do is read some of your comments, and I get to take a little breather, and then we're going to close it all out with our normal meditation. So, David, Myrtle Beach just erupted in flames. Evacuations are in process. That's really sad. I didn't know about that. Caliph Kid, we pray for Myrtle Beach, obviously. David, Kaleidoscope Eye says, David, thank you for all your time, effort, and energy, brother. The light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us. Wherever we are, God is. Amen. Temple Lion says, I'm also in pieces, brother. My name is also David, actually. We are extra empathic. Followed you since the beginning, my friend. Meditation time, says Paul Cannon. Thank goodness. Thank you, David, says Chico Murrieta. Michelle Silman says, well done, David. David has rich sunset. David has read the EBS stuff many times tied to this post. Who knows when or if this is the way they do it. People don't have 10 days of food and water. This 10 days of darkness better not be that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hope that they're going to do it as peacefully as possible. They also have repeatedly read the post that said maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. The initial wave will be fast and meaningful. So I don't really think you're going to go hungry. I hope that they don't have to do it that way, but we'll find out soon enough. And again, for you guys, try to be as stocked up as you can, just so you don't have to have any fear. That's the way I look at it. Kareen Ka, thank you, David, for all your work and courage. I've watched all your videos since 2017. I'm doing my divine plan, praying the 144. Love for all Kaka, pure blood from Brazil. Celebrating your 20th super chat. Bella's Patio Garden, thank you, David. Your positive energy is needed and well received. Jenny Jens, Trama can bake you a birthday cake. Oh, baby, you want me to bake you a cake? I would be so happy to do that for you, my love. You come closer, you hug your Trama. Identify as a trans woman. And we got tran babies over here. We got tran kids over there. Everybody's so loving, and it's all because I'm just the embodiment of pure love. I mean, hell, look at my jacket, you guys. I got this cool velvet. It's so beautiful. I got this black lapel. Isn't it just so sexy? You're not supposed to feel that way about your Trama, but sometimes you got to look at her and say, damn, she is tran hot today. These are the most unflattering glasses you can possibly imagine. But that's what makes it funny. One of the things that you learn from the old Saturday Night Live school is, like Gilda Radner and stuff, ugly is funny. And it really, really is. Mel Lazarian, you are a great human, a true gentleman, and a brave mailman. You deliver. Thank you very much. Great show, says Zoran's mom. Trama's got great specs, says Bella Virgo. Kalman Lesage says, thank you, David, for all your work. God is with us. Gianji Farago, happy early birthday. Have a great week. Yes, thank you. Nanasani says, where is Galian? Please bring him back. We'll do that next week. I'm so out of time right now, but yes, every character gets... Now you guys are all laughing. You got all the laughter icons, because some of you are delayed because of advertising. Anyway, it's been really great to be here. Let's try to keep this under 5 hours and 15 minutes. And with that said, we're going to go into the Global Peace Meditation. So I want to give you guys every opportunity now to get ready for this, to shower us with love here, because we are fighting for you on the front lines. It is very intense. It's been a long day. I didn't really get any sleep last night, and I am feeling it, man. These lights are so freaking bright right now. It's like, oh, I don't want to open my eyes. So let's keep them closed so I can meditate with you, and we're going to do this together. So, all right, here we go. Let's have a nice rest now. Take a nice deep breath in. Let me blow my nose, actually. Kathleen Auckley donated $50. Thank you very much. All right. That way we don't have any congestion. Take a nice deep breath. You might want to go in through the nose, which I now can do. And out through the mouth. We've heard a lot of very interesting things today. We are in the final battle. It's very obvious. Breathe in peace. Breathe in healing. And exhale all negativity, all toxins and poisons. Follow the path of your breath. Feel and notice the healing energy that is around you, this warm, loving, vibrant energy that surrounds you as you follow your breath, following that path into silence and stillness, following that path into peace and relaxation and calm and happiness, going deeper and deeper into the stillness, deeper into the silence, finding a focal point for your mind, seeing your mind condensing into a single focal point of loving Christ consciousness, finding that place within yourself as you breathe deeply, as you breathe in peace, as you exhale all toxicity, finding yourself becoming more and more relaxed, more and more deeply feeling safe, feeling loved, feeling warm and encouraged and supported by the universe, by loving angelic beings who spoke to us so beautifully today in the Uriel reading, talking about our own activation as the Christ consciousness. Our consciousness is rising. We are becoming lighter. We are becoming freer. We are moving out of the orange ray, herd animal consciousness. We are moving through the individuation process of really becoming a hero, and we are opening the heart and allowing the gateway of Christ consciousness, fourth density, green ray energy to be fully opened. Taking time to be aware of all that the Alliance is doing for us, thanking them so much for their continuing sacrifices, the valiant struggle that they continue to make to bring this world through this time of darkness and into a time of unprecedented love and peace. We are so grateful to you in the Alliance. We thank you so much. Archangel Michael thanks you. Jesus thanks you. The heavenly host of angels thanks you. Uriel thanks you. And we in this Alliance, in this audience too, are so grateful. We are all part of this initiative together. We are supporting it with our donations, with our love, with our comments, and with our time and energy that is so valuable to carve out today on a Sunday, no wind, beautiful sunlight, to breathe in peace, to breathe out toxicity, to understand that there are going to be those who need us, there are going to be those who are living in fear, and we just surround them with light. We wish them so much love and peace. We wish them to have a smooth and easy awakening, that it won't have to be 10 long days, but it will be swift and meaningful. It might only take one day. And that everything is going to work out for the highest and best good of all involved. For in the grandest sense, you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And so it is. Surrounding this planet with light, bringing us to a state of peace, bringing us to a state where the higher beings finally feel comfortable to reunite with us after thousands of years recorded in ancient scriptures, coming to full fruition this year, 2025, in the first wave that they so eloquently promised us in the Uriel reading. Amen, Adonai, God bless us all. All right. Breathe your way back in. Woo! Let's get that picture consolidated. That looks really nice. You know, I kind of like the hair. It's a little bit wild. It's a little bit free, but it's much more clean and tight. On the close-up, I can really see it. So thank you guys for watching. We're actually at 5 minutes and 16 seconds, but that's a good time to end this particular show. We're going to be back next week, barring the collapse of the internet. So I will see you then. Thank you guys very much for watching. We love you. Ernie Perez, there's not very many things I can sit through for 5 hours, but this is definitely time spent wisely. SoCal took the win from you this Sunday. Amen, brothers and sisters. Beautiful as always. You have cute hair, says Elizabeth Henderson. Thank you, David, says Laura Barber. Thank you, David. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Great show. Peace. This show was incredible. Yeah, I keep outdoing myself, and I really appreciate that. So thank you guys for being here. I'll stick around for a while and read some more of your comments, so keep writing them. We will see you on the flip side, whenever that may be. Barring any other interference, it will be next Sunday, same bat time, same bat channel. Thank you for watching.